Kia ora koutou, welcome everyone back to Deliberation Day. It could be a movie title, couldn't it? Not as exciting as a blockbuster, but exciting for the community of the Timaru district. So I'd like to welcome everyone along today. Welcome to Rosie and Ross from the Community Board. It's great to have you with us. Welcome to members of the public, and also welcome to staff and also those watching online. I'll call for apologies for this morning. No, I think we'll just record Gay. Yep. And I think Shane did say he was coming, so we'll call Gay and Shane as apologies for now from the community boards. I'll move that. Councillor Parker seconded. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So I want to go back to conflicts. I know we talked about that on day one, but we need to go back through that for the record. So we'll just go around the room. We will be fluid through the discussion again in regard to conflicts as they come about, but the opportunity is now to declare your conflict, so we'll just go left if you like, with Councillor Booth.
Is the Venture Timaru Director on the CBD group. Thank you.
Yeah, so that'll be referenced to probably the bid as far as decisions. Yeah, perfect, thank you. Sally Note, Councillor Jackson. Environment, yeah. Yeah. Any conflicts? No.
Just the Rangitata South and Apua Water requests, being a shareholder investor and my husband's a director.
Yeah, good. No, all good. And mine were the same, which were food control, liquor licensing, Hospitality Association, and Brains Mush, a couple others, but we'll copy and paste those from Monday. Thank you. Alrighty. We're going to go now to the staff to talk us through and just give us a synopsis of 7.1. We did receive this the other day, but we need to go through some of the detail. And through this, we'll also have the opportunity for councillors to go through and give individual feedback on the consultation period and also what you've heard in general without going into real detail where we need to be making decisions, but more at a high level, just so that's recorded. So I'll pass to Brendan, Stephen, Steph and the team.
So good morning everyone and welcome to day 3 of the long-term plan hearings. This is the bit where you guys have to do lots of work now and we can just sit back and cruise along. So the aim of today is to take the draft plan you've signed off a while ago and see if it squares up with the public feedback we've received and suggest amendments where it's necessary. The agenda steps through major themes that staff have identified from the feedback we've read. You've received copies of all the submissions, been to farmers markets, Facebook Lives, public meetings, and you've heard from more than 70 people over the last 2 days. Although the conversations and the presentations made to you can be really compelling, it's important to weigh all the feedback equally, whether it's written or said or bailed up in the supermarket. Once we've completed all this today, the staff will go back to revising the LTP to get to audit by first thing Tuesday. The overall aim is to have it signed off on the first day of the new financial year on July the 1st. I think it's important to thank you all for taking such an active part in this process. We can't do it for you. And also, personally, thanks to all the staff at the council. This is one of these jobs that really is an all-of-council effort, and it's really important we acknowledge this. The first main thing we're looking at today is the key themes that were consulted on. So Brendan's here to take you through how the reports are structured today and to give you some of the quantitative feedback we've received.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning, councillors. Before diving into the key themes, as Stephen noted, I just want to speak about a little bit of the structure of the day and how we've, as officers, packaged up this material for you, hopefully to provide a little bit of context. So for each of the groups of activities identified in the LTP, there is a deliberations report, in addition to a couple of others, such as the key themes, policies and strategies. So deliberations report for each of those. Each of those reports contains a high-level summary of the themes that officers have identified that relate to that group of activities, and the detail of that is in the associated attachment, being the officer commenting. So through that, we aim that you're able to get a strong flavour of the themes coming through the submissions that related to that, and where appropriate, there is officer comment and or recommendations. Noting that where officers perceived that a submission was requesting a particular decision from council and or funding, that's been dragged out and put into the recommendations section of that particular group of activity report for your deliberation today. But just at the outset, wanting to note that that's based purely on officer perception. We are human, there may be something that we've missed, so we've noted that we ask that councillors raise any additional topics at the relevant time from anything you've noted through the submissions you've read, the hearings that you've been in, and collectively we will all get there together. Also note at this point that the recommendations in those group of activities reports don't include anything that may have come through in the last 2 days during the hearing. If it, for example, if it wasn't in a written submission but someone's made a request through an oral submission, that obviously isn't in there, but we'll do our best to incorporate it as we can. Just also want to point out that we've provided a very basic handout, 3 columns, just to simply allow you to get a breakdown on one sheet as to what is in each of the particular groups of activities, so that you know when the relevant discussions will occur. For example, if you're looking for climate change, it is not in the environmental services report, which is third up, it's in the community services paper that's later on, just to help you focus your deliberations accordingly. The final thing I want to note just before getting into the key themes is just the legislative requirements, which we've included in the report. And this is section 82(1)(e) of the Local Government Act, and I'll just quote, that the views presented to the local authority should be received by the local authority with an open mind and should be given by the local authority in making a decision due consideration. So that's just the requirement upon all elected members throughout the country to, as Stephen said, consider information that's been received fairly, with an open mind and equally. If that's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll dive into the key themes. Is it possible for the PowerPoint that accompanies this to be brought up, please? I'm not sure if there's a clicker somewhere. I should have got that one. Thank you, Steve. Now I know, Mr. Mayor, you want to break off at a certain point to discuss the changes to the fees and charges since the draft LTP was set, so just please interrupt me when you want.
Yep, no worries, I certainly will.
Okay. So this is report 7.2, starting on page 212 of the agenda. This is the first...
Oh, sorry, Brendan, so you're into 7.2 now, aren't you? Yeah, I think what we'll do, because what we'll tidy up, is we'll just receive the councillor feedback first, because that was in the 7.1, so we'll just receive that and note that as part of 7.1. So I think we'll take the opportunity now to give, for the councillors to give feedback around consultation, just themes in general, that the hearing, just at a very high level, not into the sort of nth degree of detail, and then we'll kick into key issues, because then we're into the grunt of it, and I don't think we'll have the opportunity again. So take a volunteer on who wants to go first. Just talk about consultation. Councillor Parker, perfect.
Thank you, Mayor Bowen. It's been a privilege to be part of the long-term plan and a privilege to be sitting here today. And I thank our community who have contributed and for the staff their work. Through this engagement, it highlights that there are some very connected communities and there is some communication breakdown with people doing very good and good work. But I think as a community we need to be able to weave people's strengths and work more collaboratively instead of silos. Also through this consultation, I think it's highlighted that although we have done our best to go out to the community, the diverse ethnicity that we see presenting in the consultation has been low. So I think there is key groups of our community that we have rather failed to connect with or have not presented with the right information to receive feedback, whether that's through South Pacific community, whether it's via our young families, whether it's through our young professionals. So the other main groups, I think we may have missed the boat slightly in trying to get feedback from them. Overall, I think it's highlighted that there are some silos that we need to break down and ensure that communication within our community continues to weave and support people's good work. So.
Sally, Councillor Jackson.
Right. Well, firstly, what a learning curve the LTP has been, and I don't recall having to take on board as much information as I have since cramming for my school cert exams about 40 years ago. That said, it has been a privilege for me to be here for my community, and I'm enjoying every moment of it, even getting a stern telling off by a former councillor. I've read and listened to the submissions with my Section 82(1)(e) hat on. I've engaged with the residents of the district, and I've always been available to anyone who has a concern or otherwise about what we are doing to help our district thrive as elected members. Regarding the engagement process, I just want to quickly mention the numbers in a pretty crude or basic way. But if we take our population of nearly 50,000 and divide it by 503 submissions, then only 1% of our residents actually took the time to submit. Now, I realise that many of those submissions were group submissions, but even so, it does seem pretty much on the low side. So I'd like to think that the other 99% are reasonably happy with what we've been doing. Of course, that may or may not be the case. But regardless, a huge thank you to those who did submit. You do it because you care about where you live and you care about the outcomes that the LTP delivers. I'd also like to personally thank our council officers for bringing the LTP together and getting the data for us to deliberate on. You are the engine room of this process, and what you do is greatly appreciated. Many people have said to me during the process that they wouldn't want to be an elected member, particularly at the moment with the way the world is, tough economic times, a recession of sorts, high cost of living, inflation, and the general struggle to make ends meet. I'm up for the challenge, but it's not easy. There are so many levers in council to pull, and it's about pulling the right ones to get the balance right. Historically, we've had low rates increases, and now the pressure is coming on to our core infrastructure. We need to ensure that's secure for now and for the years ahead. We also want to make sure that our district is a place with the right social or community infrastructure, so people want to stay here and they want to come here to live, work and play. We as a council need to find ways to be better at what we do, and I believe that we're getting on the right track to do that, but it is going to come with some pain in the form of the rate rises. Our challenge, finally, is to deliver a long-term plan that is fair and reasonable to everyone, not an easy task. But it's one that I've been prepared to roll up my sleeves for and get to work on, and I'll continue to do that in my role as your elected member. And I thank you humbly for the opportunity to do that.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Burt.
Well, thank you very much. Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. I was hoping to be the last one because having been here for some time, it's been interesting to see the evolution of this process as it's gone through, and especially in terms of my involvement in it. There's always the same challenges, but I would have to say that without any reservation, that this has been the most challenging. I'd like to really acknowledge, as part of that challenge, how much I really appreciate the input of my fellow councillors. I think that we are so well suited in this community by the people we have and the connectivity that those people have in the community. And with that connectivity, we can't lose sight, as Councillor Jackson said, we're looking at the percentage of those people who submit, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we were put in a position, in a challenging position, but a position of trust where when we were voted in, we need to know and understand that that trust is in us and that we are a part of that community and need to make those decisions, the very challenging decisions, the hard decisions that drive the overall picture of this community in one way. And it has to be for the betterment long term. This one was very challenging because we had polarised aspects that did drive agendas, and in some ways that's a good thing because it does make other people sit up and take notice. I've never had so many people approach me, talk to me, email me and text me over this period of time, and again I just I like that challenge, and I like to know and understand that people are connected, but they are doing it from a point of view of the economic environment that we're in now, and are looking at those factors and those triggers that we are only in some way going to exacerbate potentially from our decisions today. Thank you to the staff. Without exception, the work that they do, people don't really understand what goes on in the back room. People don't understand what it takes to run a machine the size of the Timaru district and the complexities of that, and doing it in a regulatory environment, doing it in an environment that is run by policy and statute, and you've got to get it right. And I really applaud the staff. I just see that we are very, very, very well served in the back room. And again, yesterday we had a briefing from a relatively new person who's actually in the machine and was so impressed with the people that we do have. So we need to acknowledge them. I just put it out there to the councillors today, as it said that our requirement under statute is to give everything due consideration. And I know that everyone has the heart of the Timaru district with them and in a good place. And so I look forward to our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Councillor
Pete.
Scott.
For me, I just want to thank the staff too. It was a great month of connecting with our community. I thoroughly enjoyed it. A bit like Councillor Jackson, there was a few right hooks every now and then, but I really enjoyed those conversations, and I thank the community for coming up, especially at the markets and attending our public meetings and engaging with us on what they would like to see and help our community thrive. For me, one thing that's really brought out to me is that as a council and as councillors is really understanding what our key priorities are. I think we're missing some of that in our decision making, and for me going forward I will be really pushing for some more structure around our decision making and understanding our key priorities, whether it's over a 3-month period or a 12-month period, right out to that three years. We need to be real, we need to be honest, and we need to be transparent with our community, and at the end of the day we need to be bold. And I think if you came into council thinking that this wasn't going to be a tough decision-making period, you're wrong. I definitely knew it was, and that's why I wanted to be part of this. And so I encourage the rest of my councillors to think strategically about our thinking and making the right decision to carry this community forward in a positive light. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Oliver.
Oh, it's hard to follow all that, isn't it? Well done, the team over that side. I'll see if I can keep our team up with the play here.
Should we have a competition?
I'm not the best.
What should we have? We might have Team Urban, Team Rural. Councillor Piddington, you're on Team Rural today.
I guess for me it's just thanking the submitters from my ward. I did go out there and push that they needed to come out and speak. and put their submissions forward, and it was great to see some of those people come yesterday and talk. It's not easy talking in front of this sort of group, and it's pretty polarising for some people, so it was great to see so many great submissions yesterday. You know, there's some key things here in this long-term plan that probably haven't been talked about before in a 10-year long-term plan regarding climate change and how we need to tackle those things. So I'm just like to thank the staff as well. I think you've done a really great job from woe to go. It's been a great process, and obviously we'll probably all go through one. Some may go through two, Pete, of these 10-year long-term plan deliberations, maybe even three. But it's great to have such a good knowledge in the back room, like Pete said, and have so many great staff helping us out with putting this plan together for our communities. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you very much. Like Gav said, very impressive over the other side there, but I think what I'd like the community to take from that is actually that this group of councillors, these people I work with, you all inspire me. The amount of passion that I've seen over the last month in particular for this community, and how deeply my fellow councillors care for this community, I hope the community can actually take some reassurance that we're going to do our absolute best to thrash out every issue and make sure that this LTP works for you. This is my first rodeo, and what a rodeo it actually is. And I feel like we've been on, each one of us, the biggest bull that we've ever seen. But it hasn't been able to shake us off, and it's not going to shake us off. And that's been largely due to a lot of the great work that our council officers have put into this. That work behind the scenes, what you're seeing on here today, this is just a snapshot of what's happened for many, many months, 18 months or even more. And I'm greatly appreciative of the work that everybody has done to help us to make an informed decision. We have heard some wonderful feedback from the community over the last month in particular, and meeting everybody out there and the effort people have made to either submit, come and visit us wherever we are, or to speak to us over the last couple of days just shows how passionate everybody is in this community. And we are lucky that we are the size that we are, that over the course of the last month, even though there were some groups who hadn't come forward themselves and we didn't manage to get to individually as much as we would like, we touched just about every corner of the community, I feel, whether that be at an event or in the supermarket or even wandering into our offices, texting us or whatever. I'm grateful for that feedback, and I very much enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the rest of today. Whether we can finish it before 5 o'clock or not, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to the deliberations and the debate and landing somewhere that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Pye.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just probably echo what others have said. I really admire the work that everyone's done here, from the submitters, the work that's already been done in our community, the council officers, our new CE, and the councillors sitting around the table. For me, we really need to focus on how we can get the best outcomes for our community from the work that's already going on. I've found this process at times extremely frustrating. I've had a few meltdowns, and I've even quoted Councillor Booth with "Stop the Madness." We've got a massive challenge ahead of us, and I think we need some transformational change in the way we do things, but I have faith that we can get there. With our new CE, with the councillors around the room and the council officers, I think we're up for the challenge, and it may take us some time, but I think we can deliver on something good over the next year.
Thank you. Councillor Pinnington.
Hard act to follow, Michelle. I guess it's an interesting conundrum, isn't it? Our community are great submitting. No one wants rate rises, but quietly they all want something extra in their corner. So I guess our challenge is to be brave, and that might be to say yes to some and no to others. But we've got to balance our books as best we can, and we've got to enable our community that is absolutely passionate about what we do. I agree only 1% turn up, but I guess that's why they elect us, to make those decisions. a bit like Councillor Scott, I've had to hold the phone out here a few times at 15% rate increase and largely delivering nothing extra. But that's the way of the world. We don't stand alone on that. So I just want to wish everyone around the table good luck, because we're certainly going to get some feedback after today.
Good luck. I love it. All righty. Look, thanks, team. Big thank you to all the staff and elected members. No, I haven't forgotten them. No, I can't forget Councillor Booth. Just working around the room. That's all right. So, look, yeah, big thank you to all those involved, you know, from elected members to staff. You put a lot of time, passion, you know, weekend work for staff as well. I really appreciate that. It felt like I had sort of weekend wives being Stacey and Steph at time. Enjoyed all the quality time, and I miss that time as well. That I'll always remember it with fondness. But what was great about that, and I think a few of you have, you know, focused on it, is a lot of these things are driven around single issues. As an example, when we had, you know, those, you know, 100 odd people submitting on the gym, and we filled the, you know, filled the chamber, which I think is fantastic, but it is a single issue. You know, it would have been great if those people were submitting on lots of other things as well, and probably an opportunity that sits with us. You know, as part of the reflection, and 3 years ago I was with Councillor Parker down at the markets, and we had an expletive used towards us, and 3 years on, that same individual actually walked away and thanked us for the engagement, which, you know, it's interesting how things come round, but I think that's the learning from this, is actually when we get away from this environment, whether it be through Facebook Live and something that's comfortable for people to engage in, or out in the community, that's where we really get the gold from the members. So I think that's got to be the model moving forward. We're great at legislative timeframes when we have to consult, but we need to keep consulting. So what does that look like? I know Stephen and the team are keen to do more Facebook Lives. I think challenge you all to be involved. I think it's great when we've, you know, had support from the officers in regard to that on roading and all those sort of things. So I think that's really important. There's a great opportunity, I think, actually, personally, that we need to be having some ratepayer meetings to really get into the grunt of some of this stuff. So I think we should be doing that in this next half of the year, as we, once we've adopted and we are putting in some of these things into practice and updating the community on where we go, because I think that's the lesson for me is it's constant communication. And you know, we have to own that. Just a couple of themes that have come through, and I think there again it's gold. It's interesting what comes through, you know, from accessibility of parks, you know, rates affordability, which didn't actually come through very strongly as far as the one-on-one conversations, interesting enough, with community members, but, you know, around strategic growth, how we fund infrastructure, you know, the revenue review, some of those things. I think we just have to remember where we sit, not get in too much into the weeds, but what are the strategic direction? I think Councillor Scott highlighted that as well. What's the strategic direction we want to set for this region, and how do we, you know, really achieve, you know, from economic growth, putting all that, you know, the enablers in place. You know, how do we turn from, you know, perception, what might be a reactive, you know, perception would be that we're reactive, how do we turn into a proactive council? And there's lots of good stuff that came through yesterday. You know, Graham Wilson incentives, you know, is that something that we can do to attract business? There's some good stuff in there, so I'm really excited about what we can do moving forward. We've got to get through today, but I think we've got to focus on keep working. I've got a couple of suggestions in that around where we can change in the roles of elected members moving forward. I think there's a lot of things that have been highlighted by this, and I'll bring that through on the 1st of July Budget Review Committee, which can probably bring some real focus to deep dive, more of a portfolio approach to how governance supports officers. There's some, you know, lots of issues from climate change through to, you know, asset divestment. There's a myriad of things that I think we should be having a more focused on, and a lot of that sort of come through from feedback from community. So I think, as some have pointed out, we're really privileged to be in this situation, but we've also got to make some divisive decisions. So looking forward to the rest of the day, and I'll now pass to, last but never least, Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel. I guess for me, if you don't know what's going to happen in the future, go back and have a look at what's happened in the past. And I guess I've looked at the 2018-2021 long-term plans and actually the reality of them. And it's been glaringly obvious that actually we've struggled to actually achieve what we've set, those goals that we've set at, or the council had, what council set the goals. It's been very hard to keep within the realms of that, and particularly in the later parts of that where we've been, when I see we have been, we've gone out and we've used balance as the most important part of our consultation. In actual fact, we actually haven't been running balanced budgets, and therefore we have not been doing the prudent thing, and that is the biggest concern for me. And, you know, we asked for 2.5, you're happy with 2.5? Well, actually, we asked if you're happy with 1.8 back in 2018. So I guess for me, let's be realistic. It seems like sometimes it's a bit of a lolly scramble, and it is what it is, and we've been through some trying times. It's very good to see a lot more debate around the table that has been sadly lacking in the past, and that's due to the new triennial, so I thank everyone for that. I thank all the staff that have worked really hard on this particular long-term plan, and there is a lot of work, and I guess we'll get to the end of this and then there'll be something else that you'll need to go on with. For me, we need to get back to the basics, make good decisions and spend the ratepayers' money wisely and get the best value for dollar money. And I am very happy to see that we've got it's quite a challenge for our new CE, but I can see that he's up to the task, so thanks. Thanks, everyone.
It's all in the name. Thanks, Councillor Booth. Can I have a mover and a seconder that we receive a note verbal feedback from, thank you, Councillor Burt, seconder Councillor Jackson. Put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Now, just to kick off, because I just think this is worthy to have two really quick discussions now, so we can get this out of the way. One, I'm suggesting that a high-level principle, does everyone agree that if we add something, something has to come out? So we're not about growing CapEx spend, we're not growing any rate spend today. There has been some requests, but my suggestion at a high-level principle, if someone's had a request, then we need to look to find a saving. Is everyone comfortable with that? We'll debate that down the track. Second thing I want to bring up now, and conscious that I've said I've had a conflict around the decision itself, but I'm conscious moving forward with community feedback and where we sit at the moment that we need to have in the back of our minds, and others have stated this, a plan B in regard to what the heritage and theatre looks like. So my suggestion is that budgets in regard to those projects would remain unchanged, but when the time is later on, and that sits, Brendan, remind me, under community service at the end, that we have a resolution suggesting... Perfect, that's right. So I suggest at that point we put a resolution that the Chief Executive looks to what a plan B would be for the community. Why I think it's important that we make that decision now, if the decision is a no, really conscious that this, and we heard that really strongly through some well-articulated submissions, verbal submissions and presentations, that it's been 2019. And we need to keep these things going. So if there again at a high level if you're comfortable with that, and we'll discuss that at the time, but that means that through these discussions we can perhaps put some of those things aside and just focus on the 70 plus odd decisions that we need to make today. So is everyone comfortable with that? You're more than welcome to talk to that if you wish, but just a, sort of a high level principle that's the approach we take. Yep, cool. Okay, so based on that, I'll now pass back to Brendan and Stephen to take us through the key issues.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nigel. So the PowerPoint's in the room, hopefully people online can see it as well. Diving into report 7.2, like I said before, on page 212 of the agenda. Look, I tend to take the vast majority of the report as read, but what I'd like to do is give you an overview of statistically what submitters have said about the key questions that you posed, and that will, I think, set the scene for your deliberations on those key issues. Hopefully this is large enough for councillors. It's on the hub as well, I believe. For each of the 4 questions, I'll break down what the respondents said. First thing I just want to note is why there are 3 columns on the right there, because I appreciate that has led to a little bit of confusion. The reason for that is that we received 503 valid submissions, the majority of whom engaged with the consultation document that you sent, but some, including the gym, engaged in a different way. So we wanted to break down those statistics in such a way that you could maybe get some more meaningful, a more meaningful idea of what your submitters were saying. So if we look at that first column on the right, number of respondents only, where 92 selected option 1, and that's 29.87%. That column is only the people who responded to the questions that you set. The second column, where there's a 371 at the bottom, those are people that responded to the consultation document, but it includes the people who didn't respond to that particular question 1. And then the third column, where there's 503 submissions in total, it's everyone who responded to the consultation document and those who didn't, and those who made their submission in a different way by not engaging with the consultation document at all. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to break each question down visually using just the statistics of the first column, the people who responded directly to the question, but bearing in mind these percentages don't include the people who who made their submission without trying to engage with that particular document, such as those that submitted on the gym, 132 odd. So firstly, for question 1, in relation to the debt, we can see that option 1, desiring a lower debt cap, received nearly 30% of support. Option 2, which was Council's preferred option, a 2.5 debt cap ratio, received just over 54%. Option 3, setting a higher debt cap, 2.8, received about 5.5%. And option 4, being an other, received just over 10%. Question 2, dovetailing in some ways with the question 1 around debt, was around how far should we reduce our deficit and start paying back debt more quickly. Again, presenting the data with those 3 columns so that you can cut it exactly how you wish and see what you want there. But visually...
Sorry, Brendan, I might stop you. I think we might just and do one question and debate each, because these are, again, the key questions that we've asked. So I might go back to, just go back to that slide first. A question around the 2.5 debt cap, and we might just have some debate around that that we see in front of us, and I'll take anyone to lead that. Councillor Jackson, thanks.
Yeah, given that as elected members we decided that raising the debt cap to 2.5 was the best option, and given that the public have come back to us with over 50% of those people that responded saying that that was the preferred choice, I think that's the way that we should move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Booth.
Look, as I have alluded to in the previous long-term plans, at one point we had, when I became a member, we only had 30 million in debt, and interest rates were, 5 or 6%. And here we are now. I keep talking about it, and I'm not happy with the 2.5 debt level, obviously, and we have run up 200 million in debt in the last 6 years, and that really concerns me because that type of money doesn't get repaid back. So something will need to be sold, and that is what will need to happen. So, and now here we are, potentially we're lining up our ratepayers to spend a third of their money on interest, and that's not on infrastructure, that's interest. So you cannot let your mortgage run away on you, and this is one thing I'm very concerned about, especially when we are unable to, in the first year of our long-term plan, actually meet the targets of our budget. So unless we actually know and live within the means and be honest with ourselves around those numbers, we're never going to achieve that. If we're not going to achieve that, the depreciation, therefore we cannot apportion it towards the infrastructure that it should be replacing. So we need to start looking internally, and obviously I'm concerned that where we started and where we appear to be going, and I can see it's not going to end until next time it's going to be 2.8.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. Councillor Pye.
Given the feedback that we've had from the community, I'm comfortable with 2.5, with a caveat that it is a cap and not a target. And I think we need to prioritise this asset review, and that was one of my frustrations, that it was not done in the last 3-year long-term plan process, and that we need to be looking at selling some assets and getting that debt down as fast as we can.
Councillor Shannon.
Yes, agreed. I'm also comfortable with the 2.5 after hearing on the radio the discussion about mortgages, for example, going to be 600% times somebody's income. That 2.5, thankfully, is nowhere near that. Although at the same time, I do want to see a focus on repaying that debt, and within this plan, I know Mr. Traynor has helped to devise a plan where we do that, because at the end of the day, the greater the gap between what we can borrow up until and what actually our debt is, I think the safer we are long term, and the less that we pay on interest in the future.
Thank you. Over the side. Councillor Scott.
No, I support Councillor Pye's recommendations. I think 2.5, I am actually comfortable with that, but that asset review is absolutely priority. We need to be able to lower our borrowings and pay back our debt, and the way of doing that is actually analysing our current state, and so I will be raising that. This is a matter of urgent business.
Perfect. Anyone else? Otherwise, what I'll propose is, as we go through there, we'll just move a resolution just for the record that we consider these still appropriate. Councillor Pert.
Just a quick one in terms of understanding where we are today. We're not alone on this journey. This is every council in New Zealand. We've got to give context to where we are economically, and underpinned by Councillor Booth's somewhat reticence about what we're doing and why we're doing it. We do need context for people out there that we're not alone on this journey, and it is a cap, it's not a target. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other conversations in this? Otherwise, can I just have a move that we still consider the debt cap at 2.5 appropriate? Councillor Jackson, give a seconder. Councillor Shannon, any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Against? Recorded. Alan Booth. Thank you. Moved. Okay, so thanks, team. So next one is in regard to deficit. I think this is the appropriate time just to get an update on the budget before we have this discussion. So can we crack into that and where we think that is. So that's probably from the Chief Executive and CFO. So I'll ask that you both give us an update. Thank you.
There's been quite a bit of movement, particularly in the 24-25 financial year as we go through audit. I undertook another review of our expenses because I was concerned and I wanted to pull that down, and that has been completed. There are some fairly headline numbers that have moved. So in our subsidies and grants, there's quite a number has moved from 24 to the 25 year, being the theatre and the stadium and some other funding for connected to the Three Waters. Is that correct? Yeah, better off funding. We've also lifted the interest that we're receiving because we have additional cash reserves sitting in our accounts and the interest rates have gone up. The dividend revenue is still as it is and it probably should come back a bit, so we're looking at that today. On our staff costs, we've done extensive look at that, and it is sitting at a similar number to what we had always had. The finance costs, they've been lifted because of the interest rate increases. The depreciation has been lifted. We have understated that for the 23-24 years, so we've pulled that up to what it should be, and it's still maybe slightly more. And the other expenses, there's an additional 1.8 million being put into expenses to cover the costs of the district plan hearings. There was a review done of the cost of those hearings and the budget was insufficient, so that has been added in. The other big item that is in here, and you can't quite see it, is the auditors have requested that we include, you might want to block your ears, Councillor Booth, vested assets into our long-term plan. So we had a debate around how we did that. I did an average of 10 years and it was somewhere in the 2 to 3 million mark. There's quite a period during COVID where it was quite low. The auditors would like us to use the last 3 years. If you take the last 3 years, it's 5.5 million. So when we put that 5.5 million into the accounts, in the 24-25 year, we would have a surplus of 2 million. However, if you take the, and you've got it at 3.9, haven't you?
3.9 in the model.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Andrea and I had another debate with the auditors, and we're sitting at 3.9 because the 5.5, we can't guarantee that'll happen. They want us to do some more work with infrastructure and planning to go what is going on in the city at the moment or in the district. So that gives us 2 million surplus. The next year, when you take the funding, your fees and grants, subsidies and grants come down from 25.9 to 13.2, we go back into deficit of 5.7, and then the next year we have a 1.3 deficit, and then we come back into surplus. So as you can see, the impact of those vested assets is quite significant. The worry is if you took them back out, you would still have a deficit in year one of about 1.9 million. And the deficit in year two, if you took the vested assets out, would be closer to 10 million. So that's the number what we need to give serious consideration to, but that is more reflected in your cash flow. So while the P&L is fine, we've got to put greater emphasis on our cash flow because there's a significant number in this P&L that is non-cash. So anything else to add?
I just caveat that with these are still draft numbers, so there are still additional changes that will come out of today, obviously, and then as we refine a lot of the other lines. So there has been some savings in areas, and so we made essentially 162 changes to budget lines in the expenses alone. So there has been quite a deep dive in all of the areas. So hopefully that will reflect going forward as well.
Councillor Biddington.
Obviously, I'm disappointed about that. But offering what you said last in regards to the cash flow, it's the cash. So obviously, provided we take regard to that as not being a non-cash item, so we're not kidding ourselves, which we have been doing in the past, that should be, I guess, should be fine. But I do not, vested asset is actually a liability to the ratepayer.
Councillor Biddington.
In these forecasts, do we include revaluation of assets that we're going to undertake? And by doing that, are we going to decrease the interest? What depreciation rate are we covering on those assets? Because we're only at a percentage anyway, not the full amount, my understanding was.
So you'll see a line down under other comprehensive income that has revaluations that essentially we've estimated that that's what those would be, and the depreciation on those is roughly about 2% on average.
So what this is signalling is we're going into a revaluation regime of valuing certain assets in year one, other assets in year two, no assets in year three, and then we start the cycle again. So every 3 years, those assets will be revalued. It will push up depreciation as we go through. As you revalue, the holding amount of the asset lifts. Depending on what then we do with the useful life of it, will determine whether the depreciation goes up and down. So the useful life could change, but the majority of the time it won't. The other one that you need to see is on the forecast for this year. It is not pretty, 15.2 million deficit. However, in saying that, the vast majority of that is down to about 4 different lines that officers don't have as much control over as you would expect. So our subsidies and fees, they're significantly down. It's 10 million, is it? 10 million, and that is the theatre again, the 6 million, which has been pushed out to the next year, and some of the stadium and other subsidies that we receive. The other one is the 1.9 million of revenue that was put in for Peel Forest, which is a significant chunk of this 15 million. And the other 2 lines is the finance costs were understated in the budget. However, it is partly offset by the interest received, but not fully. And the other one is the depreciation again was under budgeted. So when you look at these accounts at year end, the ones that we can really control, such as staff costs and other expenses, they're going to come in basically on budget. So the ones we control, have full control over, are coming in quite well. The other ones, we've got to get better at budgeting them. And particularly the timing of the CapEx, because they're linked.
Righty, I think based on that discussion, we can probably feed back into the second question now, Brendan, which is how fast should we reduce our deficit and start paying back debt more quickly? So is everyone comfortable with that? Sorry, did you have a... No, okay. So we'll go back to slides to Brendan and then we'll debate that one.
Thank you. I'll provide the statistical overview. Feel free to ask any questions or if you want me to break it down any other way. So for question 2, again, just looking at the numbers for those that responded to the question, which doesn't include all of your submitters. For option 1, seeking to repay the deficit faster, just shy of 8.5%. Those that were expressed comfort with the proposed option 2, 63.5%. Option 3, slower, looking to have a lower rate rise and offset that with higher debt, I believe, and paying the deficit off more slowly. That's just over 16%, and option 4, other, 12%. Yep. Do you want me to pause there or go on to question 3?
No, we'll pause, we'll debate them one by one, I think. So, comments around question 2, team, based on update on budget, and I know you're still digesting some of that. Question is, are we still comfortable with our preferred option, which is 15%, which is option 2? Jump in, Councillor Pye, thanks.
I mean, ideally, I'd like to see it lower, but I don't want it to be lower when we, just to cut our nose off to spite our face, to be honest. I'm possibly comfortable with 15% this year. I think we've got a lot of work to do, and I'm hopeful that we can have it far less in future years. And the reason why I'm hopeful is because of what you've just delivered here, that shows some massive improvement in the work that's been going on. So thank you.
Yeah, I think you're great. Work in progress. Councillor Jackson, thank you.
Yeah, a bit like Councillor Pye, I'm not comfortable with 15% rate rises. No one is. But at the same time, I don't want to see the levels of service drop. So, yeah, I'm with option 2 on that one.
Thank you. Any Councillor Booth?
Yeah, obviously, providing we're actually looking internally and seeing where we can save money ourselves and being, very considerate around that ratepayer dollar. I mean, some of the escalations are massive over the last 6 years, and we need to pull those in and actually look internally, just like anyone's business. Thanks.
So this isn't about setting a rate, it's just around agreeing with the movement that this is our preferred option. So any further discussion? Are we comfortable with that? I'm happy to move that this is still our preferred option. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Oliver, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Perfect. Question 3. Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you. So question 3 asked, have we got this balance of spending right over our 10-year plan? And it's looking philosophically at the split between physical infrastructure and community infrastructure. Of the submitters that responded to this question, 36.5% preferred option 1. They said no, it should be more in favour of infrastructure. For example, a hypothetical 90-10 split. 47, just shy of 48%, preferred option 2, saying the 80-20 split was about right, and that was Council's preferred option. Option 3, the other way, saying that there should be more investment in community facilities relative to physical infrastructure, with a hypothetical 70-30 split in favour of infrastructure. That was supported by just shy of 8%. And then option 4, other, just over 7.5%, noting that those that express an opinion for other didn't necessarily provide a particular breakdown for that. Pause at that point.
Perfect. Debate on this, and this is fascinating, this one. I think, I took the ones, the other out, and the numbers to me are 47.8 support the 80-20, 36.5 support the 90-10. So my thinking on that is actually the feedback that we're getting is that it's a skew towards the core, which actually brings your skew away from an 80-20 to more to an 85-15. That's what with my analysis, and I know we'll all be slightly different, but actually that's, to me, what we are hearing from that data. But looking, and if you based that on our capex of 650 million, that would actually bring your non-core capex down considerably from a 131 into under 100. Depends, you know, which way you skin the cat, so to speak, but that is actually a theme that to me is coming through. So interested to hear people's thoughts. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, yeah, I think you're quite right in what some of this actually tells us with some of our what the community tells us are non-core assets I'm still not convinced that it's not necessarily that we don't do those other things. It's the price tag that's put upon those things that then does bring it closer to that 85-15 like you're talking about.
Thank you. Who's don't want to? Councillor Booth, thanks.
Yeah, look, I guess between that, anywhere between those two numbers, but I guess it should be based on the depreciation collected on that asset. So, for instance, if it's water, we're depreciating at a certain rate, and that money should be going towards that replacement process or for those assets. And then if there's a major item that needs done, the money is borrowed, particularly for that project and over a period of time regarding, depending on the life of that asset. It should be really, you know, I look back and there was a water report done on when during Three Waters, ECAN did the report around the asset, what the councils had spent in the South Island over the life, and we'd actually been over-investing compared to all the councils in the water infrastructure. So, in other words, we've been depreciating, but we'd actually be spending a lot more than that in putting pipes in the ground, and which probably should continue. But anyway, I think it's about right.
Can I just respond to that for a minute? Our depreciation is in 24-25 is 36.8 million. That's significantly lower than our capital. So, and my view on that is that we have not kept our revaluations up to speed. That is why our depreciation is so low. But on the other hand, if it was higher, it would mean the charges out to our community would be a lot higher as well. So there's a balance in there that needs to be heavily thought about. So if you went back to just a depreciation amount, you would go backwards on your infrastructure quite significantly.
You need to collect that depreciation in the first place, so you've got it. But also they're always spending extra over and above and then paying that off.
Yeah, and that PwC work, that was it wasn't ECAN, it was commissioned by the Mayoral Forum to give balance to the Scottish water sort of conversation that was coming through central government, and agree that we were spending at a higher level, but also there was probably a few in that have been found wanting as far as their investment level as well. So, but I agree with you that we still need that core investment. So any more thinking on this? Councillor Jackson, thanks.
Yeah, I'm happy to get some more feedback on this, but I think maybe given, you know, the low percentage of people that actually turned out to vote for this or to choose this option, is it not being skewed quite considerably by the fact that people, a lot of people that submitted, don't want to see the theatre go ahead? So that's skewing that figure there more towards core and away from social. I'm happy to have some more discussion on that.
Yeah, I think some of the feedback, although theatre was, you know, front and centre, there was feedback, you know, on Don't Do the Stadium. There was feedback on, you know, across the board on the non-core, but it still is a representation of, you know, it's a sample of the wider population, and we've got to be careful that we use the data in this on one and not another. Councillor Scott.
I do agree. I think we definitely got the message loud and clear that community facilities are really important to the social fabric of our community. the concerns, the themes we got is like, if I pointed out the theatre, the numbers showed no, or it said you need to do something else. So it wasn't, there was the strong no, don't do it, but there was also a very strong number that said you need to stop and think because of the level of spend. And so I feel comfortable with the 80-20. I think that is the right balance for our community, but the message that came loud and clear was, is the 20% being spent, I wouldn't want to say prudently, but, meets the needs of our community.
Further comments on 80-20, 85-15? Thanks, Councillor Bidding.
I'm with Councillor Scott. If we're going to have a vibrant community and attract people, we need things that they want to come to. Again, the feedback came, the Theatre Royal no, a theatre yes. So we just need to take a breath and see where that lands. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce have offered an option, whether that's realistic or not, I'm not sure. But that was the clear message. We just need to take a breath and work our way through it.
I don't think that's a firm quote, that one. I think we probably need to do a deep dive into the numbers. Like the price, though. Further comments on 80-20, 85-15? Councillor.
Yeah, I'm happy with the 80-20 too.
Happy with 80-20?
Yeah, I'm 80-20.
Councillor Parker.
I also support 80-20 and support what Councillor Scott said regarding community facilities and spend of that money.
Alrighty, so that's strong push for the 90-10, although not a majority. Are we happy?
Can I make a comment on that? How I think I'm interpreting Councillor Scott is the 20, can we get more for it? And can we spread it more over the 10 years? Because it is actually quite front-loaded. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I still think the community's actually said that it's 85-15, but that's fine. Happy to take a recommendation. And would someone like to move a resolution on this? Councillor Piddington, second. Further discussion, debate on that? No, Councillor Pye, you look like you.
I just wanted to reply to Councillor Piddington that whilst we take that breath, we do not want to pass out holding our breath.
Okay, resolution is 80-20 as we went to consultation with, put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, thank you. Move now to question 4. In this, yeah, we'll go through and then we'll bring in the fees and charges afterwards. So thanks, Brendan.
Dovetails nicely. So question 4, the last substantive question in the consultation document, was looking philosophically at how the fees should be set over the next 10 years, the rates of them. Option 1, in terms of limiting the fee increases, received, again, just from the people that responded directly to this question, just over 18.5%. Option 2, Council's preferred option, was to shift towards a slightly higher user pays model, received just shy of 63%. Option 3, towards a fully user-paid model with no subsidy from general rates, just under 11%. And option 4, other, I think that reads 7.77%. I'll pause there.
Thanks, Brendan. We'll take comments or questions on question 4. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. Yeah, what I read with the feedback here was that the higher user pays was an in principle yes, with discretion applied. That we didn't want to, which is largely, I think, what officers have always done, but and that we didn't want to exclude people due to cost, and we didn't want to do something out of business due to cost, so to speak. But where there was the ability to recoup a more realistic fee based on that helps to cover the cost of something, be that because it's used commercially or whatever, that we should. And it wasn't, and it's not entirely clear, I don't think, well, to anyone out there when you go through the lists, is this actually the case? That's what I took from the submissions, the feedback.
Anything else on that? Otherwise, Councillor Booth, thank you.
I guess we did have submissions around some of the costs that people were concerned about in fees and charges. And obviously, again, we need to look internally and to make sure we're doing it as efficiently and cost effectively as we can. And when you just don't have a number where someone has to operate within, the numbers just gets completely out of hand. So it needs to be pulled in, and I think people expect value for money, and we just cannot keep going up because we haven't got the right people, we haven't got enough people, those sorts of things. We need to deal with that, set targets, keep those prices down, and most importantly, do things in a timely manner.
Great, thank you.
I'll make a comment on that. I think this is the mandate to do this revenue review. And I think that the first port of call is actually the costs that actually are user pays, that we are covering our costs, which automatically brings into it a bit of a look at the cost as well. So they go hand in hand. And as John Shirtcliffe said, there are certain things that have got legislative requirements around them and rules around them, so we're going to make sure we follow those. And I think this is giving us the mandate to have a really good look at the whole lot rather than just adding a percentage each year.
Yeah, agreed. So as far as question asked, again, so we're comfortable with that to adopt high user pays philosophical approach. I'm here to move that. Councillor Parker, any further discussion on that? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against carried. Question 5, we'll pass. Do you want to speak to any of the general feedback? Anything
No,
else?
I don't think it's necessary insofar as it was anything else, and a lot of that feeds into the other group of activity deliberation reports. One thing I would just note, the Chief Executive mentioned the revenue review. There's a recommendation under number 3 about Council considering undertaking and appropriately resourcing that, if there's any discussion that you want to have on that.
No, perfect. So I was just going to draw attention, and thank you, Brendan. 212, which has got the 3 resolutions. So receives and considers the community feedback. Done, resolves to make amendments, key issues, which we've done. We've isolated those one by one, and considers the revenue review. Probably the question is around how that will be resourced, so I might just throw to the Chief Executive to make comment on that before we go to questions.
So there needs to be a mix of resource on this. We need someone that really understands rating and legislation. We're also, the starting point also is getting our internal charges up to scratch. When you look at our internal charges, they haven't been reviewed neither for a long time, so we are going to be bringing in an extra accountant just for a fixed period. And we've got a person locally in mind who used to work at council, so more than capable of doing that work. And then that'll lead to each department having the right costs in the right place, and then we can stand back and go, okay, so what percentage of this is public good versus fee for service, and then bring that back. The rates review itself will need a different resource, and that different resource really needs to stand back and have more of an economic lens on it as to what are the pros and cons of the different types of rating, and also what are the pros and cons of differentials. And that really needs to come back to council to have a debate on that before we consult, because to me, the rates are one of our tools in our toolkit to actually incentivise different different strategies within the district. Yeah. So we are resourcing it up. We're trying to resource it up internally.
I just wondered if it'd be useful for councillors and the public if from this LTP we have an action list like we do in our meetings, and so we can get regular updates on where we're at, because it seems that there were a few from the last plan that just didn't happen for various reasons, but there was no visibility for councillors or the public on that.
Yeah, and that's my discussion around the portfolio approach to TAG governance, member to some of those things as well. Now, this might be a challenge for those doing budgets, but I remember 3 years ago that we put $100,000 aside for this exact purpose. We didn't do the revenue review, so is that 100,000 still sitting there within our budget? So we would have at the time rated for it, and it would have been sitting in a budget somewhere, but was unspent. So otherwise it'll come through as a saving, I'm sure. Councillor Piddington.
I guess as part of the revenue review, maybe there's some simplifying. When you go through those fees and charges, if I use the stadium at Orangi Park for example, you know, there's a $2 difference of whether you use gas or electricity. Bundle it up. If you hire the stadium, that's the charge, because surely back of house admin trying to work out whether they used gas or electricity, you know, some of the stuff in there just needs to be simplified. That's your cost if you hire a venue, bang. Not sort of 20 bullet points, how you use it, why you use it type scenario. And that will just help everyone, I would have thought.
Thank you. Further comments on this side of the table? Team Urban? Anything to add? So I don't want to make it competitive. Alrighty, all good?
My only
Thanks,
feedback
Councillor.
and comments too is just around that revenue review, and I think again that's a key priority, and we have said it through our you know, spreadsheets that's been presented that that's what we will do. So I support Councillor Pye. It gets on an action list and we get on with it.
Yeah, look, and we did discuss after the LTP very early on launching into this, and the Three Waters was the challenge because we didn't know whether it was going to be in and out. Councillor Jackson.
This is not where we're discussing individual user pay stuff, is it? No, thank you.
It's all good. So we'll go to recommendations 1, 2 and 3. I'm happy to move those. Can I have a seconder for those 3? Thank you, Councillor Piddington. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So now I just want to pivot off the agenda and I want to walk us through the fees and charges so we make sure that we cover that. Perfect. You lead me in, Councillor Jackson. So if you go back into the hub and pull up your fees and charges schedule, and I'm going to be led by you, team, if there's something significantly that you want to raise. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I just had a wee issue around cemeteries.
Yep, no, perfect.
For a single plot. And I know that across the board we're looking at 15%. This is way over 15%. I'm just trying to find out why they've gone up so much. So for a single plot, $1,340 up to $2,000, and ashes have doubled from $300 to $600. So just wanted some clarity around why that's gone up so much, please.
Yep, no worries. We will... Is there someone there? Andrew, have you got are you able to talk to that one? So it's under parks, effectively. Do we have someone that could comment on the cost of death? Just an increase in fees and charges in regard to the cemetery. You need Bill? We are, but that's right. We'll start at the beginning. Oh, here's Bill. Oh, perfect. Welcome, Bill. So question is around the cost of cremation of ashes is raised from 300 to 600, and also the single burial plot.
So, simple explanation, there used to be a separate charge for a concrete beam that has been included in the purchase of the plot now. So you paid for it anyway, but it's just been combined.
It's an all-in-one charge. It's a good theme, Councillor Piddington, isn't it? I like that. Thank you, Bill. That's perfect. Councillor Jackson, you happy with that? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we're just going to flick through it relatively quickly. Don't want to spend tons of time, but if there's something, I know we've had debate about this, if there's something, a particular question, bearing in mind, I know that within environmental services, we're going to pick up the likes of the Rooney submission and some of those things as well, so there'll be further time. But I just want to flick through this because come 1st of July, you won't really get another opportunity, so we need to nail this now. So we'll just go through one by one. I'll call them out. Airport.
That question that was raised in the submission about the separation of commercial and recreational, does this feed into this, or?
No, I think, no, good question. So I think that, jump up, Andrew. So I think that's probably part of a review of those. So we probably need to set these fees, but also it's a review off to the side because you're not going to do that in time. Andrew.
Yeah, the fees and charges that you're seeing in the book are for casual usage. We do have a lot of other commercial agreements, I guess, for bulk users. That applies to Air New Zealand, to a number of the business operators out there, but also the likes of the Aero Club and Gliding Club too, who have large volumes of landings. We have a commercial arrangement with them as well. But I agree with you, it definitely does need to be reviewed, because I think that, there is room to move.
And I think a lot of those submissions were actually more focused on specific leases of hangars as opposed to fees and charges around the review. So, your Councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, we've been putting fees and charges up for the last 3 or 4 years, but it's not being reflected in the balance sheet and the income. So, are we actually, there's a problem there. So, we constantly not making our budget, which we've set, which is fees and charges. So, I'd be interested to know whether we're actually physically charging that stuff out and collecting everything as it should be happening, or is there a drop-off in the usage?
No, great question. And those sorts of things, how I described for the 1st of July around sort of budget review, I think there's an opportunity for elected members with a budget review committee to do a deep dive into some of those sort of things in a cyclical manner that will probably give us better oversight. So that's sort of my thinking on that, but happy to be challenged. But I agree with your thinking, 100% on board. Yeah, so airport, we got to A, we're still in A. Animal control? No. We'll go to dog impound fees, art gallery. Councillor Piddington.
Just with the art gallery, and it goes for other things, it seems to be awfully cheap for a corporate to have the main gallery for $100 a day. I just think some of these things need to be defined and then just make community 50% of that charge or whatever. Just have a look at the charges. Are they appropriate now? And
a tiered system.
Yeah.
No, corporate should be paying the corporate rate, agree. Yeah, so how do we achieve that through this fees and charges based on today? Do you want to, so maybe as a action that these, because we've got till Tuesday to be with audit, so these need to be set.
Look, it doesn't have to be done, sorry, I'll explain. I don't think we need to do it this year. It needs to be an action for next year. So around some of these fees and charges, they're appropriate.
Yeah, it can come up through the revenue review. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Not start with, what it's costing to provide that service.
Yeah, no, agreed.
And so therefore we work out what it is and then we collect enough money to cover it because we're not a money-making operation, we're simply providing the service.
Yeah.
So we need to know, so these rates, these fees need to be set by the demand of the money.
Yeah, agree. Perfect. So building control. Yeah, Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, just a clarification really. I asked this last time we looked at that, is those bands, for example, work with a value of less than 20 grand. What we're saying here is that there's effectively been no inflationary cost on work that you do there, and I'm just conscious that there's a bit of a self-imposed bracket creep thing going on here, that the work with value less than 20 grand may have been a whole lot of work last year or even the year before that. Should that be work less than 25 grand, for example? Should that not move as the fee moves as well?
Yeah.
It looks like my, through your worship, it looks like my building control manager has conveniently left the room about a minute before I needed him. Can you repeat the question?
Well, it's really with regards to each of those brackets. For example, the first one, work with a value of less than 20k, last year was 227, this year it's 348. No, so I'm not necessarily talking about recovering the costs, so to speak, as much as I am about the relevance of that 20k. Should that now be 25 this year, for example? Should it be moving, or are we imposing bracket creep on each of our users there of consenting services? Is the 20k still relevant?
Good question, because we know that the costs of building have gone up significantly in the last couple of years. But they are a band for capturing an application fee, and we are increasing the fees incrementally as we go over time. So we increased them, I believe, in the last annual plan by, I think it was 5%, and we're looking to increase again on this occasion, I believe. So we are moving the application fees up within those bands. Whether or not those bands remain relevant is a good question, and we can go away and have a look at that. Yeah. With that, I mean, if Jason was here, I'm sure he'd have a far more accurate answer, but that'd be my view on it at the moment.
You could effectively go back and have a look. When was the last time that changed from 20k? If it's been 20k the last 10 years,
yeah. And I suspect it could even be set.
Here he is.
Welcome.
Oh, finally.
Am I saving the day?
You are.
I just poured a coffee.
That's it.
All right. So what's the question?
Are the bands still relevant given the increase in costs of building? Or are they set by regulation?
No. So they're not set by regulation. They are how we've managed to try and break them down in terms of the various dollar values for a consent and the amount of work that's sort of involved with a consent to those values. Pretty much. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It's just my question is, does it take into account effectively inflation since for as long as this has been 20k? Because this might have been a whole lot of jobs that fell into that.
So should 20k now be 30k?
Should it be 30k, for example?
Oh, not necessarily. No. So the 20, between 20 and 100 and so forth is not, or rather is just a consent value, all right? So that's essentially the value of the project. So when someone applies for their consent, the value will be, the work is going to be X, whatever X is, right? So
how we've broken it down is that, so the work that's up to that value of work, the work that we would do in a regulatory space would be captured in those different price brackets. So lesser value of the work, generally, lesser amount of work that's involved through the processing and approval process of that consent.
So you're comfortable at the moment that the costs are captured?
Yes, I believe they are, yeah.
Councillor Pinnington.
Just one question, I'm not sure whether it's a mistake or not. Earthquake-prone buildings, everything else has gone up and it's gone down $40 on page 12?
Yep. That's mainly because that project is coming off the peak of the project itself. So the work that's involved now is tapering away. The work that's involved is generally less than what it was initially. Certainly now that the priority buildings have been assessed, established, the information that we've received from some of them is coming through, but the workload is sort of tapering off, so to speak. And so what we've learnt over the years since we've been working through this project is looking at, as we do with everything, is we work through and look at what is the work that's involved at our end, because to start with it was a bit of a...
So you've become more efficient?
Absolutely.
Thanks. End of question. Thanks.
You know, that's really good to see. And I think moving forward, part of the revenue review, there's a higher level discussion around, philosophical around the value of building, and that's come through with some of the submissions, and I think we need to have that conversation into the future. So thank you. Anything more on building, Councillor Booth?
Yeah, Jason, just wondering how much are you involved in regards to the budget, and is your department actually recouping the cost to run your department with fees?
So two questions. First question, am I involved? Absolutely. Second question, do we recoup? Yes, we do.
Okay, so you're covering your costs with the current fees?
Yep, so following Councillor Piddington's remark on my previous reply, keeping it short, yes, we do.
So we don't need to increase any fees then?
I would add, Councillor Booth, that we are generating less revenue because consent numbers are down because of people are doing less work, and so there's less consents coming through the door. So for example, we're approaching 900 consents for the end of the year. I think we're about 850 at the minute, so we might be just over 900 at the end of the financial year. Previous to that, normally would be 11 or 1,200. So that's a significant chunk of revenue that's not there, but that's dependent on the market.
Yeah, okay, so you're increasing the numbers so as you can cover that drop in activity then, by the sound of it?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. There's increase in costs in terms of all sorts of things that need to be covered. We're not increasing the fee to cover the loss in revenue, if that makes sense. So regardless of how many consents come in the door, the revenue will be based on that number. The fees and charges are a reflection of the work that's involved to process those consents, not to increase it because we've got the consent numbers are down, so to speak.
So, but it's covering it's washing its face?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Brilliant, and great to see that work's been done internally within your group. That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to hear. So we're going to move through to cemeteries. We've covered that, I think. Jace, you're probably, thanks team, probably dismissed. Facility hire Alpine. Sorry, Councillor Pinnington, did you want to talk about the bundling of those fees sort of briefly, potentially?
Yeah, look, talking to users, they're just simply like a fee for hiring the stadium, not plus, because it kind of gets, and I accept there'll be some winners and losers, but when you define a couple of dollars difference for using gas or electricity, it just seems to Yeah, make it less complicated. If you just have a higher charge, that's it for the hour. You get access to the toilets, the changing rooms, the heating, the lights. Just seems to make more sense.
Thank you. Yeah, Beth, thoughts on that?
I've got my colleague Nicole with me as well. We have recently started conversations around what streamlining some of those like. So that's across the board for all of our hall hires, not just specific to the stadium as well. So that would take into account an averaging out of gas and electricity charges. We've done away with bonds, and we're trying to make sure that it's easier for the user so that it doesn't affect our bottom dollar. We'll be averaging out across the course of the year to make sure that we're still accounting for variations within that.
That sounds perfect, Beth. And I meant for the halls as well. The stadium was just one that people had brought to me.
No, perfect. Councillor Oliver, did you have a question in that? No, you're all good over here. No, that's cool. Perfect. Thank you. So I'll just say we've covered the community facilities in that regard. We'll move us through to page 22, which is Pleasant Point Gymnasium, Pleasant Point Town Hall. Just keep same stuff here. So we'll go now to get past that. Halls, fishing huts, page 28. Lease transfer, etc. Probably some of these things are tied up with management plan review and some of those conversations ongoing. Everyone comfortable with that at this point? Yeah. What have we gone from? It's interesting. Permanent resident 1095 to 1110. It's good value for money. Yeah, Councillor Booth.
Again, is that covering the costs of delivering the services we provide? And also any liabilities potentially we should be considering going forward, because we need to reflect those.
You know, further review, and I think they'll get picked up in the next 12 months, but go for it, Nicole.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillors. Councillor Booth, yes, the fishing huts are set up, both Strathiona and the Rangitata, to be self-funding. So we look previous to the costs for the year, and that's river openings, electricity, rubbish, lawn, mowing, grassed areas, everything is then built into the fees and charged on. Anything, we try and actually build up a little bit of an extra pot of money for anything that comes out of nowhere. So the cut holders do pay for anything down there, but we haven't got funds aside for any large works, and that is something we're addressing in the management plan that's coming up now. So it's live at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, depreciation issue. We need to recognise what the liabilities are going forward and start charging for those now.
Yes, yeah. So we own the land, but we don't own the fishing huts. Those buildings actually belong to the owner, the people that lease the land under them. So they have a responsibility when and if anything changes in that regard, they remove all of their property and leave. Now, whether that's going to happen at some point in the future, I don't know. But the only bit that we really have any skin in the game is actually the campground area, and we own the ablution blocks and those items in there. So, yeah, they're separate and classed as campgrounds.
Rangitata are about to go through a review process for the management plan out there, so that'll sort of tackle some of those things at the same time. Infrastructure group administration fees, page 29. Thanks, Nicole. We'll keep moving. LIMS. This gets taken up later on in one of the decisions, as well as around that information provision, isn't there? That I think that's tackled in one of the items, so we can probably address that then. We'll keep moving. Library. Yeah, Councillor Piddington.
Talking to, apologies.
No, you're right.
Why have the limbs gone up so much? And on my understanding, they're computer generated now, so the cost of might be simplistic, pressing a couple of keys and sending it off. And I am a real estate agent, so I am interested.
Perfect.
So these fees were set before that system went live. So once we've got the system, and the system's still being implemented, for want of a better word. And once we've got that done, we need to then look at what is the cost of doing that.
Accept that, but they've gone up 34%, which
Yeah,
is...
because limbs are really, really time-consuming in the old world.
But they must have been time-consuming before as well. I'm asking why it's gone up 34%.
Yep, correct.
What does the new world look like, Justin?
Well, through you, Chair. Our go live is Thursday for the new LIM system. So what we expect is less time doing the admin and collation of the actual paper, more time spent making sure the data is of a real high quality. So we might not see a massive reduction in cost, but the speed at which the LIMs produced should improve, and the quality of data that we're putting out, we can hand on heart say will be a lot better, and it's self-cleansing as it's going forward. And I think also the visibility for managers to see the actual cost involved should hopefully increase too.
Cool, thanks, but it is a steep rise. Thanks, Justin, and great to see you in the hot seat. It feels like IT's been missed through the LTP a bit. Not a lot of submissions on information technology, but that's all right. Where are we? LIM, Ladder Street, Car Park Land Transport. We've got to library. Yep.
Sorry, I find it interesting that we need to specify one page and double-sided, but we seem to have got it wrong in the A3 colour, and we're charging $1.50 and $3 per page. It is just a typo.
Oh, right. I can also...
Want an answer, I was just pointing out we've got a typo in there and it's not clear what we will charge per page for A3 colour.
Thank you. And I can confirm that some work has been done post the initial drafting of this, and the reviews around that has incorporated some increases in charges as well.
It's a two-tiered option, whether we like you or not. $1.50, $3. No, that's great, thank you. So licence fees, lots in that. Some of those tie back to some of the questions that we're considering later as far as the submissions, etc., which we can address then. Go through to museum, which is on page 38. Motor camps 39. Parking. Councillor Jackson, he's been waiting.
Just was a bit curious about, it's great that we're leaving the on-street meters in the CBD at the same level, which is great to encourage people to come into town, I guess, and park. But I've just seen that down here we've got, is it Keynes Terrace has gone up 60%, from $1 to $1.60. Why is that?
I would say the answer is just because it's been out of whack with the rest. I think it's been quite inconsistency, those 23, 24.
Oh, yeah, so it's just all gone up to $1.60?
Yeah, I think it's just consistency in price, so I would say that's probably the answer. Everyone comfortable with that? Planning now, resource management fees. Oh, we are on page 41, Councillor Booth. We're on, it's planning on 41. 41, I think? Yep. Cool. Research and information services charges, 43. Sewer, 44. Social housing. Bearing in mind, we can, I just want clarity on this, we can make changes because these sit under the Residential Tenancy Act as opposed to our Act here, isn't that correct, Nicole? So we can make changes through the year on the, just a nod's fine, it's cool because that's obviously part of review. I still think there's even a short-term opportunity in there, but happy to work through that as part of the review. Is everyone comfortable with that? Councillor Booth.
We're working through a 17A report.
Yeah, we are.
So, yeah, I guess we'll have to leave it with that.
Yeah, happy to park. Cool. Thank you. Move now to sports grounds on page 47. Some increases there. All good. Stormwater, 48. Swimming pools, Councillor Jackson.
Was just a bit curious about, seems to be a bit, again, as Councillor Piddington was saying, a bit confusing and probably unnecessary, but we've got one preschool under 5 years with a paying adult, no charge, right? Adult $6. I'm just talking about the Geraldine, Pleasant Point, Temuka pools, but the same applies to Sea Bay, but of course it's a bit more expensive. And then we've got down here family group admission, adult with 2 preschoolers under 5, but it costs more. It just seems a bit confusing. Can we not just have preschoolers free?
Adult in a preschool. What's that? It's a very good question. Mike. Perfect. Welcome, Mike.
I was actually looking through other councils' fees and charges, and that's one thing that did jump out. So potentially that could be an option that we look at, that preschoolers do enter for free. Absolutely.
Then adult. Happy with that change, team? Yep, cool.
Can I move that?
I think we'll just note it, doesn't need to, it'll just be noted as the changes. Yep, thanks, Mike. Brilliant. Too easy. Move now to water, page 52. Waste minimisation, page 53. All good on that. There's a bit sitting under that. Is there any questions on any of that, those waste streams, etc., special waste streams? No, I think you're off the hook, Grant. Looks all pretty good. No, so that's fees and charges covered. Oh, sorry, Councillor Oliver.
Sorry, I just overlooked. I had a note here regarding cemeteries. The Arundel Cemetery has a surcharge of $1,100 now. Last year it was $0. I'm just wondering how that's come about.
Oh, yeah, I did pick up that actually. Yeah, increase in Arundel Cemetery. Bill.
The Arundel Cemetery. I know it's pretty stony out there, Bill, but
straight to the river, isn't it, almost?
It's a combination of stony. You can only get single depth because of the stony. It has to be shored up, and so you have to build a shoring around it, leave that in, and also the travel costs are higher to get there.
Yep. Give some thought to your last resting place. Fantastic. So that's taken. Oh, Councillor Booth. Yep.
Going back to waste.
Yep.
Just are we covering our costs? How does that vary? Should it not vary every year depending on our carbon credit liability cost? Especially, it should be like that number, what we have to pay that year for the annual, and then plus whatever the cost of the services, shouldn't it?
Grant, and maybe you'll grab Andrew as well, or might be more Andrew, but come on in, Grant. So did you hear that, Andrew? Do you want to just repeat that, Alan? Thanks.
In regards to the waste charges and organic, the charge, obviously we have a set fee for our carbon credit liability per tonne we pay. So obviously then there's the cost of delivering the service and the landfill itself and all our services. So it should be sort of a moving target depending on what we've actually landed our carbon credit cost at that for that year, plus the cost of the service.
That is correct. We developed the fees based on those 3 components. So, and waste levy has been the other one. So we know waste levy has gone up and continues to rise. That's the government charge. And then the carbon credit side of things. We estimate the cost of those carbon credits and build that into the fee. We tend to go a little bit on the high side, to be honest with you. But yeah, because we are buying them on the open market, so it does fluctuate throughout the year.
Is it too simplistic for me to think that of that $93, or we're going to 110 this year, that the carbon credit cost us $70, and therefore that 40, how is that other $40 made up?
Yeah. Organic waste is not subject to carbon credits, so that's why there would be, yeah, that's not included.
Whatever is.
Yeah.
That, which one is
also,
it? It's
yeah,
the bricks and blocks and concrete.
they're inert waste again, so they're not, yeah.
Okay.
So the carbon really only applies to waste that goes into the landfill itself. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's the $323.
That's correct, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks, team. Too easy. So what I might just do with fees and charges, I'll just move a resolution that we move those minor changes. Sorry, Councillor Biddington.
Sorry, I was just looking at my notes, going back to the cemeteries.
Yep.
Just quickly, why is a natural burial $300 more than your standard box? I thought it might have been cheaper, smaller hole.
There's no vertical option either.
With the new bylaw, we cater for different ethnic groups, and the land use isn't efficient as otherwise, so they take nearly twice as much space, and you've got to have twice as many beams because you can only have a headstone on one side of them. So you're using a lot more land with those ones than you are with conventional ones. And also digging more holes because you dig a step down beside it.
Andrew?
Perfect. Thanks, Bill. So we'll just move those minor changes. I think it was Councillor Jackson, Councillor Biddington. Happy to second that. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. We'll just take exactly 10 minutes now, and we'll be back at 11:03, and then we can dive back into 7.3, governance and strategy. Kia ora koutou, welcome back. We are now on to 7.3 and that's on page 228, which is governance and strategy, and I will pass to Stephen and Brendan for an introduction and we'll then work through the resolutions. Thank you.
Hello again. This is the thematic feedback we've had covering governance and strategy. We will take the feedback and the report as read, and we would invite any discussion prior to the recommendations, which are numbered at the start of the report.
Fantastic, thank you. Look, just want to reiterate, I think the team have done a great job at picking up most of the resolutions, but just be mindful and work through your list that we're not missing anything as we go. So we can just sort of have some general discussion and then we can work through the recommendations which are on page 228. So is there anything specifically that's not on the front page that we need to address? And I'll just throw to the floor now. Otherwise, I'm happy to just work through them otherwise, if you're comfortable with that. And what we'll do before we sign everything off, we'll just pause and make sure you've worked through all your notes, just so we don't miss anything. Okay, so we'll go back to the front page. One is just receiving the feedback, that's fine. Two is consider collaborating with Environment Canterbury on the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy. I sort of thought we were, but Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I obviously had written some notes and asked some pointed questions over those 2 days around our involvement in the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy, and I felt reassured that whilst we missed one meeting, and I apologise, me and Nigel, I didn't intend to rat you out. I do think it's really important that we are at the table, and so if it means actually having a discussion as councillors as who should the best people be there, then I'm willing to open up that conversation. But, I also asked Environment Canterbury if they are, actively involved in that strategy, and the answer was yes. I've read it. I see who all the partners are. I think we just need to up our game. Yeah, agreed. And there again, as I've sort of discussed, I think that's about governments taking some roles in this that can help support the organisation. Yeah, got some nodding in the back, and that's going to be helping officers as well. So I think that's the key thing through this is, how we sign off decisions and then we leave it to the officers, but what's our role after making the decision? How do we support them? So, okay, that's cool. We'll go now to 3, consider amending the council standing orders to incorporate certain principles of governance. I think the recommendation, I can't collect which one that came through, but there was a recommendation to work with AECL, I think, wasn't there?
I can speak to that, and if necessary, I can pull up the specific submission. Where are we? Bear with me. Thank you. My eyes have just skimmed over it. So one submitter requested that council state some specific, quote, principles of governance and made 4 suggestions of what they might include. Quote, support for free speech, consideration of climate change in financial decisions, English is the prime language of council, and decision-making should be transparent, participative, accountable, and rule-based. The officer commenting that's been provided for that, and I'll just scroll to the particular part. Bear with me here. This is the bottom of page 235 of the agenda. It's page 5 of 6 of the officer commenting. Officers note that some of these principles are already contained in section 1.1 of the existing standing orders. If council wished to include any or all of these quote-unquote principles of governance, then we'd suggest that that would be the document that you'd consider amending and incorporating them as part of.
Thank you. Look, on today, don't be afraid to say no. So if you're comfortable, we don't need to make any changes.
I definitely say no and status quo.
Say no, status quo. I like it. Cool. So Jess, you'll just note and then we'll move them as a collective, unless we need to break something down with conflicts, etc. Consider its role in the future of the Majestic Theatre. So that sits with TDHL. Does anyone want us to intervene in any shape or form? I think it's a TDHL decision. Just should sit there. Any other thoughts on that? Agreed. Okay. So the role is with the owner. So probably just for the minutes is that we consider the role stays with TDHL, the owner of the building. 5, consider continued and additional funding to community boards to enable the implementation of strategic plans. Also, Jen brought up the point around reviewing of strategic plans. Conscious that we don't, and you know, there was initial cost to those strategic plans that we funded, but I think review might be a question for you, Mr. Traynor, is, you know, can we just support ongoing review in-house? And I think I just don't want to add unnecessary cost, and I think once that base document's there,
Yeah, looking at Stephen, because it's going to fall to the team there.
Perfect.
I think we can do that.
Yeah, awesome. That's great. And then so, sorry, everyone okay with that? Yeah. Councillor Shannon, microphone, mate. Thanks.
Sorry. So, continued and additional funding. So we're just going to consider review, not additional funding, regular additional funding?
I know, I haven't got to that yet.
Okay,
so,
sorry.
Yep. No, I just wanted to pick up that point that was raised, which sort of ties to this, so I just didn't want to miss it. So consider continued and additional funding to community boards. So that was picked up by Temuka request to increase that to 100,000 per year. Currently 200,000 in year 3 or over the 3 years. I think there was discussion around, do we raise that to 70,000 per annum, which would increase the total from 200,000 to 210, or is there a will to go to what Temuka's requested, which is 100,000, which would increase our numbers by 90 times 3 to 170,000 over that period. So happy to have discussion around that, bearing in mind the high-level principle of not increasing costs. Brendan, sorry, I'll go first and then we'll go to questions.
Just a very quick interject, sorry. Also, I believe that the Temuka Community Board made reference to the money rolling over year after year.
I was just going to say I'm supportive of the approach of 70,000 per year. I don't actually believe that Temuka and Pleasant Point need that in the first year, and so I think we need to be flexible because we are still doing projects and carrying over the money from the year that we're currently in. And so I think that we just need to be flexible on how we do that, and given how much I'd like to push out of year 1, I think it would be okay for Temuka and Pleasant Point for that money to be in year 2 and 3, because we've kind of got enough to do what we're doing at the moment.
So put it in year 1, but it has the rollover into year 2.
It has the rollover, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go to the rural councillors, including Councillor Piddington first. Councillor Shannon. Oh, you go first, Councillor Shannon, and we'll give the last word to Councillor Piddington.
Oh, I never like giving the last word to Pid. Agree with actually what Michelle was saying there with regard to the next year, because we've got year 1 taken care of. But ongoing, and Councillor Pye also alluded to this with some other activities, that those that have the greatest return, if we can get $6 back for $1, those are the sort of things we're talking.
Next question. That's the next one. You're ahead of yourself.
Oh, damn.
Or do you want to discuss it as a whole?
That's not about
No, the targeted rate's separate. So there's the strategic fund, which is the...
That's what I'm talking about.
The 200. Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about the return on that investment.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, and we see this in each of the communities, be they Geraldine, Temuka or Point, because the community takes so much ownership of whatever activity that is, that $1 does return the $6, is what I'm trying to say here. And momentum has been gained with the implementation of this strategy. It was slow getting off the ground, but the momentum has been wonderful and it's spawning other ideas. And if you look at, for example, the 30 mil for the CBD, for example, that's, we'll discuss later on. In terms of that 70k, for example, in Temuka, delivers a heck of a lot more than that does in Timaru, for example, because, and it was pointed out by Ethan Richardson that Temuka needs it more than anybody else. So that the return on investment is what I'm trying to say, is clearly greater in the smaller provincial towns, and also taking into account that around those towns there, it represents 20% of the population for the three of them. They're just not little pockets, they're not suburbs, they're a massive chunk of the population, and that 70k goes a heck of a long way with a large chunk of the population for the Temuka Community Board. I could keep going, but...
So you support 70k and rollover, Councillor Oliver?
Yeah, I agree with the 70k and the rollover. I think that's a good idea. We actually struggled to be able to spend all ours in that whole big chunk and to get it done within the time frame we were given. So we're happy to just go with the status quo and make it easy for officers just to...
Gives the option to plan, okay. But
we do support Temuka in the 100k though, just thought I'd just check that.
Councillor Piddington, anything to add?
Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. We'll throw over to the urban divide.
So my question is whether the money that's been allocated at the moment is being spent, and if it's not, why are we increasing that money that is not being spent? So,
So there's plans for it to be spent. Like Councillor Shannon said, we were a bit slow to get off the ground. And so the money from this year, I know in Temuka and Pleasant Point, we definitely have plans for it, and then there are future plans as well for the other money. So it was just getting a bit of traction and getting started.
so to develop that traction to get started, are you better off having your 70k each year or having a lump sum over the 3 years? So then it's not sitting there in year one not being used.
No, that's why they've asked for that rollover function. Yeah, it's no different than our CapEx.
We have started now.
Yeah, and it's supported by the strategic plans, etc. Councillor Jackson.
I'd just like to state that I love Pleasant Point, Geraldine and Temuka, and I'd like to see them get that rollover. Fantastic.
I
Councillor Scott.
had the privilege of actually being at Temuka Community Board and Geraldine Community Board meetings when they were reviewing their distribution of funds, and I thought they doing a great job. Some of the projects, they're under pressure to have them delivered by the 1st of July, and they won't, and that is why it's not that it's not being purposed to something, it's just they can't deliver it by the 1st of July with the rollover. So I do support, I think they're doing a great job. The projects that all three areas have identified will be immense value for the community, and so yeah, I'm supportive of that.
Perfect. I think we've got some consensus there. So if the recommendation, where are we? Yep, so it's recommendation 5 to increase a per yearly figure of $70,000 with
Let's ask a question. Should that max at some point? Like if you have one of these community boards that don't spend anything for 4 years and they've got 280,000 sitting there saying, we've got this to spend.
I think that's...
Is there at some point you say, well, sorry, it maxes?
I think the next long-term plan is you would review at that point, and it'll show in our reserves, won't it? And, you know, bearing in mind that there's reserves sitting for the targeted rates as well, which we're about to get to. But I think the difference is now that actually with the strategic plans, the community's got something to spend it on. But no, you're a very good point. Yeah. Cool. So recommendation is 70 per year rollover, and that internal strategic review can be supported in-house. Comfortable with that? We won't move it now. We'll just move them as a whole. Move now to 6, consider increasing the community board target rate, which was why I got muddled earlier. Apologies. Was it 6 and 7s and 5s and 6s early this morning? So $1 increase, Councillor Piddington. Did you? No. No, Councillor Pye.
I'll just speak quickly for this. This is slightly different to the strategic plan. It enables us to support other groups in our community, which the strategic plan funding doesn't. So it's important for our community.
No, good comment. Cool. So that's a $1 increase across those rates. Comfortable with that? Consider the development of a Pacific strategy. And this is an interesting one. Is there any conversation, comments around this?
I just wondered if other agencies are actually doing this. So my question was, like, for example, Multicultural Araki, I presume have a Pacifica strategy, and I just wonder whether we're trying to duplicate something that's already in place.
And where did, which one was it? Was it through their submission? I can't recall.
No, through Te Whatu Ora.
Te Whatu Ora, that's correct.
So they simply made a comment that council should give consideration to developing a strategy to enable the Pacifica and the community to be able to achieve their potential within the district. There hasn't been much that we were able to add, say Stephen and myself, in terms of officer comment. Beth and Claire probably know a lot more about that area than us, so over to them.
Yeah, cool. Happy to hear. Thanks, Beth.
Through you, Mr Chair, I would consider that this is probably not necessarily the remit of council. I would say that there are community service organisations in the Timaru district that are doing significant work in this space. Council's role may well be to support that and to endorse any strategies that may come out of that work, but I wouldn't necessarily say that that sits within council.
And just to add to that, I would agree with that. The relationships that are already being established between the community development team and those other organisations puts us in a place where we can support the work that they do, but not necessarily have to fund it from the ratepayer funds directly.
Cool. Councillor Parker.
And I totally agree. And going back to the age-friendly strategies, there's many multi-agencies involved with that. Does council necessarily need to lead that? You know, that's for future discussions, but I think being a part of it is beneficial. But the same with the strategy, it's multi-agency and it's all about the communication and working and weaving together. So that's where I sit.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
It's just a general comment about strategies in general and why I probably wouldn't support this, because I feel like we've got a lot and we need to choose what we focus on. But how do we get visibility in this room over all of our strategies and the actions and the progress we're making against them? Because, you know, we have the age-friendly strategy, we have the sport and recreation one and things like that have all of these commitments that we say we're going to do, but we tend to forget about them in this room a lot. No. And I'm not sure whether there needs to be action lists out of those strategies that we can have oversight on.
No, I agree. And that sort of ties there again into the approach that I think we should be taking around governance oversight and involvement. So Pacific Strategy Park, that's a no. Thank you, Beth and Claire, appreciate that. We'll go now to consider its role to enabling a new developed CBD hotel. Comments, questions, comments? Anyone conflicted in this? Councillor Pye.
I am conflicted. I actually think both 8 and 9 sit with the Venture Timaru work that they're doing on a region-wide strategy of where we want to be in 2050 and what facilities we need around that. So.
I agree, and on my notes I had, again, the VT, TDHL, Prime Port led on those two. I don't think that's our space.
No, comfortable. And is there a role for TDHL at all in any of those? In both?
I'm just conscious, though, anything we bounce out, we say TDHL, TDHL, TDHL. I think we need to be clear what we want them involved with, because they've presented to us they don't actually have too much money to do these things. So if you're talking enabling, fine, but if you're talking investment, there's no chance. We need to be real about that as well.
Yeah.
So my view is that Venture Timaru need to deliver that strategy for a start, which will take time, And then we need to go, these are all the things we want in our community, who's going to deliver it? Is it TDHL? Is it private enterprise? Is it Councillor Booth? And that's the next step. We need the strategy first.
I just wondered, Stu, that Councillor Piddington, just to rebut that slightly, TDHL do have the capability, they're able to borrow against assets, and so at some point there will be times when it makes economic sense to our community for that opportunity. And so TDHL, I believe, have the mandate to look at these kind of things. It's an opportunity.
So for us to ask them, it would be effectively an amendment through a statement of intent for them to look at.
What kind of statements are in there? It's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
opportunities, and you know they.
I think currently they wouldn't be looking at this unless we gave them more of a direction.
Be comfortable giving them any direction
No.
without a region-wide strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Brendan, sorry, did you have a comment too?
Just simply actually to echo those thoughts, and it's sort of answered itself, but to note that the submitters were requesting that council, through a letter of expectation, statement of intent scenario, give that clear direction to TDHL/Venture Timaru if council felt that that was the appropriate steer.
Yeah, and through their conversations with us, it's not top of mind for them to do, so we would have to give more of a steer in that direction. Councillor Booth.
Just considering what's happened in the past probably 6 to 8 years, there have been 4 attempts by private operators to develop a hotel, 3 of which I've done, failed. And the feasibility in a private situation just does not stack up, and so there needs to be a different approach, funding model somehow if there's ever going to be a hotel developed in Timaru, the way I see it.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing your expertise. I appreciate that. And then, yeah, the numbers are tight, aren't they? Righty, I think we've got guidance on that. So as far as actions, would we like an action that we write a letter or inform VT Primeport in regard to these, just so these are formalised in regard to the CBD cruise terminal? As far as an action, are we comfortable with that? Cool. So go back to the recommendations as a whole. There's nothing that anyone's specifically conflicted in. We'll just note, I think, just for the record, Councillor Booth's involvement in CBD developments, but it doesn't stop you from voting on this as a collective. So would someone like to move those? Yeah, Councillor Shannon, Councillor Burt. I'll put the motion now. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Righty. Move now to 237, which is environmental services, and that's item 7.4.
So this is the deliberations around environmental services. This includes things like dogs, building, planning, biodiversity and food. We had a number of submitters yesterday around things surrounding this, so we will take your acceptance of those submissions as read, as well as the report, as well as the written submissions, and we'll invite any questions.
Perfect. Again, we'll start with sort of general discussion if you wish, and then we can all just work through them. What's the preference, team? Do you want to work through them? Work through them? Okay, cool. Alrighty. Ms. Cooper, anything you want to add at this stage before we work through them, or we're just happy to answer questions?
Happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
Okay, perfect. So number 2, the first one is just receive and note, receive and consider. So we'll go to number 2, consider banning dogs from Caroline Bay all year round, with the creation of a permanent dog-free zone at Caroline Bay. Ties slightly, well, it does tie to the bylaw as well, so we'd have to do full consultation, I would expect, to make changes in that regard. but possibly a dog-free zone would be something that we could consider. Comments on that, Councillor Biddington?
I think we've got the happy medium, what we do now. We've got extremes at both end, ban and all year round, but I think most of the population are happy with what we're doing, so I don't think we should complicate it any more than that.
Yeah, Councillor Jackson, there you go, Councillor.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Piddington. I think, there are obviously going to be some instances where some people are going to let the team down, but no matter what we do, that's still going to happen. So, just more education around people doing the right thing down there on the bay, but I think the status quo is good.
Yeah, Councillor Booth.
Suggest we don't make it hard for them by removing the rubbish bins.
No, totally. I was going to pick that up when we talk to bins in general. That's an action later, I think. Yeah, it will be. Yep. So anything more on that? No. All good. So happy with the status quo and that it's reviewed as part. Question was, when is that bylaw? It's been a few years since we've had a full house with dogs and penguins being debated. So it must be coming up, is it?
It's always an interesting time. I think 2028 is the next full bylaw review, but if there's an appetite, we can do parts of a bylaw or chapter before then.
Yeah. Okay, cool. 3, consider allowing ratepayers one free search of data held on their residents once per annum. Did you want to speak to that, the ramifications of that, or how easy is that?
It depends. We hold information in different places, different registers for different plots of land or property. If it's just rating information, I think that's relatively straightforward. If it's the building file for the property, that's possible. We can, somebody can go downstairs and pull up the physical file. But if it's a limb, for example, then that's the whole breadth of the organisation and quite a bit of work to pull together, as was indicated earlier. So it depends what they want.
It's not helpful. Any comments on that, team? Current with status quo? Yeah. Okay. Look, and I would hope officers where something's easy, they're working in a manner whereby they wouldn't charge if it's something easy anyway. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 4 is consider the provision of funding to survey and protect vulnerable areas of limestone outcrops. Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Isn't this part of the district plan process, and our significant natural areas and things have already been identified and funded already?
Yeah, because it was interesting through some of the, I think it was Forest and Bird, around continuing work and identifications of SNAs as an example, and I would have thought there was no continuation because it's sort of been done.
We've done, we've got over 900. It's probably been a decade's worth of work or more, and that's been done under the RMA and has gone through the notification process, and those SNAs now have immediate legal effect in the proposed district plan. The terms of providing funding for SNAs or vulnerable outcrops, we do have a biodiversity fund that people can apply to each year. So I think some of it is covered by that. We also provide advice through a contractor who's Gary Foster, who used to work for council. He actually works for us and working with landowners to help them better understand and manage their SNAs and provide a conduit to that biodiversity fund as well.
Brilliant, thank you. So, comfortable with that's taken up through provision of and/or district plan, etc. So no action required. consider the provision of funding to incentivise installation of rainwater tanks. Quick question, do these need a building consent? I wouldn't have thought they would have. And also, yeah, sorry. Depends.
No, I definitely don't know the answer to that. But I don't know if I have somebody in the room who can help.
Look, my answer, and obviously the building manager would be better placed to answer this, is that yes, water supply is a consideration, and currently rainwater tanks are particularly in rural properties without any other alternative, then rainwater tanks are the solution that the building team accept. There is, just on another front, on the district plan already there is a rule in the operative plan which says you need to have a rainwater tank in the Geraldine Downs area. So yeah, bits and pieces already in place.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
I'm supportive of finding out a little bit more about this idea, actually. And I also just thinking right now, obviously, given the economic climate, not right now, but I do wonder if, like the Biodiversity Fund, we need a bit of a sustainability fund where we can help with some actions like this and get some change, because this will benefit the whole community if people have got rainwater tanks.
Sustainability fund, that's new.
Which was not right now in the current economic climate, but I think it is something we should give us some consideration.
No, and look, I'm just conscious that also Waimeti are doing some work. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect, Gav. Yeah,
Your Worship and I were at a hui at Arawhanua a few weeks ago, and Waimeti are doing some work on that and just getting what it costs, where they can source the tanks, the apparatus to catch the water without ending up with your leaves in your tank and all that sort of stuff. So it would be probably good to have a chat to them and see what they're doing and who they're using and all the rest of it.
We were interested as well. It ties to conversations around AF8 and resiliency and those sorts of things. I picked up on, I think it was through the submission, there was Capity or someone that have a arrangement for subsidised tanks through the tank guy. So there might not actually need to be funding required, might be a conversation directly with a supplier to help support that. Mr. Trainer.
I'm going to show my ignorance. If I came along and I lived in, I don't know, Waiti Road and wanted to put a tank beside my house, I'm not allowed to. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Well, having just got a price to put a building consent together for a garage, one of the stormwater management aspects of that was that I must have a tank. So, again, it depends.
Because it seems such a simple thing to do. And, put the funding to one side of, if a resident wants to put a tank in, why don't we just let them?
I think part of this is communication. So let's work with Waimeti Mackenzie. If you need a 200-litre tank, which helps for resiliency, all those sort of things, the AF8, civil defence planning, then what's an easy process? And so I think that's an action item that we can follow up. Yeah, cool. Councillor Booth.
Is the tank for the purposes of stormwater?
The tanks for the, well, obviously it'd have multiple uses. I'd have to talk to my colleagues in Three Waters about whether or not it could be an emergency supply for drinking water. That's a no. Yeah, I figured as much. But in an emergency, I'm sure that's what everybody would, if needs must, that's what you go to. But for watering your garden and other functions, flushing your toilet, whatever it might be, if you've lost water supply, then those tanks are perfect. Yeah.
So if you run out of water, don't go to Paul's place. Any other comments? I think we've sort of got an action there. Councillor Burt.
You were itching just to jump in.
Oh, sorry, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of some, dare I say it, context, Stu, around answering a question, does something require a consent? As Paul quite rightly pointed out, it depends. It depends, A, on the size of the tank. It also depends on its use, as you've discussed, and the purpose of what it is you are using the water for. So There's no definite answer, yes or no. It simply depends.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity, because I would assume a smaller size tank would be less, there'd be less requirement for consent.
Certainly. So again, depending on the size and depending on whether it is supported by the ground or whether it's supported by some kind of other structure, is dependent on whether the consent is required or not.
Yeah. So there's an opportunity to work with our following other councils. What does it look like to emergency water supply, water your garden, 200 litres? What's the process to get through that? So I think that's probably the action coming out of that. That's correct? Everyone comfortable with that? Brilliant. Thank you. The world of grey that planning and building operate in, eh? Just depends. Alrighty, rainwater. Where do we get to? Request from a Rooney Group to not increase RMA-related fees and charges. I know there's some commentary, but does someone want to talk to that and around have we followed the process?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think the view is has got some validity, but there are different ways of looking at the issue. What I would say is that this year we have the costs of running the consents team to date has been 1.287 million, and the revenue generated to the same point has been 969,153. So that equates to a 24.7% covered by rates, just over 75% covered by user pays. So, and we've still got a wee way to go, so I'm picking that'll creep up a little bit. So we'll be just nudging over 25% on the rate payout, which doesn't really line up with what council's indicated today, that they want to try and recover around the sort of 85-90% mark. So I think in terms of the amount that's sought, the increase, it appears reasonable on that basis to align it with the revenue and financing policy if that's where it's going to land. If it wasn't, if it were going to be 80%, then I'd say then we're probably okay where we are. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Piddington.
That sounds reasonable to me, Paul, but they say proper process is not being followed. What do you take to mean by that?
I think it hinges on the reasonableness and the transparency of our invoicing and what we're charging for in terms of whether or not that test of reasonableness can be seen or met. And that's a matter of opinion. Rooney Group have a different opinion to TDC, and we have been through this process a couple of times. We could do better. I think we should do better. And we are working to put more detail in our invoicing that demonstrates that line by line. But Hamish can probably speak more to that side of it.
Thanks, Paul. Look, we work through the different provisions, including particularly Section 36 of the Resource Management Act, and as Paul's saying, everything has to be reasonable. And I mean, it's as Paul said, it's not like we're making a profit, so there's probably few boardrooms where I could get away with saying that and be supported. And we're not, to be fair to what's been raised, we're not recovering all the costs associated when it goes external, and that's by design. And look, I mean, I've looked at, spent all last night looking at different fees and charges from adjoining authorities. Look, we're going up to about 160. I mean, Kaikoura was back there in 2023. There's, you know, it's all comparable. So it's not like we're shooting off into the ether here.
Thanks, Hamish. I accept that, but yeah, maybe if you detail on the invoice what you're charging for, they'll understand better. I don't know. I'm happy with that.
I think that's an improvement in service that we should be offering, and we're trying to. Yeah.
Alrighty. So, sorry, Scott.
I still don't actually feel comfortable with that answer, and I apologise, but the question is that they are questioning our process. And I don't feel like you answered that well enough for me to be satisfied that we have followed proper process. You're sort of saying, we sort of have, we could do better. It's either yes or no.
Thank you, Councillor. No, it's not that wasn't what I was meaning. What I was saying was we have been through a process. We've used the consultative process. Our budgets are out there, and part of that consultative process was the fees and charges that we're here discussing right now. So in terms of the statutory requirements, those have been met in relation to consultation. There's clearly a deficit that we need to make up. So I think the issue for Rooney Group is not necessarily the amounts, because we're within cooey of most councils. It's the detail in the invoicing. And I think that is a separate thing to this fee, for setting this fee. That's an operational matter that we need to lift our game at, which is different to setting the fee and whether or not statutorily we've met the milestones that are required in order to do that. If that makes sense.
Essentially, you're saying that this is just a matter of interpretation, because proper process leads you to think that it's connected to the RMA and the requirement to have your fees and charges notified, consulted and everything and out there, and the fair and reasonable aspect comes in on all of them. If the tariff hasn't gone off into the ether, as you've said, then you've met those things, and therefore fair and reasonable sits as an easy thing to prove, really. And it's not just this issue around cost exceptions. It runs through every council, everywhere, all the time, and it's a big part of the job.
Paul, just of that 1.2 million, what proportion of that was consultants versus your staff?
We are reducing that spend. It's going down increasingly. We're not using consultants very much at all at the moment on the consent side. Obviously, we're very heavily dependent on consultants on the district plan review side, but that's a different activity almost. So we're improving. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but we're using them a hell of a lot less than we have done in the past, because all our seats are full and we're getting up to speed.
So you're building your capability within your own team?
Yes.
To ensure that we're not going out paying 3 times what it should cost us, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think what that will do, that will give us an opportunity, possibly when we better understand costs in a year's time, to say, we'll just charge we don't, I mean, the difference between going out for consultants to help and in-house expertise will only be going out for speciality expertise, areas of expertise, rather than the general RMA stuff. So I think that gap will be quite small, quite manageable, whereas in the past it's been a significant gap. Yeah, and the costs have been too high.
Our legal capability now assist with that?
Definitely. Now we've got in-house legal we'd definitely go to an RMA specialist for the highly technical stuff, but less technical stuff, we will definitely use the in-house advice, yeah.
So, well done for going to the other councils to find out what their fees, but when we go through this process of looking at our costs and our revenue, obviously this is one that we're going to have to stand back and have a good look at, because we also need to look at the other councils as to how much are they subsidising this function with their rates, because that to me is the crucial thing. And I think there's some good tension here between the likes of the Rooney Group and the council keeping this in line. And I think that tension will always be there, but we've just got to make sure our process is bang on, but also that we have got it set right. So I think there's work to be done here.
Perfect, thank you. So you comfortable that covers the discussion? No action required. Now go to consider increasing the biodiversity fund to per annum to bring it back to where it was. It's been reduced by 50. There was a question from councillors on this, and then there'll be a question later around the climate funding, but it wasn't a number that we were specifically aware of, which makes it challenging for us on a number of levels. So yeah, keen. I'll throw it to the elected members just to have discussion, and if we can pick that up at the same time.
I just have a question. How much of the fund is being utilised at the moment? Because we could be cutting the budget to actually just cover what we're funding anyway.
Thank you for that question. My understanding is the fund's almost fully utilised at the moment. We have increased the awareness of it out there in the community. It's much easier given we prepare brochures for significant natural areas and send them out to all landowners. So people are increasingly aware of what we do and how it can be utilised.
Funny you should mention those brochures. Do you have a ballpark figure of what it costs to produce them? Because perhaps that funding would be better spent on actual diversity.
No, sorry, not off the top, but I have to say that, look, building awareness and education of how people practical tips and it's part of that fund and part of what we're doing and the work that Paul mentioned our contractor is doing is raising that awareness and increasing knowledge about how to look after these areas. So we feel it's an integral part of it, and we do get positive feedback, including from landowners who are annoyed that they haven't got on the list, so they're missing out.
Can you not produce that and email it though? I received 2 in the mail, and it would be far better emailed, and we could save some cost.
We will look into that. Happy to consider it.
It's good that you've read those, Councillor Pye. Councillor Scott?
Councillor Pye asked one of my questions, and that is whether or not the fund is being utilised, and you said yes and fully. So that means, so I'm concerned that if we've got a fund that's being fully utilised at 100,000 and we are looking to half it, then that's a concern that that a lot of people are going to miss out on a fund that is important to our community. So if you told me that we're only $50,000 a year is being utilised, then I would be comfortable with that. But what I'm hearing is it is fully utilised, and so I support keeping it at the current level.
Yeah, so the mood in the room is to reinstate the biodiversity fund to the 100,000 per annum level. Everyone comfortable with that? No, well, no, that's why I was going to start the whiteboard. So, Councillor Booth, you weren't comfortable with that? Oh, you've got it there.
Save money, we've just got to start cutting things back. You know, that'll all build up if we and give us options. We just, yeah.
Yeah.
I disagree. This is an example like the community board example where we spend $1 and the community probably.
Look, what we'll do is we'll pull that number 7 out to reinstate the figure, and we can just move that separately since there's some opposing views. A mover for that, Councillor Pye? Yeah, so number 7 by itself. Second it? Yeah. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Councillor Scott. Yeah. Against? Councillor Booth, you want to be against? You're okay? Yep. Carried unanimous. Thank you. Yeah, so we do have currently we've got the 10K for community boards and the 50. That's all, Mr. Chief Executive, isn't it? So that's an extra 50, not 100. Yeah.
The 70K for each community board, is that budgeted?
Well, it's budgeted over 3 years, so.
Is it 3 years?
Yeah. Okay, so it's loan versus, yeah, okay. Well, it's an increase per year, so increase of the overall budget is the 10K, but it's, yeah, okay, as long as it's been, we can discuss the detail later. Sorry, are you hovering? Yep, Councillor Piddington.
Mine's the next one.
Yeah, perfect. You lead into it, you go for it.
Considering the work the Rangitata Gorge Group do, it seems sensible maybe a 5-year contract, not 10, so they don't have to keep coming back. But my question going back is that out of the Biodiversity Fund, where do they get their 5K from?
Yeah, that's what I wanted clarity. So, yeah, does that come out of the Biodiversity Fund, or it was actually action through Beth, I think, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. And I think Beth was going to bring a report at some stage, but what?
Yeah, come on up. Yeah, thanks, Beth.
The thing from our perspective is it's a contestable fund, it should be open to all ratepayers, and it's got a set of rules that go along with it. The reality is this is one of the best projects in the whole district. It's really successful and we want to support it, so we always do support it. You can, to my mind, it's either change the rules of the policy that guides how the fund is distributed, or we invite the group to apply only once every 3 years or something like that, with an understanding that given that they're at a high level, they perform at a high level, they've got demonstrated results and we're all supportive of it, that's more or less going to get them.
We'll make the fund 95K and separate it. I'll go to Beth first and then I'll bring in Councillor Pai.
Just to clarify in terms of the actual question that was asked, Paul, thank you, was that of the $100,000 of the current fund, about 30% of that is contestable, and that actual amount that goes towards the Upper Rangitata comes out of that contestable funding. So if the decision was to reduce the fund to that 50K, which was initially proposed through the LTP, then that would significantly impact on the available funds reserved for that contestable funding component. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it brings more questions, doesn't it, Councillor Piddington?
So what percentage of that fund is non-contestable and who's getting that?
Right, so that's sort of council initiated, and how that works is that we have a biodiversity steering group which comprises a range of different organisations, including Federated Farmers. So they meet at least once a year and sort of direct things. So obviously we were still funding generally private land, but we have our own emphasis. And the emphasis recently has, well, up until now, has been on limestone scarps, and there's little protected plants on that they've been doing weed control around. It's quite interesting work, but that's a side issue.
No, please tell us more.
Yeah, it's shifting now towards, the Biodiversity Steering Group are keen to shift it towards coast, and that aligns particularly with certain cultural values as well, and there's a number of different landowners there, a number of different lagoons, all of which threatened species, which we're trying to direct those funding towards. So it's a mixture of different lands, but ultimately it's still mainly private.
I guess, like everything, I'd be keen to see that reviewed. It might be working brilliantly, I don't know, but when you actually said you're going to cut the fund and you're 70% of 100K is already spent, there was nothing to contest. So, like a number of our grant systems, are we doing it the right way? Is it sitting with the right people to do it? Not to answer now, Hamish, but I just think we need to review that along with everything else. And the point made yesterday by the group, Rangitata Gorge, they'd rather be out there fixing it than sitting around applying to grants for us. So let's try and make it easy but balanced.
So more questions than answers, but let's go back to consider a request of Upper Rangitata Landcare Group to automatically receive $5,000 funding per annum out of that $30,000. Yep.
I just wonder if under the like what the policy says, and surely contestable is contestable, whether that's for a 1-year term or a 5-year term, it's still contestable, and wonder whether we split that fund, although it's very little now. I was thinking it was 100 grand and we could make 50-50, but if it's 30 grand, it's 15,000 on a 5-year contract, and 15,000 that's contestable every year, and if that's possible. The Rangitata group being 5 of that 15 that's on a 5-year contract.
It's possible. I would consider that we'd probably need a legal review of it, just to confirm that that is kosher, but we could explore that.
Be an in-house legal review, I hope.
Funnily enough, yes.
Okay, cool. So there's intent to tag the 5,000 out of the 30 for a 5-year period, team, or a 10-year period? I'd support a 10, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, I support 5, even though I'd be happy to support it for 100 years.
No, 5's fine. We'll have consent over 5. If you're uncomfortable with that, yes.
The only reason I think 10 is that that group's going to change a wee bit in its personnel going forward, and some of those people are going to drop off the top end, and they may not have the capacity to have people come here and ask after that 5 years. So I'm a little bit, I want it to continue for 10 years. You'd be amazed at some of the photos that come out of that area.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
That showcase our district, and it's because of their work. That's the reason. People chasing award-winning photos up there, so I think 10 years.
Mr Cooper?
My learned colleague Brendan suggested 6 years to align with the LTP. I thought that's not too silly an idea.
Or 9. Let's not spend too much time on this. Just give me a number. 6? 6? 6? 6s? Happy with 6s? Right, perfect. Thank you. I didn't hear anything, Councillor Booth. Actually, probably the next one, you can probably lead this, Councillor Booth. Consider the employment of an in-house biodiversity officer or recreation of a biodiversity department.
Yeah, no. If anything needs to be done, it be a position, or I think that one of the existing staff should perhaps it could be pushed through to someone we've already got. We can't take extra people
on. Did you want to speak to this at all, and then we'll go around the room?
We did have this role in the last LTP, and due to financial constraints along the way, it's been dropped off the radar. We do employ a contractor to do S&A work, which aligns quite well with the biodiversity portfolio. So it may be that we're sort of 3/4 of the way there if we wanted to create that role and take that role off the contractor person, bring it in-house.
What's that?
Adam? Yes. Yeah. So he's delivering that work for us currently. But basically it was a cost-saving exercise over the last 3 years as to why that's dropped out, and it's a matter for council to consider as to where priorities sit.
So, I mean, some of this crosses over into the sort of predator control. You had conversations around Claremont Bush and some other things which are both, biodiversity, but I wonder what, within our budgets, I know we don't spend a lot, but within our parks budget, as an example, what are we spending on predator control that might be able to be morphed to bring more to this budget to create a role rather than needing to find any additional funding? We'll go, Councillor Scott.
I just wondered if we can change it up a bit, and my thought was whether we look at a collaboration type role. So down in Waimate District Council at the moment, they have a 0.5 biodiversity role, and the other 0.5 is funded by ECAN. So it's a shared funding model, and I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to look at the similar model where it's a 50-50 split funding-wise for this type of role. I wonder if we need to collaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, Councillor Pye.
I agree with Councillor Scott on that, and we also heard from Chris Konings that he has a similar role with Eco Centre, and I actually think that, yes, I agree that we should consider this, in that we need to go away, what are we doing already, where are the gaps, the contractor thing, who's doing what in Waimate at the Eco Centre, and I actually think I'd like to expand that, and not just biodiversity, but the climate change role, the sustainability role, and the resilience role, and how does that all fit, because they're all interrelated like this. And so I'd like to, yes, we should consider it, but not approve it here and now. We need more
So let's
information.
work through that. And there might be money in different budgets, ECAN, wherever else. Yep, okay. So in principle, support around that. Any other comments to the contrary or to support that you want to make? Cool. So action out of that is that we scope. Yep, effectively, thank you. Cool. Councillor Shannon, next two on 10 and 11 I'm just conflicted in, so can you please lead the conversation on those? So that's number 10 and 11. Perfect, thank you.
Number 10, to consider amending food premise registration and audit fees to a tiered system based on premise size and risk, and align registration and audit fees. And that will be our cakes ladies at the end of yesterday, wasn't it? Anyone want to? Councillor Pye, thank you.
So I have two questions. One, is it possible under regulation or policy or legislation or anything? And two, are there any other kind of fees like this where the same may apply?
The Food Act, when it came in, was meant to be more efficient and cheaper, provide better food safety and manage risk better, and be simpler. And of course, it's more complex, more expensive, but it does provide better food management of food risk, food safety risk. The Act itself is geared towards user pays, that's the model. To set the fees, the TA does that, and we can change the fees. However, we do have an annual registration fee that we have to collect annually, because I know it was brought up yesterday that could it be aligned with the 18 months. The trouble with that is if the 18 months is if you're if you're a good operator, it can go out to 18 months, which reduces the costs of audits because they're less frequent. But equally, if you have a faux pas through an audit, you might be brought back to 12 months, so or even less than that if that continues, that non-compliance in whatever it is to do with the food control plan. So it's not straightforward, but yes, we can change the fees, but it is user pays. So then if we're saying that low risk businesses, which makes up about 26%, I think, or I checked yesterday, it's about 26% of the total. If they were to lower their fees, we'd likely have to increase everybody else's.
So just so I'm clear, there's two separate components here, isn't there? There's a fee for which we do nothing but issue them a licence. And then there's the audit.
Because we're the Food Control Authority, it's a bit like the BCA for building. So we have that. We hold the registration, and we talk to MPI and report into them every month about that and what's moving here and there and everywhere. And then so that's like registering your dog. That's just you have to do that every year. That's what it is. What varies is the audit process, where we send out somebody to verify that you're conducting your food business in accordance with your food control plan, which says how you're going to manage food risk. That's user pays, and like the saving is for a low risk, like Tracy said yesterday, a low risk business, the verifier will be in and out within less than an hour probably, and then they'll be doing the admin stuff in the back room. The saving is in that time because they're not paying whatever the hourly rate is for that person to be there doing that. Now, if we're doing somewhere more complex like a restaurant or some other food manufacturing process, there'll be they'll be there longer, it'll be more complex, and the costs will go up because the hourly rate is more to do the same work. So it's not straightforward, but yes, you can reduce the fees for low risk if you want to, but then because it's a user pays model, and that's what we're trying to achieve through our pricing or fees system, it would be the other businesses that would compensate for that.
Look, I had some real sympathy for the ladies yesterday because they're a cottage industry, but we are also user pays. And as long as we think that's a fair reflection, I don't think we can reduce theirs and add it somewhere else. And $200, was it a year? Yeah, but I mean, even if you're only turning over 20k a year, that number isn't overly large. So I don't want to, hit the walnut with a sledgehammer. I just think it is what it is.
Thank you. Any more comment? Councillor Burt?
The problem was that there's a whole lot of other people that aren't paying this and selling food. So who actually sort of polices that, if you like, or who goes and says, hey, where's your licence, you're selling stuff to such and such, because the ladies there, they're all accredited. So who actually oversees that?
Yeah, our environmental health officers do that work as well. So obviously we don't hover over Facebook and Instagram looking for people advertising cakes, but when it's brought to our attention, we follow it up and invite them to register and go through the process like everybody else. And if they continue to operate, then there's the fines that can be imposed on them. Yeah. So we do that work. I think, Tracy, I do have empathy for them because they're quite right, but it's kind of the system we've got. And I think for those particular low-risk businesses, there could be, or it could be worthwhile sort of speaking to central government about adjusting the settings in the Food Act so that they're not quite as disproportionately affected as they are at the moment.
Thank you very much. Any more comments? So where did we land on this? Obviously with some advocacy to the local MP by the sound of things, isn't there? And amending food premise registration and audit fares to a tiered system, which is effectively achieved by the number of hours that are spent on the larger businesses too, I suppose.
Can I ask a question through you?
We are effectively tiered already. Yeah.
So the tiers are based on time, are they?
The Food Act itself is based on risk.
No, but to do the work is time.
Yeah, and as typically, the more risk there is, the more complex and more likelihood of somebody, taking more time,
Because, like an accountancy firm does 6-minute units. An accountancy firm does 6-minute units. Why couldn't we do that? So they're just paying their time.
We've worked out a scheme when we first embarked on this, when that Food Act came in and we implemented the new regime, and we set the fees. I think we have a per half-hour rate, and we have a set rate for different levels of risk, or effectively tiered now. But we can look at fees and redo them at any time. We just go through a consultation process. The macro level is it's user pays. The detail of that is a question about equity and who's benefiting, losing in that makeup.
So do you it's one sum, you don't separate out vehicle use and mileage and all that, because accountants don't drive around in those 6 minutes?
We do, and that's a separate charge. So because we cover 3 councils, we're from here to Twizel and goodness knows where. So we always look for the most efficient way of delivering those services. So for example, if we're going to Twizel, we'll probably do 3 verifications in that day to make it more efficient and then split the cost. But yeah, mileage is on top, yeah.
just wonder if we look at this as part of our fee and revenue review next year, because I'd actually be interested if any other councils in the country have a shared approach. But it doesn't sound like we're going to solve it today, so I just wonder if we wrap it into next year's review.
I think we'd be really happy to have a look at it because it hasn't been looked at for a wee while. And there are some inequities, as pointed out by Tracy and her colleagues yesterday. It's who's going to wear what within that system. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that this week council applies right. I think there's a number of things that we could wrap this up and look at this at the same time. So if everyone's happy with that, shall we just move on to number 11? To advocate to central government for the review of the sale and supply of alcohol fees regulations 2013. Any comment on that?
I mean, we all don't want fees. What's the background to this?
Alcohol Watch people.
That was Alcohol Watch wanted to maintain those fees. That was the one, I think. Was it?
No, I meant through, sorry, Paul, just to give a background.
Yeah, I think the submission was to look at increasing fees as a way of managing alcohol harm. To do that, you do it through a bylaw, and to create a bylaw, you do that through the Local Government Act, which requires evidence to achieve the problem you're trying to solve. Our issue might be, for one thing, that we're pretty much cost neutral at the moment, so if we did raise the fees, we'd be making money, and that's always a bit of an issue for local government, yeah.
That's kind of where I wanted to get to, sorry. So we can't really because we'd be making money, so there endeth the lesson.
Whether or not we throw that to an alcohol harm-related charity, I don't know, but I don't think it fits at the moment. I think in a couple of years we may be able to raise costs, raise fees.
And this opens up this whole contention around the cake thing, the tiered system there, because so many of these fees are on small organisations and clubs and things in it. Talking with Councillor Oliver earlier, it's starting to impinge on a lot of things that they do. If we could land this, it would be the icing on the cake.
So what I'm hearing there is a no. Councillor Pye.
Just to be clear, though, because I questioned this morning, because these fees have not increased, and that's because they're set by regulation, aren't they?
Yeah, they're set in the regulations, yeah. And to step away from that, the vehicle is a bylaw, yeah.
Brendan?
Just further to that, if I may, just noting in Alcohol Health Watch's submission, this is page 22 of the attachments document, or page 14 if you're looking at the top right, point 7. So their specific point, and I'll quote, "We further note that under section 404 of the Act, the Ministry of Justice is required to undertake a 5-year review of these fees, what is set in legislation, and that is overdue." And so they're asking, regardless of what council may or may not choose to do in terms of a bylaw to be able to alter that we advocate, whatever that might look like, to central government so that that overdue review is undertaken.
Right, okay. We have an appetite for that? No, it doesn't make any difference, does it? So we'll move on. And I'll throw it back to you, Mayor Bowen, to go from the top.
Alrighty, thank you. So then we can go back to recommendations as a whole. I think if we just note conflicts, and we'll just move them as a group, then can I have a mover for those? Thank you. Councillor Pye, Councillor Shannon, seconder. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We will pause there now and aiming to be back by 1. We need to just go straight to the car park and carpool round to the hospital for lunch. Yeah, so we're supporting nurses, and Rural Support Trust are supplying burgers for lunch, so we need to jump in and get moving. Kia ora koutou, welcome back everyone. We'll get into second part of deliberations. So we are now on 7.5, which is waste minimisation on page 249, and I'll pass over to Stephen and Brendan to lead us into this. Thank you.
Kia ora, welcome back from lunch. This is the section about waste minimisation. This covers waste collection, so curbside bins, and waste management, so that's landfill. It does not include public place rubbish bins at this point. That comes up later. I know you're all dying to talk about it. Take submissions as read. One note we put in is that there's no funding provision for any of the requests outlined in the key themes section in the current long-term plan draft budget. Any questions?
Alrighty, questions. We'll just work through again. So number 2 is consider its role in mitigating the effects of coastal erosion at Redruth Resource Recovery Park. We've got some comments on that, and Nigel T, did you want to talk about that? I know that's a concern of yours. We had also Brian Gallagher, raise the comment around the groin. There's some challenges in that space as far as consenting and what have you, but I think we just need to work through a plan. So interested to hear any questions, comments, or anything that Andrew and Grant have got to add on this. Councillor Pike.
Yeah. Go for it. Go for it, yeah.
I'm just really keen to understand whose responsibility coastal erosion is, whether it's at the Redruth Resource Recovery Park, further up the coast, Petiti Point, anywhere. Like, we've got issues everywhere up our coastline, and between us and ECAN landowners, who is actually responsible? And so I'd be keen, once again, maybe not in this very next year, but to see this be somebody's responsibility in council to come up with a plan on who's responsible and what needs to be done.
It's a good question, and part of the answer will be whose assets sitting closest to the coast, I would expect, which seems to be those taking the lead at the moment to put their own asset. But Andrew.
Yeah, through you, Worship. So we have done quite extensive studies on coastal erosion and inundation. So that was a joint study with ECAN and jointly funded. Jacobs Consultants did this. It was basically doing the modelling for the next 100 years. And so we do have those sort of predictions. It was on various climate change scenarios, different sea level heights. So the landfill itself, well, that area, I should say, is subject to some erosion. Petiti Point is a classic example of that. The landfill itself is protected at the moment, but it's predominantly protected from the railway line, by the railway line. Yeah. So, and Kiwi Rail have spent a lot of money continuing to armour that railway line, which is definitely a benefit to TDC at the same time. So I guess as long as that situation continues, that we're okay. If the rail was abandoned at some stage and Kiwi Rail ceased to do that armouring or that maintenance, then TDC may have to pick up that tab.
So that's my thinking, is that do you have a proactive conversation sooner than later before we have to pick up the tab, and is there a better solution such as the rock groin where there's a natural build-up that helps protect versus understandably there'll be flow-on effects down the coast, but is there a conversation with, because Kiwi Rail are easy ones to have a conversation with on these strategic things, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a very dynamic coastal environment along there, and a lot of it is to do with the shingle that travels up the coast, that comes out of the Waitaki River. As that river has a lot less shingles coming out due to the dams that are on it, and this is part of the problem.
So I appreciate that we've done the work and we understand the problem, but we don't seem to have a plan to fix it, and we have in certain areas. So you could say, yes, Redruth, we've got a plan, Kiwi Rail's our plan, whether that's a good one or not. I was reading the Waitarako Lagoon strategy there. in there, it talks about moving the stop bank and the sea down drain back. So it seems like we've got a bit of a plan here. No idea how it's going to be paid for, but at least we've got a plan of what needs to be done. But there's other areas where we just don't even seem to have a plan.
Yeah, I think that the plan generally is retreat, and that is it. But, you know, we're in the early stages of developing that. But there is not a lot. You can't hold it back. This is part of the problem. This is nature and the power of nature. It is very difficult to do anything.
Just be careful, those quotes might come back to bite us, because if we go back to number 2, which is mitigating the effects of coastal erosion at Redruth Resource Recovery Park, we've admitted that we can't hold it back. There's a problem, but what is the solution? Yeah. So I guess I think it's important that we have an action from this. But I do, to me, it is a conversation with Kiwi Rail, which, I mean, if they're spending a hell of a lot of money in there, and you do wonder if that's efficient use of resource when the solution might be something slightly different.
I think that we need to just, the work that Andrew's done around coastal erosion, just get it out and re-look at it and just make sure that what it predicted for right now, because I'm presuming it was done a few years ago, was it?
Would have been about 3 years ago now.
Yeah, so 3 years on, is it still behaving as that document said? And if it's behaving differently, then maybe we've got to redo the document, because as far as I can see, we've got 2 major assets that worry me, and that's Redruth and the oxidisation ponds.
The oxidation ponds are a fair way back, but yeah, and the plan has always been to move those stop banks. That's been in there for many, many years, yeah, before even climate change was talked about. So,
Councillor Piddington.
I guess I concur with Andrew a bit. It's nature. We can draw up another plan, but to try and do anything there would be tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, which we haven't got. I mean, one of the arguments would be, why are we still using Redruth as a landfill, knowing this is coming? I'd rather have a discussion about where we're moving our landfill to, rather than worry about where the ocean's coming in some ways, because it might not be a good plan, but it's working at the moment with Kiwi Rail, and they will protect that line until they think it's uneconomic, and then we look at it. I just don't want another plan that we're not actually going to do anything with.
It'd be interesting to know their thinking around economics, though, as well, because that may be tomorrow, who knows? Yeah. I'm conscious that we've asked for a report around the Petiti erosion, and some of that will be bringing up this work that's been done as far as the estimated erosion over the 100-year period. So we're probably going to look at that in the Parks review or the Petiti Point review, aren't we, Andrew? We requested that a few weeks ago to Bill to come back. I think it was in a 3-month period. So maybe that's an opportunity for further discussion when we review some of that.
yeah, we're happy to extend the scope of that report to include this area.
And then it means we're having a look at the data again, just as far as what's expected there. So are we comfortable with that as an action for now, that we bring it back with that report, extended scope? Thank you. So number 3 is consider landscaping the approaches to Redruth Resource Recovery Park, including planting of trees and the creation of a wetland. One of the questions will be, how do we, one, is it a good thing to do, and 2, is it how do we support the activity through the current contracts, etc. Is there room to help support any of that? It's probably a question for officers more than...
Well, it's certainly not an activity in their current contract. This is an enhancement that they're proposing here. And, you know, it has its merits, there's no doubt about it, creating wetlands, and it does create a more sustainable environment. It would have some benefits in regard to water quality. But, you know, it's it could be seen as a community project, to be honest, and therefore should be community funded and maybe community initiative in leading it. You know, there's nothing stopping them taking that avenue. It doesn't have to be council that funds it.
No, so if it was a community project, is there room in the budget for enablement of contribution to support project? Potentially, just a...
What about the highly contested biodiversity fund, or that the 70% is, if I heard rightly, and I did miss the key word, but is the focus of the other 70% coastal areas and wetlands? And would it fit into that scope, and is there an opportunity to fund it out of there?
Yeah, no, it's a question sitting without an answer at the moment. Councillor Scott.
I thought the submission was excellent too, but for me it was around, well, what is the actual proposal? So, you know, we can't sit here and say, yes, go, let's do it. I want some more detail on what is actually involved, how much is it going to cost. And I do think there's a community element to it. So I'm not saying no, but I would like far more detail in what is the proposal.
Okay, cool. So the action might be just to work with the Sustainability Trust on furthering that, what that proposal might look like. Cool. Okay. 4, consider options to reconfigure the drop-off area at Red Reef Resource Recovery Park. And I'll go to the officers for comment. I think there's been some...
Yeah, the drop-off area, and that was improved quite a few years ago now, but it was a lot of thought went into that process and doing it. I understand it is sometimes congested, particularly in the weekends, with a lot more people dropping off stuff basically for reuse at the Crow's Nest. Is that right, Grant?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So it is getting busier. It can be a bit tight, but I think a lot of the time it works fine. It's a case we haven't allowed for any funding to do any improvements at this stage, but it's something that could be looked at perhaps in 3 years' time in the next long-term plan. And
yeah, it's just peak traffic flow largely, isn't it? Yeah. It's peak when they're getting a lot of drop-offs and how they're managing it. So, you know, possibly internal resourcing for them to manage the flow of goods as well, I expect.
Yes, that's correct. It's how they're storing the goods and how quick they move them on. There's a few things to think about here.
Yeah, there's still actually a bit of room, room there. It's, yeah. I don't think a lot would have to be done to better manage the space, I would have thought, which might just be something that they can do themselves. I don't know.
Yeah, we certainly will work with them and see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else that's not on that list, team? Obviously, Stephen said we're not talking about the curbside bins in here. No, all good. So go to the motions 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I have a mover for those? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Scott, thank you. Put the motion. Further discussion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant, thank you. Sorry, I'll just move to an additional motion, which again is suspension of standing orders, and I'll read it out, that Council suspends Standing Order 4.2 to allow the meeting to continue beyond 6 hours. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Piddington. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Move now to 7.6, which is corporate services. That's on page 254.
So corporate services covers all the internal functions within the council, so that's communications, finance, IT, and all those sorts of things. So it covers issues such as the rates bills, people's interactions with employees, and comms. So we'll take the comments as read and ask if there are any questions or if you want to go through the recommendations.
Thank you. So first one on 2 is consider amending the content and format of rate bills. So that's just more information on the rate bill. Is there challenges in reformatting? Come on, Andrea.
What I can add a bit while Andrew's coming up is that we're the staff here are currently working on new insert to go with the rate bills, which explains better what the charges cover in a slightly more appealing format. It's sort of complex by nature, but this will hopefully clarify things a little bit more.
So the detailed information is actually provided with the first invoice that you received during the year. The remaining 3 invoices are essentially just a quarter of that original invoice. So I'm not sure by providing that every quarter actually adds any value to it.
Don't throw the first one out. Yeah. And that information will be able to be provided online. I'm assuming it's easy enough to get to. Councillor Shannon and then Councillor Piddington.
I still have to suggest that if you look at any invoice you get from any business in the world and you can't straight away tell exactly how much you owe and how much you paid, then there's a layout or communication breakdown in that invoice. And myself and my family, I get the rates bill, I can't immediately tell with one glance, like I can a power bill, a phone bill, or anything like that, whether there's too much information, not enough information, or how it's laid out. I support the submitter's feedback.
Noted, we will review the potential front layout, yes.
Councillor Piddington.
Still keen to get ECAN rates off our bill.
And it is a great opportunity. I know Mackenzie send out a newsletter every time quarterly with them, to throw out some good information, which I think is valuable. I know there's costs in stacking it in the envelopes, but it's a golden opportunity to get into post boxes. Councillor Oliver.
Just a quick question. Does everyone get a paper bill every 3 months, or do you have an option to go online and just get online every 3 months, or how are we managing that?
Quite a number of people get it emailed every quarter, and the ones that haven't signed up for email will get a paper version every quarter. So there is the option to have it emailed.
Must do mine.
Yeah, I've made the same note to self. Councillor Booth.
And what about direct debit? What sort of percentage are doing that?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but we do offer weekly, fortnightly, monthly, quarterly, annually. So there are numerous options for direct debit. I don't know off the top of my head how many.
Yeah, do you sort of have drives towards encouraging people to do that?
There has been drives in the past. There's been things on the envelopes. There's been flyers out with invoices. But once again, we can push that if that's the option we'd like to take.
Be quite pertinent. Most other outfits, that's how they prefer everyone to do it, like your power companies and utilities, etc.
What we do find with that, though, is in this times, there are a lot of direct debits actually being rejected and dishonoured. And so there's a lot of work associated with reversing that receipt and then running it again and things like that. So there's pros and cons of direct debits.
Alrighty.
We've had a bit of an issue in Geraldine, obviously, with the older population turning up with cash and obviously walking down the street with it, which has been a bit of an issue and something I'd hate to see anything happen to anyone. So the service ladies at the Geraldine Service Centre are pushing more for direct debits and helping those people get them set up and get them online and paying those accounts for that reason.
I think one other improvement we did in the last few years is that we don't charge a surcharge for car payments anymore online. So you can access your full rates account and make a car payment effectively for zero cost online as well now.
Alrighty. So you'll review that as an action. That's great. Number 3 is consider amending internal financial procedures. I'm trying to remember what that was around. Thanks, Brendan.
I can speak to that, and apologies, there's not too much detail in the actual report. There's a little bit more in the officer commenting, but I'll elaborate. So for anyone who wants to look at the actual submission, this is in the agenda document, bottom of page 205, Tina Rogers. And I'll just,
that's right.
And I'll just quote, if I may. I'm concerned with the financial control within the council. Although this has improved in the last 6 months, the issues that are having to be addressed are significant. The allocation of corporate overhead costs to activities does not appear to be happening fully now, which distorts the true cost of activities and the user fees that should be charged under the revenue and financing policy. There appears to be a lack of transparency on these overhead costs, brackets, which are not related to the capital expenditure being undertaken and charged to those projects, close brackets, which have grown significantly in the last 5 years. So like I say, apologies that that reference wasn't noted within the reports, that you could see that full detail. Although I do note, Nigel Traynor, in terms of the officer commenting, has stated that that's taken on board and would be incorporated as part of that review. He might like to add to that, or Andrea as well.
So that process has started. In the last couple of weeks, we've got an accountant reviewing the internal charges as part of the first step that will then lead on to the revenue review. So that has started.
Perfect. Everyone comfortable with that? Review started. Yep. 4 is consider designating one specific council employee for contact for CBD building and business owners. That was a request from Stu, and I mean, it does make some sense. I'm not sure how it would work in practicality. Has an officer given thought to that at all? Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, just a little bit. I couldn't figure out something in my head that would make it an entirely feasible option. What more signalled to me is there's a wee breakdown in the comms between phoning in, walking in or whatever and reaching the right person. So to me it sounds like a bit of a review as to how your complaints, feedback or whatever gets to the right person. That's...
Yeah, look, and I think perhaps it is tied up with the custodial role, which we've got funding for, and they're working through as part of the parks. Sort of, Andrew, you can comment if you like, but sort of parks, CBD, maintenance, etc. So I think coming out of that might be contact. It's that safe pair of hands that people see every day and are happy to go and have a chat to, and how do you give them the right information to be able to support, potentially. Anything other thinking on that?
To me, it does make sense because it's quite a specific area, and the cost of strengthening any of those buildings or concerns over them, it would be good that you get a consistent message. I'm not saying that you're not now, but if Paul or Jason want to comment, but it is quite complicated, and I'm not saying other parts aren't, but if the same business owners and building owners are getting a consistent message, it does make things a lot easier.
Yeah, and the challenge for us is it's across waste collection, it's across building, it's across, so to have that one point of contact. Is there someone that wants to volunteer to be the contact?
Do you have a view on this?
Who are you asking?
Yeah. Me? Yeah. No, do you have a view on what inquiries you're getting under the customer services?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
How often are we getting these?
Welcome, Claire.
Okay, good morning, thank you. From being in the customer services role now for 6 months and understanding the complex nature of the inquiries we get, there are 2 existing roles which have improved the level of information available to the public, and that is the building advisor role and the planning advisor role. So they do reduce a lot of the churn for the other staff members, as well as providing answers to the customers. But I do think, if you want my personal opinion, having someone in-house who can navigate all of the various silos that exist in council, they do, because they're busy focused on what they're doing, to help people who are trying to work with council navigate all the different processes, it is a sensible idea, I guess, but you would need someone with a huge, vast resource of knowledge and to have good relationships within the organisation. So that's just a personal opinion, but I think that could ease a lot of the pain that people have interacting with council.
You just nominated Stephen.
Like he's got nothing else to do.
I wonder if it's as simple as actually just putting some comms out to them, update some comms for the CBD on where to go for building waste, some of those sort of things. Maybe that's the approach that we take rather than an individual, potentially.
Yep, I mean, customer services do a great job of triaging all calls to the right person quite quickly, so I don't want to create a separate channel for CBD people to go down, but I mean, there is probably a good way of navigating people to the right resources on a website that they can get a bit of prior knowledge before they feel they have to contact a specific person. So a review of the information that we actually put out there is probably worth doing. And then, I mean, like, we're only ever going to give out the one single phone number because they can get that 24 hours a day, 305 days a year. And that will always go to customer services or TAS at night. And I would be not, I don't think it would be best practice to give out sort of a special number for that people could call. This is sort of a concierge service, but I mean, that is a possibility that would go to a specific customer services person, but again, it complicates matters somewhat.
Don't want to drop my customer services people in it, but if it's a help, that is something we could certainly look at doing. You know, sort of getting someone else to learn a bit more about specialising on navigating those processes if there was a need for it.
Yeah, or maybe that someone that's got a bit more expert knowledge, maybe in the team, that would make sense. And the key thing is, you know, triaging is great. I think the front desk do a great job, but it's that follow-up once it gets to someone with a busy workload, and I think that's where we get the complaint that it's not coming back in a timely manner. So can we just take that offline to work on a solution? Thank you. Thanks, Claire. So move now to 5, which was largely Jono, but a couple of other submissions. So consider minimising use of contract and bring staff in-house as much as possible. I think generally, we're on that journey. Everyone's comfortable with that. So that's, I think, certainly the officers are well aware of our approach and what we want considered. So I'm comfortable with that. Yep, perfect. And then number 6 is consider redeliberating its living wage decision of the 17th of October 2023. So that is around being an accredited living wage versus just paying the living wage. Currently, any questions or comments on that? Councillor Booth and then Councillor Scott.
I think we covered the discussion yesterday. Certainly my thoughts were that we're doing it within our own council. I think it's too much to expect our contractors to be subject to that as well.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I follow that with Councillor Booth. You know, we should be proud at council that our staff are receiving the living wage, and that does improve the financial wellbeing of our workers. But I go back to my October statement that was repeated yesterday. Becoming accredited may limit our pool of contractors willing or able to meet the wage standards, potentially reducing the variety of options available to council for selecting contractors. And I don't think it's our role to dictate to local business what they should and should not pay their workers. So I feel comfortable with our current position.
Cool, and they do have our list of contractors and they can work with them individually. Any questions over here, comments? No, so comfortable with our decision as is, so it's a no status quo. So we'll look back to the recommendations and we'll move them as a whole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and there were some comments alongside. Can I have a mover for those? Councillor Booth, Councillor Parker. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We are now on 7.7, which is policies and strategies, 262. And I'll pass to the team for an intro.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel. So the Policies and Strategies Deliberations Report 7.7, it's not a GOA like the other ones, it's sits separately. And this is specifically around community feedback and deliberations on the LTP policies, being the Treasury Management Policy, Rates Policy, Significance and Engagement Policy, Revenue and Financing Policy, and the Financial Contributions Policy, and the two LTP-related strategies, being the Financial Strategy and the Infrastructure Strategy. Other submissions related to Pacific Strategy, etc., they sit in different deliberation reports. I'll take it as read. There are 4 items for consideration, and just note the avalanche of community feedback on the policies and strategies. Some sarcasm noted.
If they only knew how much work we've done on these. Gotta love a good policy. Right, 2, consider amendment to the Significance and Engagement Policy to provide additional information about the relationship between Māori and Council. And the noted, this will be reviewed in partnership with Aoraki Environmental Consultation was the officer comment. Everyone comfortable with that? Or would anyone like to make comment? No. I think that's covered. Cool. Number 3, consider the use of the integrated planning guide when assessing significance. Thanks, Brendan.
I can speak to that briefly. So that was a consideration recommendation of Te Whatuora. They certainly had a wide-ranging submission with our thought. That guide is mainly in relation to health outcomes, so it's not 100% clear how applicable it would be to the wider suite of policies that we have, but I think our view would be that we're quite happy to look at how we might be able to incorporate that or dovetail it, but noting that there are probably many policies where it wouldn't be applicable.
Okay.
So I'd suggest maybe we look at it on a case-by-case basis and it becomes part of our toolkit.
Yep, part of the toolkit. Everyone comfortable with that? Yep. Okay. 4, consider the development of a development contributions policy. So I did discuss with Mr. Traynor, or requested that he brings this to the fore, and that is there's sort of work in progress on this. So we just need to agree that this is the direction that we want to head, and then the staff can go off and do the work, and obviously it feeds into the wider review as well. Any contribution anyone like to make on that? Or comfortable that it's included? Yeah. Yeah, you can, Councillor Booth.
Talk about the revenue and financing policy, as in we've just been told that we need to include vested assets. Was that due to our policy, or was that due to local government policy?
I think it's accounting standards, yeah.
Accounting standards?
Yeah.
Right, okay, thanks.
So comfortable, I think we're all comfortable with development contribution policy. Yep, Brendan.
May I just make one note on that, just for context? The council currently has a financial contributions policy, and that sits as part of the district plan. That's being reviewed as part of the district plan process and was consulted on, if I recall correctly, in late 2022. So council is required to consult on that policy every 3 years. We haven't consulted on that as part of this LTP because it was consulted on with the community as part of the district plan. Just noting that financial contributions policy would continue as part of this LTP until amended as part of that district plan process.
Yeah.
A number of councils have a finance and development contributions policy, and my reading of it is if we were to do this, we would have to have the same, because they are slightly different to each other.
It's a hybrid model, the likes of Ashburton, which is what, it was Glenn McLaughlin from Davis Ogilvy's, it was a private submission, and it referenced the Ashburton model, which we've talked about previously some years ago. So, yeah, so I think it takes them up. So maybe, yeah, I think development contribution policy, that still tidies it up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You would consider them both at the same time. So everyone's supportive of that. 5 is consider amendment to clause 37 of the rates policy to provide additional information about the timing of the remissions penalties.
So I can speak to this, and Andrea might want to pop up if she wishes, but it was simply an internal request from the revenue team leader to add a little bit of specificity around when the when a penalty would be remitted. So I believe it notes there that it's track change, but for some reason the track change hasn't come through. I believe it's noting adding the bit once funds are received to clear outstanding monies. So a minor change there, but for completeness we need to seek your input on it.
Okay. Yep, Councillor Pye.
I just note that somebody's raised about the rates remission on the significant natural areas. And between me and Nigel and myself the other night, I did not realise that's also in the biodiversity policy. And so again, it's an example of where one policy doesn't speak to the other one. And in the biodiversity policy, it kind of suggests that you could, it says rates remissions for properties containing an SNA, which might lead you to believe you can have your whole property rate remitted. So I think we just need to tidy that up and add to it as per the rates policy.
Okay, so just to make sure I've understood you correctly, ensure that the biodiversity policy reflects what's in the rates policy? Okay. Yeah, I won't pretend to be across that exact detail, but we can ensure that the biodiversity policy reflects what's in the rates policy. If you're comfortable that the rates policy is the correct policy setting. Yeah, we can have a look at that.
Yeah, I think the biodiversity needs to refer back to, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So everyone get that as far as, so we might just add that as a 6. So that's that the rate remission policy and the biodiversity policy aligns in regard to rate remissions. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I have a mover for those? Thanks you, Councillor Parker. Go to this side. No. Councillor Oliver. Brilliant. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Now move to one of the big ones, and I see the team rolling in, which is great to see. So 7.8 is community services, and that's on 267.
So this report is covering airport cemeteries, community development and funding, emergency management, climate change, sustainability, economic development, public toilets and council housing. It doesn't include the recreational facilities, although we call them community services here. It doesn't line up with that. There are a whole 32 recommendations to make, so it might take a bit of working through. So if you have any questions or you wish to go through the recommendations, we have a plethora of staff here waiting to talk to you.
Awesome. Okay, we'll start with number 2. So it's the request around review of airport fees and charges associated with both recreational and commercial activities. I mean, there again, that states fees, but I think it's more tied to actual leases to some extent. But is everyone comfortable that we review those, which I think it's easy enough to do? Yeah, so that's a nod. Yeah, you're off the hook. Yeah. Stay there though. So consider a request from John Scott to cancel the proposed runway extension project. That's currently in year 4, is it? Runway extension?
I'm not absolutely sure, but it's in that sort of.
I think it's plus in the +3.
Yeah. We're sort of planning for the Air New Zealand indicator that the Q300s will be taken out of service about 2030. So that's where we've sort of timed it.
I think the danger of removing this from the LTP altogether, whether there is or isn't a view, is that there is still some, infrastructure funding coming, and there might be opportunity. So while it sits in there, it's the opportunity to tap into some of that funding. But if it doesn't sit there, it's not an option. So comfortable that it stays in as currently presented in the.
Just another point I'd like to make is that if by chance we move to electric planes require longer runways because they're heavier and don't have the same, I guess, takeoff speed, or thrust. So yeah, I think the runway extension covers not just larger planes but also alternative fuel source planes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So moving now to 4, consider a request to advocate for more reliable Air New Zealand services to Wellington and expansion of services offered. We do this as a matter of sort of course of business relationship with Air New Zealand. Obviously, we've got a strong advocate in this space as far as our MP as well. So comfortable that that's taken care of, I think so. Yeah, and what people don't understand is that we're in constant communication with Air New Zealand through staff, but also at a relationship level with Ruben and others in Air New Zealand. So it is constant communication, which is great. 5, this is an interesting one. Consider a request from Gail Bradley to construct a new road in Geraldine Cemetery to improve access during winter. And I know there were some comments there on this. We'll leave with Councillor Oliver. Thank you.
Your Worship, I'll just let Rosie's been dealing with Gail and she knows a bit more about what Bill's been.
Yeah, no, great. That'd be awesome. Welcome, Rosie. I'll pop up next to Andrew. Yeah. Welcome, Rosie. And for those online, Rosie is a member of our Geraldine Community Board. So I'll let you comment. Thanks, Rosie.
Okay, I had a call from Gail about this particular issue, and it was a very reasonable issue. I went down to the cemetery and had a look for myself. I spoke with Bilsteins about this, and it is apparent that the Geraldine Cemetery is particularly a wet area. So the bollards have gone up, which means that access is limited. Now, Gail goes there regularly and has observed that there are people now who can't go and visit their relatives or loved ones' sites due to the fact that they can't bring a car onto the cemetery. So in her submission, I think she has proposed to put a solution, which was just to have a gravel driveway go right through the centre where the portico is, where the ashes are, hang a right, and then come back right again out onto Hislop Street, which would actually then, you'd have all the 4 corners of the cemetery accessible by a vehicle, which means that pretty much you could get close to the area that she's talking about. So a very reasonable request, and not asking for it to be fully paved, but it might be that further down the track it might be looked at that it could extend on. But at this stage, just to have that area gravelled would be a huge help.
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Rosie. I've been there myself too on a number of occasions, and the funeral services as well that have the same challenge, don't they? And they really have to scope out the whole place where they can park without doing wheel spins and carrying caskets as well, don't they?
That's absolutely correct. So it might be that in consultation perhaps with the funeral services to find out from them the best access and egress when they are dealing with burials or cremations would be advisable.
And I assume this has been a longer term issue, but it's only been highlighted now because we haven't made any changes around access or anything. I assume it's the same issue every winter.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, and Bill did come to the community board meeting sort of to discuss this. Bill, I don't think there was money as such in the budget, was there? But let's scope out and understand what the cost associated with it is.
That's what we'd have to do, is scope it out. I can't give you a cost estimate for this stage.
No, that's all right. There's always, you've normally got a budget there somewhere, Andrew, so...
No, he hasn't.
Oh, sorry, I got off track. Just we meant to be saying no. No, it's a reasonable request, so let's consider that. Everyone comfortable with that? Alrighty. So consider a request from Dr Phil Driver for council to contribute 2% of its annual budget to support the establishment and operation of a Timaru District or South Canterbury Climate Change Trust or similar entity to understand and provide advice on building resilience on the threats of climate change and the rupture of the Alpine Fault. And Brendan, where's Brendan? He just had that handout from Dr Phil from earlier that we were going to... perfect, thanks, Rach. As well, I'd asked the question yesterday around, is there anything existing as an example, and Dr Phil's done some research and given it to us just to have a look at. So we might throw to do the officers want to make comment first? Or do you want us to...
Your Worship, if you'd like us to comment, we could. My initial thought when I read the submission, which was very well put together, was that we probably don't do a good enough story of telling what climate change response and adaptation that we do in the course of our business as usual. Some of the stuff that springs to mind might be the Pariora pipeline, which is 20 plus million, which is a direct response really to the challenges that those increased severe weather events have been causing us bother with taking or security of our drinking water supply. Others include our asset management plans, where climate change is a key component of stormwater and lots of other things of infrastructure that we do spend. So I think we're not very good at telling that story. We do spend quite a few million on this kind of work to better make us more resilient for the future. So that's part of the response that I'd just like to say. The second part is we're maturing in this space. We've still got a lot of growth to do, and that's why we have our climate advisor here, Reece, who can speak more to the detail about what we are doing and what we're trying to achieve.
Just brief additions, if I could. Good afternoon, councillors, Mr Mayor. The proposals put to us by Dr Driver are focused mainly on the wider district, not on the operation of our day-to-day work here in the council. And I think that's one of the areas where what he's referring to is an interesting challenge to us as a representative body. The extent of difference we can make in being prepared for Alpine Fault, earthquake, or major climate change disruption, huge weather bombs and so on. The amount of work we can do on that, until recently, has been focused on our infrastructure, the facilities and the utilities, horizontal and vertical infrastructure we look after. We tend to think that's our focus because that's where the rate's money is spent. But the question I think he's raised in his submission, and it came through from some of the other submissions, is do we as a council expect to do more than that? Do we expect to have a leadership role or a catalytic role or an enabling role of other activities in the district beyond our own in-house infrastructure and our own in-house operations? So that's the issue to me he's asking us about, and I'm interested to have any update from Dr Driver, and indeed listen to your discussions before offering you an opinion on what I think the response might be.
Thank you. And has everyone had a chance to read through this? No, I might just give you a moment and then I'll take questions, comments. Alrighty, let's crack into this. Questions, comments? Yep, Councillor Oliver, thanks.
Well, look, I do read with this with interest because out in Geraldine we have been working on, a group of people have been working, including myself and Rosie. She brought it to our attention about building some energy resilience in Geraldine and what that may look like into the future. And, you know, I've been reading some reports from some electricity suppliers, and they were saying about building resilience hubs and community hubs for the sake of a major event. And, you know, we probably do have to get a little bit real in the fact that when we're building construction, like possibly a new stadium, that will be at the top code for earthquake, we should be looking at maybe having a strengthened roof to take solar, because that will be where we will have to go to. And unfortunately, diesel and diesel generators they're not really fit for purpose any longer in a major event, because one, you can't store enough diesel to keep them running for long enough, and two, where do you get the diesel from when the power's out? You can't. So I think there is some definite merit going forward. I mean, yeah, of building some community hubs for each of the rural areas and Timaru itself. And I think that the only way we could get this is probably have someone that can guide us along those particular routes for the future. So I'm actually in favour in such of having someone to be able to take us through some of those solutions for when the big one hits.
So is there, so that you're more a council, you're talking about a council role as opposed to supporting a climate trust?
Yeah, I'm not big on trying to work out why we've got coastal erosion and all that stuff. I think we as a council need to get on board with building some resilience in some of our buildings, investing in some solar. The good thing about solar is I've got solar, and the good thing is, well, you've got it, you can use it, and it pays for stuff before you actually need it. And I think there is some opportunities there going future with some new builds going ahead that will be at the top of the code. We're lucky enough in Geraldine that we have solar on our school. It was put in 3 or 4 years ago. We don't have batteries, of course, but we do have solar. That is where we will congregate in the result of a major climate event or AF8 break. And I think that's pretty reassuring for our town that we have somewhere to go to.
Go for it, Nudge.
I think this is quite a broad subject, resiliency hubs, and I just wonder whether we need to think about how do you break that down a bit. You know, like community gardens. There is one in Geraldine. You know, how do we promote those? And actually, the cost of those should be quite minimal. You know, there's one in Wanaka that's, you know, if you go to the Wanaka one on a Saturday morning, it's the busiest place in town. You know, there are so many people there growing vegetables, and they're sharing the vegetables, right through to what you're talking about, which is more the infrastructure changes we may have to make. So I think there needs to be a plan, and you need to work out which roles are done by who, given the size of them. Like a community garden, we've got reserves all over the place. There's no reason why we couldn't actually say to the communities, go for your life, turn them into a garden. We talked about the water tanks. Well, we could bring that to life, surely. And then we talk about the resiliency of our energy supplies, and, you know, where is Alpine Energy in this, and how do we actually store the energy that actually we produce from solar and so forth, because you can't use it all at once, and putting it into the national grid is not exactly easy. Just ask, you know, the Rooney group. So there's a whole bunch of things here that we've got to sort out and actually start moving on. That's my personal view.
When I think about the school, it was put in by Rotary, and it was actually promoted that the school parents paid for some of it. So Rotary paid for some of it, and the school parents paid $100, bought a panel. Good thing about it is, from the school point of view, is that money that's generated over those school holidays, when there's no school going on, it pays for 3 pretty wealthy scholarships going forward. So it's a really good model, I think. going forward.
Councillor Paddington.
To the point of it, though, I'm against putting 2% to create a climate change trust. I think what we need to do is, as Paul has suggested, write down what we've already got, look to the future, as the CE has said, and actually tally up what we're doing. We already have the Sustainable South Canterbury Trust, link into them and do other things. It's great to have passionate people like Dr. Phil Driver keeping us on our toes, but to commit 2% is just nuts.
Yeah, at least there's lots of different actions sitting in here on different, so let's just deal with them, the specific request, which, thank you, Councillor Paddington, you brought us back to. So I'll go Councillor Jackson, Councillor Pye.
The feedback that I'm receiving from people is they just want to know the numbers. Like, you know, what's it going to cost? How much is it going to cost our residents? So I probably want a bit more clarity around that. I know there's a percentage there, but you know, can we put that into some raw data, some more numbers?
Oh, do you mean in regard to the 2%?
Yeah.
Oh, millions. Yeah, 2-3 mil.
Yeah. That's the feedback I'm getting.
Oh, no, totally. Yeah. Look, and it comes down to where those things should and shouldn't be picked up, what sits within council, what sits within central government. I know a lot of the things and submissions that we've had over climate specific, and I agree that we should be doing a better job around comms and other things, and even actions and what have you. The frustration is born from inaction, not just our inaction, but also with central government inaction. But there is an expectation around local leadership as well. But I agree the cost of 2 to 3 million for something that we actually don't know what it's going to specifically do is a challenge I don't think will be lasting long around this table. Councillor Pye.
I agree we need to do more, as everyone needs to do more. And I think in the last long-term plan, council did commit to a second role in this space, and that's never been delivered on. And so I actually think we need that second role, and I know that's going to be a challenge in current budgets, but we need somebody whose sole focus is this, because it's just not happening. And so I think we need more coordination. We're currently all over the show, which is just demonstrated by the conversation in this room. And so I think the first thing that person needs to do is scope out what we've done, what we're doing, pick up the draft strategy that we've got and what we need to do to get some action on some of those points, and who needs to do it, and whether, you know, and what it's going to cost. Because, and that will include, you know, do we need a trust? What is it going to look like? So I think it needs a sole person within this organisation that can actually drive some of that, because it was committed 2-3 years ago, and it's not happening.
Yeah, look, I agree, and I think it was, there again, it was news to all of us that the actual budget wasn't there around the 360. I just thought we were making a healthy saving, but we're not, because it's not there. It's been reconsidered, I guess might be a polite way. So I agree, so let's go back to number 6. I think the support would be around something existing, the likes of Sustainable South Canterbury. Let's pursue that again. How can that group pick up potentially? So let's have a talk with Brian potentially. So, well, it has in the past, but I think there's been a perhaps change of view. So let's extend that invitation again. So comfortable for that to be the action for 6. 7 is consider advancing and enabling an independent climate change advisory body, which sort of crosses over a little bit with this. I mean, this, there again, I'm not, is this group of volunteers that we work with, is it, what is it, I don't understand. We'll go to Reece and then pick up Councillor Pye.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I notice that the requests from Dr. Driver and the other submitter consider advancing and enabling independent climate change advisory body. I think they both come back to the same idea. Yeah. The essence of the suggestion, which I'm personally interested in, of having an independent body, is that you then invite a group of people to take a long view. You invite them to put political issues aside, and you invite them to assist us locally on the issues which are local enough to matter to South Canterbury, but are not big enough to ever engage the national bodies and the official bodies at government level. The point that's made by Dr. Ivor about us basically being on our own in the event of major event damage, climate event or earthquake event. That's where I think we could get some additional external help. So I personally see a role for an external body. I don't know what its budget need be, but I do see value in having an external body over and above the staffing that we need to do a proper job here. So, I mean, because we get tied up with, I think partly because there's been a request in comparison to Theatre Royal and 2% request, and so we think, oh, that's millions, why does something need millions? But actually, if it's an independent body, if you look at the model with Sustainability Trust, it's a volunteer model. You know, I'm sure there's lots out there that would volunteer to be involved with whatever that looks like. Potentially there's some support, and maybe that's through our own budget, maybe that's through donations and loans, but I don't necessarily think it's in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. So that might be a different approach to it. Councillor Pye.
I agree. I think the key thing first is to be clear in our minds what we're doing and where we're going. And I don't see how that couldn't work like the stadium and the theatre reference groups, city town reference groups. Like you just said, you'll get plenty of people that are interested. And then once we've kind of got that started and we know what we need to do, then maybe it does need to become an independent trust, but at least we'll have more information about what needs to be done and how that could work. And it may be hugely successful with a group of volunteers and at very low cost.
Yeah, agreed. Councillor Scott.
And just to follow on from that too, I don't think we really understand who's doing what in this space. So, for example, AF8, there is a specialised body that do this. They visit the hospital all the time in preparation for emergency. They come here, they work with our emergency management. So I get a little bit annoyed when we say we've got nothing, we're not doing anything. There are specialists out there that are definitely working on what impact this will have. And so it's understanding who's doing what in the space, and that's the piece of work that needs to go with that.
Yeah, agreed. There's lots of work.
And who's leading what? Because yesterday we heard from ECAN, and they have not been talked to about this climate change trust. And I think that's disappointing.
Well, that's a community request, obviously, so... no, I agree. I would have thought that request would be to ECAN and all the other councils as well. Mr Cooper, and then we'll go Councillor Piddington.
Through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to say we do a huge amount of work on AF8, and we have been for 6 years or more, which is why we call it AF8 and why it's so common in use, that term's so common in our language. We had public workshops that kicked off with the science leads in sort of 2019. It was pre-COVID anyway, I think. There was a huge public awareness campaign that went through the country. Canterbury Group were one of the chief drivers of it, and they drove that in the districts, including Timaru, Mackenzie and Waimate, where I know that there were multiple community workshops. So I think it's been very well understood. They're now moving towards a focus in the North Island and the Hikurangi subduction zone and the problems that might cause when it goes. So they've had a slight shift in focus because they've had so many years on the AF8 project. But we have the long name committee, which is the three councils, St John, Fens, Police, Alpine, the Port, our recovery managers, emergency defence controllers. So, and that's across 4 councils actually, because Ashburton are in that long name committee as well. So there's a huge amount of work and discussion and planning that goes on around what we can do. You mentioned getting fuel out of the ground. We have a fuel plan, and we have a plan for getting it out of the ground when there's no power. We've budgeted for a diesel generator this year that we can plug onto whatever the greatest need is. But as we all know, you just plan to be overwhelmed with AF8. You just have to prioritise in whatever shape it takes, but knowing that you're going to be overwhelmed. So I think there's a huge amount of work happening, and it continues to happen. And most recently, we've taken on another recovery manager, which is a key role, especially for the AF8 scenario. As well as that, we're doing civil defence exercises. There's a huge amount of work goes on. So it may not have great visibility to our community because that public side of it has subsided a little bit. But certainly in the planning and preparation that we do interagency-wise, it's significant and part of our BAU, really.
Yeah, I think we've got to give some, and it's unhelpful that they're being brought together, but you've got climate change, which can be the event, whether it's downfall of rain, whatever, but civil defence is actually the response to the event. So yes, they do marry up, but they need to be separate work streams. Let's go to Reece and then
just to answer Paul. I think you hit the nail on the head. Is the majority of the public don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's communication.
Yeah, no one knows. And they're all sitting, when this hits, what are we going to do?
We'll go to Councillor Puddington and then back to Mr Taylor.
Look, I'm against employing a second person until we decide what we're employing them for. Because, you know, Paul's just discussed all the things we are doing for AF8. We've got a government that's also, you know, we don't want to be reproducing on our own what other councils, what national bodies have done. Let's take a stock take of where we're at, have a chat to the trust we've already got, get ECAN in, and then decide if something's appropriate.
Can I just agree with Councillor Puddington there? So we did put into the budget for two employees, but our officers could not get a job description of what that second employee was going to do. That's why it was never filled. So until we know what the role is, why...
No, that's not correct. That's,
I think that is correct, from my understanding.
The reality is of probably the complications of our managing new roles through our vacancy factor, and then, getting a few nods, and then those budgets being eaten up for general roles as opposed to the roles they were specifically given to. So one of the problems that we've had over the last X amount of years is we've been managing, rather than putting enough money into the bucket for roles, we've been managing through the vacancy factor. That's one of the challenges we've got here, which equals 15% in year one, because we're starting to get out of that hole. So actually that is one of the departments. They were ready to go, but that job description was held up by SLT and the Chief Executive at the time because of those challenges. So it is actually separate. I guarantee you. No, that's bang on. So, Mr Taylor, sorry.
Really to help councillors with the weight of paper we're handling today. If you take a look at page 8 and page 9 of the officer's comments, which you remember was a separate paper, because there was a production error in your papers. It meant you got two of the topics had the same addendum paper, so you've got a corrected paper, separate from your main agenda. Page 8 and page 9 in officer's comments, you'll see that the workload for a team of 2 is mapped out in that paper. Which might help a little bit. And confirming, Mayor Nigel, that yes, the reason a second post was not filled was that we were under instruction at the time from the council and our chief executive to not fill vacant posts. It wasn't that the work wasn't there to be done, it was that economy was made.
We still have to prioritise this with the budget we've got, because it's not in there at the moment, is it, Mr Traynor? So, again, we can't do these things in isolation.
Look, the challenge that I have is for as elected members from the last year, we understood that the 360 was in there. I've at no point in time been told that budget has been removed, and so we're expecting to go on, and do the role, which when we consulted on actually, community said this is what they wanted, and we haven't delivered on that, and we haven't delivered for whatever reasons, but actually probably reinstating the budget in my view is probably the best next step. I'm sure there's obviously different views around that, but we can put that to the vote. And I think we've just got to be careful that we don't bring the two together. These are climate roles. The 360 is climate roles. AF8 is separate. We're not getting requests for any extra money. It sits within our current team, which is Darren Lamorna, those roles. Obviously, we need to communicating with the public, that's part of that role. Elected members have a key role in that as well, as far as what we can do more around being ready for those sorts of emergencies. But I think with this consideration, we really need to keep them separate. Anyone that wants to add that hasn't spoken? Yeah, Councillor Shannon, and then we'll go Councillor Booth.
Yeah, to me there are a couple of things in here too, Nige, that talk about the climate resilience and AF8. I do honestly see the two. After I went to one of those exercises myself, because Nigel was out of town, and the number of people there across all agencies from all over the South Island actually really impressed me with the awareness and the understanding of what is going to happen when it does happen. So what Dr. Phil was telling us, that's not news to us. It's absolutely not news to us. And there are people working, albeit behind the scenes, and that's not particularly well communicated out there yet, but it's also one of those things that, do you start communicating some things until you've actually got something to tell them? So, that, and in terms of climate resilience, we're talking about a specific event that we're told is going to happen, and other events that may happen at some stage, we're not sure when. May or may not this year, next year, in terms of climate. Climate and AF8 are not the same thing. Definitely not the same thing. So when you're talking about funding for the two, to me they're not even the same group of people. And in terms of funding something independent, if there's anything I've learned already in the last 18 months, is there's no such thing as independent. That the people that are part of an independent body, in terms of a funded body, they're very firmly in one particular camp with one particular point of view. And it's more useful doing, perhaps, I suggest what Councillor Pye was alluding to with, some of the working groups, if you like, that come on board with council, and that doesn't necessarily take funds. So I certainly wouldn't advocate setting aside a budget or even a percentage of a budget until we know what that group is going to look like, and we know what sort of information and advice they're going to give to us. And those people, to me, are the experts from the fields that they work in, rather than what I would say is a so-called independent body. And also where we know there are a whole bunch of organisations out there who we've already said we're going to work with to provide information anyway, be that through the Canterbury Mayors and ECAN, Waimate Mackenzie. Just, I can't support actually putting aside extra money for anything yet until that's clear to me.
One of the comments I've made too, around that governance role and, specific portfolios, and that leads me on to, I think, the obvious person for the climate change portfolio for governance, and we'll go now to Councillor Booth.
I guess, as a council, we actually have taken into consideration the direct things that perhaps we may consider that could be a potential risk to our ratepayers, and that being the coastal potential coastal inundation and coastal erosion, and the impact on people with property rights, etc., and where you're allowed to build. We can't sort of plan for something you don't know is going to happen and when and possibly if, and that's if you really believe that that might happen. You'll just spend endless amounts of money and go round in circles and waste it. So I think this is an absolute waste of money and a waste of time And I think that we need to deal with the facts, and that's what we deal with and nothing else. So I'm certainly not in favour of committing 2% to such a thing.
Oh, we're not talking about the 2% now, we're talking about the 360, the reinstatement.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Councillor Pye.
Just wonder if the way forward, thinking about priorities, is for the CE to consider how this might fit into the organisational structure, and if we need to find another 360, where it's going to come from and how we're going to make that work within the current budgets.
We're short by about 150, I think, relative to the current budget's about to.
Out of the current structure within council, you know, the current employee structure and how that might work.
Well, we can pick up that challenge.
Because I do find it hard to make a decision when we don't know what the unknown consequences are. Like, he could come back tomorrow and go, that's fine, but now we don't have an accountant to do your budget.
Yeah, look, and I think that's why, you know, there again, if we go back to our high-level principle, you know, if we add 150 here, where are we making a saving? I don't think it necessarily has to be within the specific group, but actually, where is the saving elsewhere? So, as far as the decision, consider restoring the climate and sustaining annual budget. There's fors and against on that. Is everyone comfortable that that is delegated to the Chief Executive to what might be the correct resolution? Yeah, to look for doability. You're happy with that, Councillor Booth? Well, if you're happy. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, good. Number 9. Yeah, so resolution is a good question. I was just trying to fudge that. You caught me out, Jess. Consider, so delegate to the Chief Executive to work on a solution for restoring the climate and sustainability annual budget to 360. Cool. Sorry?
And the second role?
Yes, and that's just, yeah, and just follow on. Perfect. And then so consider, number 9, consider developing a sustainability strategy and or climate change response plan. Yeah, Reece, perfect, thank you.
Probably help with that one. What's being suggested by this submitter was the idea that climate change is part of sustainability rather than the other way around, and that broader focus on sustainability, and is picked up in item 10, I think, as well, is that if you start thinking about sustainability and how you measure or understand whether you're progressing towards more or less sustainability, that if you use those as criteria in your production of plans, you've got a better way of communicating what you're doing. And in my opinion, a team of 2 can, between them, produce that. There's already been a request from the committee, Councillor Pye chairs, from Environmental Services Committee, for us to produce an internal plan. So certainly in terms of the work for ourselves here within the council, that plan is in preparation. A lot of the internal consultation is underway, and the fruits of that are already with senior management, identifying areas of action that we think we can take right across the whole organisation. So yes, that plan is in preparation and will be available for you in this arriving financial year.
Yeah. And 2 will be better than 1 to enable that to happen.
It will make a huge difference to it. But this question of whether it's in the context of sustainability, yes, it would be quite possible to present our work on climate change and sustainability under that broader banner.
Okay. Any comment, or just happy that as an action, internal action? Number 10 is consider supporting principles put forward by the Sustainability South Canterbury Trust in the promotion and facilitation of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals as a guide for the community. Any thinking around that? We're just broadly supportive. Brian's presented to us prior to this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Biddington.
Yeah, I've talked to Brian Gallagher about this, I'm quite supportive because it doesn't dictate, it just means in our decisions we should look across it. And to Reese's point, if we get a second person, this could be part of their role across council, so I'm quite supportive of it.
I am too, yep.
Thanks, Councillor Piddington. Anyone over this side? Councillor Booth.
I guess as long as it doesn't tie us into something that we actually don't know what we're talking about.
Sorry, apologies. Any other comments, questions? No, it's sort of supportive of that. Thank you. 11, consider increasing investment in the implementation of City Town Strategic Framework and associated renewals, upgrades and high levels of service relating to maintenance and beautification, and I'll refer back to principle number 1. But let's have a good discussion on this. Yep, Councillor Scott, thanks.
I had quite a few notes when I was reading the submissions around this, and one of my big things is that we've said yes to finishing off the master plans, so City Town and Caroline Bay master plans. And quite frankly, until they're completed and we understand what they produce, I don't think we need to set aside any budget at all until we have those master plans. Because also I read that we've got that $1 million on enhancement of Strathallan Corner. And again, has the working group agreed that this is the best spend? And we've got the 300K for the toilets, but wouldn't we wait until after the master plan work is completed and we prioritise that $1 million spend? I'm concerned, once again, we're doing something over here and we've got a master plan here that's incomplete and hasn't been agreed on by our working group that we've established, but we're going off on this hand and just going to spend $1 million, and I'm unsure if this is a priority.
I think what this proposal was not saying to spend it, but to put it in the LTP budgets, and there is a slight difference. And Rosie might give us an update on the Strathallan Corner, on that $1 million.
I just... Oh, sorry.
No, you go. Thanks, Rosie.
So we have got, you're right, that there's sort of been a question about what's lagging and leading. We've certainly got options in terms of what you could spend that money on, and the drafting of the master plans in a position where priorities are emerging. But because of the program pauses, we haven't had the opportunity to get decisions from the relevant people at a governance level about whether they endorse the priorities that are coming through the technical data. So, yeah, I could sit here and tell you what you could spend 1.5 mil or 6 mil or 30 mil on according to the data at this point, but there is a question around decisions that still need to be made. Yeah.
Really, we need the master plan completed, which will be the steering document, effectively.
Yeah.
Totally
Which
agree.
is Councillor Scott's point, isn't it? Councillor Pye, and then we'll jump back over this side.
Whilst I agree with Councillor Scott, I don't see the point of having a plan if we've got no money to implement the plan. What we need to be careful about throughout this entire long-term plan is it is a plan, not a target. And just because it's in the budget, it doesn't mean we've given authority to go and do the work. But if we don't have anything in the budget, we've got a plan that's useless because we've got no way of funding it.
Look, I'm a bit the same. Is this going to be the third or fourth Caroline Bay master plan we've had? And if the first thing we do is pick it up and put it on the shelf, we're going to be laughed. I agree we don't spend any money, but we need to have some money there, no different from Pleasant Point, Temuka, Geraldine, with their ongoing planning. There needs to be some money because we're going to look pretty stupid if we come up with the top 6-10 solutions to Caroline Bay And then the first thing we say, oh, we've got no money for the next 10 years.
Was sort of supportive putting more money in, or just what's more money in? Okay, thank you.
Yes, just a comment, there is money in the next financial year, which is $1 million plus the upgrade of the toilet. So there is some funding there for the next one. So further funding could be considered from the annual plan onwards.
Just for clarity though, I thought that 1.5 mil, and again I get a bit confused, some of it had already been spent or targeted. Are you saying there's 1.5 million sitting there we could spend anything we like on, or have you committed it?
The only funding that's been committed is the $500,000 to finish the slippery tiles work. So the other $1 million is still, could be spent on whatever comes out of the master plan, really. Yeah.
So that $1 million doesn't include Strathallan Corner?
No, but there is a dependency there. So the 300,000 for the toilets plus the 300,000 from MB, that 600,000, the initial budgets that were done in February indicated that you might just be able to get a basic solution relocated to the corner of the site for that amount, but it's not sufficient to do a quality reinstatement of that site and achieve some of the community's objectives around performance space and seating and what to do with the fountain. So while that 1 mil isn't committed, it would be a good idea if you're going to proceed with the 300,000 and do the toilets. It would be a very good idea to use that to make sure you could do a good job.
You get my point though, why I'm confused. So suddenly we had 1.5 million, we've lost $500,000 to tiles, we've just now lost, is it 300 or 600 to Strathallan? So,
Yeah, it is confusing, but we've always said that the $500,000 is to finish the tiles. So that left another $1 million. Now, the toilets, the 300,000 plus is funded separately. That's not part of the 1 million. But what Rosie is saying is that there may be some extra works to enhance Strathallan Corner to achieve the outcomes that we're seeking, which would be funded from that 1 million.
Sorry, Rosie. Again, though, my problem is we're committing that without seeing what the master plan for the Caroline Bay, which may be more of a priority than upgrading Strathallan Corner.
So obviously things are in draft, and to Stacey's point, I'm speaking from the technical data and what's been gathered based on stakeholder feedback to date. I'm not saying things that have the endorsement of the steering group because they haven't had the opportunity to review. However, Strathallan Corner has consistently emerged as a priority within the master plan program, so there is a strong alignment there, both in terms of what's coming through in the technical documentation, but also what has come through from the community right from the get-go, whether that was the previous long-term plan feedback or the market research piece we commissioned, the design. So it's not, it would be incorrect to think that there's sort of reactive decision-making going on, oh, we've got this MB funding, therefore we should prioritise city-town funding to complement it. There is actually a natural alignment there, so it's not ad hoc.
Thank you. We'll go now to Councillor Booth.
Thank you. I guess Strathallan Corner comes up as the most prominent thing that actually that we need to actually deal with now. We've got money from the MB for the toilets, and the thing needs turned on its head. I mean, you talk to the guys at ANZ, it's just where all the druggies go and do drug deals and the hobos sleep. And so it needs turned around and made into a much more usable space. It's the centre of the town. It's a little bit of money. There's some money there. We need to finish it and actually do it properly, not just do an ad hoc job based on a budget and not sort out the how it's laid out. That needs to be done now. There's been nothing done in the CBD. And you talked about doing something. We put a City Hub program in place, and now we pulled all the funding from it. So you know, for goodness sake, we have to give the CBD something, and it needs to happen now. It can't. While we're going to have a master plan, but we need to start. We need to do something, and it will be part of that master plan that the Strathallan Corner is actually upgraded and done something with. We can't wait for another report for such as the Caroline Bay. Obviously, evidently there's a report for the Caroline Bay now, which I've not seen. But still, it would be very sad to see that we've got no money for our CBD going forward at all. And I'd like to see this project funded properly to do a good job now, and then for the future we need to put a couple $1 million in the budget per annum, that those projects that will be identified in the master plan can be picked off.
So as far as the funding, would need some numbers. What are you talking about outside of what's in there now, Councillor Booth?
Rosie could give us an idea of what the do it properly numbers might be.
Okay, sorry, just to confirm the question, you're asking me to give you some alternative price points and what you might get for them? Is that what you're after?
To basically do it properly, not just just replace the toilets in the same place, like for like, have the same issues.
$1 on enhancement of Strathallan Corner. It's in the doc. It's there.
Okay, no,
we read it.
I was leading you astray. So to bring it back, though, so we're comfortable at the moment. There's master plan that needs finishing. There's money in the budget. There's the opportunity to review it in your plan next year. Any further steps, and at that point you've got a plan in place, which sort of makes sense. And then so further investment outside of the current $1 million, which is in the next, the discretionary $1 million that's in the next budget. Then there's an opportunity through the annual plan process next time. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Are you saying it's going to happen now, or is it going to happen next year or the year after?
No, so what I'm saying is for further consideration outside of the money that's in the budget now, the consideration would be made once we have a plan. And that would be through the annual plan, and you do have options, although not perfect, amendment to LTP if you wanted considerable funding. Officers are going, don't suggest that. But you've got other opportunities to make changes, I guess, once we know exactly. This is the problem, sort of 3 years ago, high level, putting pockets of money in years, and it's great in principle and sending a signal, but actually we're better off spending the money doing the planning, getting it right, and then actually coming through this process. And I know there's delays, etc., but actually be able to say, well, actually we know this is costed to a high level in year X, it's going to cost this, year Y, it's going to cost this. And I think that's an approach that I prefer to have. And I think in a year's time we'll be a lot better lined up with with this process as far as planning and feedback from community, CBD group, chamber, others.
So can I make a suggestion to get a little bit of clarity around this? So we've got 1.5 in the 24-25 year,
yep.
And that is to do the tiles and potentially Strathallan Corner. Rosie's done a lot of work on this. I'm assuming you would have sort of indications of what you think a 25-26 tranche and a 26-27 tranche might look like. So what's your views on that?
Yes, I do, and I think we've got a lot more information now than we had 3 years ago. So to give you a sense of what you could achieve if your pockets were deep enough and you could find magical savings elsewhere. So if you were, for example, to increase your funding allocation and put an extra couple of $1 million into year 2, what that would allow you to do, and that's a conservative figure. It is a QS figure. It's not costed because obviously we can't go to market just yet. But with that sum of money, you would be able to fully realise what's evolving as the concept plan for that location in the master plan. So rather than having to cut your cloth to fit and sort of doing as much as you could with your 1.5, you would actually deliver a finished, that's what that corner is going to look like. It's got all the intended features and functionality, and it includes your bells and whistles, your water fountains and your seating and power supply for events and markets and, you know, all of the different community have asked for. So you're looking at an extra couple of million in year 2 at the outside. And again, that's not a target. That's to make sure that we've got contingency there and we don't have to come back to you and ask for more. Could probably, we would bring costed options, including ones at a lower price point. So you could do that in year 2. And you could add a further 2.5 million to year 3. And if you did that, looking at what's coming through in the emerging master plan at the moment, that would allow you to put a whole lot of additional infrastructure in a more distributed way throughout the city centre. So things like your wayfinding or your pop-up bollards, your play trail, your art trails, all those kind of things that have quite good bang for buck in terms of look and feel, vibrancy, morale, confidence. But at the same time, they would be things with minimum ongoing OPEX costs. And they would be things which you would choose carefully so that they were going to be minimally impacted by any subsequent renewals. Obviously, you don't want to, this has been something that City Town's struggled with always, is you don't want to put something in if you're going to dig up the road next year. So we're up to $6 million at this point, split across year 1, 2 and 3. The other comment I would make, and Andrew's given me some strong guidance that it probably won't be palatable, but if we look at what the community are actually asking for, a lot of it is OPEX. So when they talk about creating an enabling environment for businesses and developers and investors having that single point of contact, they're actually talking about a type of service provision. At the moment, we operate as regulators and we have to keep our hands clean in terms of providing advice or serving in a consultant manner to those people. There's opportunities around addressing vacant spaces, activation, placemaking events, a lot of the things. And for example, you've got the CBD group who have asked for match funding to support the activities that they're doing and to work with the Willing and other councils who've done a great job of urban regeneration. That OPEX funding is also important. So if you wanted to really go to town, I would recommend that you put a couple of $100,000 OPEX in each of years 1 to 3. And then having demonstrated your value through what those groups are doing, you could decide whether or not that was adding value and you wanted to continue beyond year 3. And I've called option 6 go hard or go home, which is to reinstate the original budget. And if you could find 31.5 mil of CapEx and 1.2 mil of OPEX, you could, over years 3 to 10, then probably implement the top 5 emerging projects from the master plan. Which relate to the very top of Stafford Street from Cannon Street, the south from George to Walcombe, so getting your streetscape upgrades in place outside the theatre. You could do your work next to Strathallan Corner, connecting down to the pedestrian overbridge and creating a lovely, lovely avenue for people going to the Rock and Hop or getting off cruise ships. And you could do something about the intersection up at the Bay Hill to create a closer connection between the city centre and the waterfront, and you'd have a little bit of budget for the other things left over. So I'm not recommending that, but I think it is really helpful when you do think about any budget you might like to commit to this, to know what sort of thing you're getting for what sort of money.
Too easy. Yeah. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you for that, Rosie. That's really informative and that's really helpful. So is there a will from around the room to increase the capital expenditure and or OPEX as Rosie's described? Well, let's just start with year 2 and 3, which would mean increasing the capital program over those years. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, certainly a willingness from me to do that. I think that we need to be seen to be doing something. We need to have some sort of plan moving forward that's transparent, that gives people in the CBD a bit of hope. There is going to be some change moving forward, so yeah, I support that.
I'm supportive of that, but at the same time, can we put some asset sales in the budget so that we don't blow the budget out and then the extra capital spend becomes dependent on selling assets? Or reducing the cost of the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub project?
Well, there is lots of opportunities. I think the key thing is that you have to, you know, we can't just go, hey, let's allow for sundry capex. We've got to be specific around what we have in there. And although there might be some savings, and obviously, you know, we might deliver 80 versus 100% of our capex and be under our budget, we still have to put the numbers in and adjust our cost to.
But that is the problem, though. If we put some more capex in, that's going to affect our rate rises and everything in those years. And so if that's what you're going to ask us to adopt, I'd probably rather adopt as is, even though I'm reluctant to do that, and look at it in the annual plan next year.
I think the other approach is that I think the key, what we've done is we've gone to one extreme, is we've kicked a lot of that CBD investment out. And so if you bring some of that in the latter years back into the LTP, then as you work through, you could, when you understand savings, etc., you could bring forward work. So that might be an approach that you actually allow years 4, 5, 6, something like that, hypothetically. So I think you keep your 1 mil, a 1.5 in year 4 and 5. We can take Rosie's recommendations around bring that total up to 6 million. In a year's time, when we understand the realities of some big decisions, then that would give us the opportunity to bring forward that CapEx program, because it's in the plan, it's a lot easier. So that would probably be my recommended approach. Then it affects your rates in the latter years as opposed to the considerations that we have in years 1, 2 and 3. I think I'm getting sort of some nods and endorsement from the officers, so comfortable with that. So is everyone comfortable with that approach? So that's...
It's what, a couple of $1 million a year, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so Rosie said bringing that 6 million up in for basically 1 to year 3, but would be in 1, 4 and 5. If there's some savings in other places, then we could look to bring forward that CapEx into years 2 and 3 potentially, but we won't know until we know. And then, so if there's general support for that approach, that would be great. Then the second question I think we need to address is around the OPEX, so that's harder to deal with. We've already asked a chief executive to try and find money for additional budget for the climate change. This is again increased OPEX, understanding that there's enough challenges in there, so I think we've got to be careful in saying that. I totally endorse where we want to head as far as that enabling type council, that we're less compliance and more front facing. And trying to work with these business owners to make some change, and that would mean either requesting savings in another area or adding to your OPEX, which incurs additional rate cost. So maybe a little bit of discussion on that one.
It's all that climate change stuff's not going to be much use to all the people who are going to be living in huts after they've lost their businesses, because we haven't done anything to the CBD. So, you know... So let's deal with economics first and foremost and give the CBD something to work with, and it needs to be something that's going to happen and continue to happen over a period of time. I think they'll be quite happy.
Yeah, I'm concerned now about this, because what's happening now is you're starting to blow out 6 years of deficit, because those brackets are going quite significantly if you start pushing out City Town to year 4, 5 and 6. So I'm really concerned we're getting ourselves into a position here. We've talked about 3 years of deficit, and all of a sudden we're starting to push stuff out, and you could be lining yourself up for 6. One of those things is only $2 million profit, and yeah, but well, not really, because you still got to find the The expenditure, there's no income coming in. I think we're starting to get ourselves into a position that this needs to be updated and looked at again.
So those capital changes will have no cost because you're only going to bring them forward if you find the savings elsewhere. That's the approach. It's the operational cost that will reflect significant change on there. Bear in mind what's 1%, 700k or something. So if you add 100,000, you're adding. Oh, finance. Let's jump up. Welcome, Andrea. Come up to a microphone.
You've just got to be mindful of your debt cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Are we clear about the timing of some of our debt? Because that will make a huge difference to our interest costs in this. And so that's why I kind of challenged the CE to go away and, not just to go away, to go and look for some savings, because I think the reality of where the theatre and the stadium project are, where have we got that timed? When have we got the drawing down of the debt in there? And are we actually, if we're realistic about that timing, going to have some interest savings that may cover the city town OPEX and other OPEX that we've asked for?
I've challenged time and time again the timing of the CapEx. I still believe that it's front-loaded, and that just seems to be a phenomena, not just in this council, but when I was in health, the same phenomena, that people would say, we're going to spend $1 million on X, and they'd put the $1 million in the first year, knowing full well they've got to do a plan, they've got to do, potentially got to get building consents, potentially got to do this, so you're well into year 2 before you spend the $1 million, and can't seem to be able to get that moved. We've made a bit of progress on it, but we've still got that same phenomena going on. So there will be slippage. I personally believe there's slippage. I just wonder, though, whether on this one we somehow signal that we have to do something, but we actually do it in the annual plans. We look at where are we at the annual plan, and then we bring it in at that point. And you can do it as an amendment to your plan annually. And I wonder if, and that gives Rosie and Andrew and the group, the CBD group, a much better chance of getting some meat on the bones to say, this is what we really need it to look like.
So you're talking about the OPEX or the CapEx as well?
Probably both.
Probably both.
Yeah.
See, I don't have any issue with the CapEx because it's not going to add to your debt ceiling because you're only going to bring it forward if you make savings elsewhere. So
yeah, but we are starting to push up against that 2.5 in year. Which year is it? About 6 or 7, something like that.
Yeah, as far as your plan, but your reality is quite it's quite different. I understand the dilemma, but yeah.
Just see what might help you is there is a saving in the urban water, a CapEx program. There is a double entry, so to speak, which we picked up. So it's a $4 million saving in capital.
You could substitute that for that, and then you're okay. We substitute those two things, then you're back where we are. Yeah. So we can just do a substitution there.
Yeah. Okay. So you played your card early, Andrew, haven't you?
Flush that one out.
So circling back to the OPEX conversation. So you just want to pause that. In principle, agree, but fund through there again past the Chief Executive to look for opportunities.
I think you really got to understand what that role would do as well.
Yeah, I think it needs to be thought out a little bit.
And is that a role that officers could do anyway?
Yes, so would you like a clarification?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's probably actually 2 different, I won't say roles, I'll say work programs.
Yeah.
One of which is around enabling and supporting investment and development. So, for example, we previously had David Penny on board as our earthquake prone building liaison. officer, and he was effective and very well received among our community stakeholders, and the way in which that role differed from the excellent work which my colleagues downstairs do was that he was not, because he was not himself making regulatory decisions, he was able to go a little bit further in his advice and recommendations, and also had the capacity to have some really robust conversations with industry, with local engineers and consultants, architects, designers, about what was happening in that area. And sort of one of his major recommendations was around developing a temerary-based approach so that you could get, probably not consensus, but a bit more guidance or a bit more consistency around the advice being provided to building owners. So it's quite a different function to anything that the regulatory team could appropriately provide. And then the second program is around working with the likes of the CBD group and the farmers market. It's probably more complementary to what our existing roles do. I know Jess Hurst obviously is familiar to us all in her work, but it's stepping that up and potentially having a bit of budget with that role to work with the willing, to do your pop-up spaces, to do your events, potentially support some of the activities that the CBD group are proposing to lead, or the chamber, let's not, or Town Centre Ratepayers Action Group. It's not about making decisions now, but it's being able to put a bit of support behind those people who are trying to bring that vibrancy to the city centre at a grassroots level.
Yeah, it could be supporting VT, for instance, in that space as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
It could be something that you outsource. And like I say, it is not necessarily a role, but it is functions and work programs that don't naturally sit with any existing council officer in the regulatory area, and that we just don't have capacity to deliver at the moment with our upstairs staff.
Thank you. Councillor Pye.
I was just going to ask, isn't that first role or project or work stream, whatever you like to call it, aren't VT doing that anyway? Like, I thought that was one of their, it's on their strategic plan and that's what they were doing.
Some work around the economic impact of private-public investment on behalf of City Town.
I got the wrong impression then. I thought they were trying to work with property owners, letting them know what's available and what they can, what opportunities there are to develop their properties.
Yeah, Rosie might be able to better explain it.
Yeah, correct. So from this current financial year's City Town budget, we've provided some resource to them to do a piece of work that will create some of, and you were discussing earlier, clearer communication and guidelines around the parameters and how you would do it and what you would need to do. However, our funding for that, same as our Earthquake Prone Building Liaison Officer, that funding's coming to an end, and so then there's a limit to what can be done with the other budget, because what our building owners are asking for is ongoing support with their, and target personalised, individualised support, not just the toolkit, but, hold my hand, help me through it, explain to me what I need to do, and yeah. And Dunedin, when they did the warehouse precinct, and I know many of you came to that wonderful presentation from Glenn Hazelton, they called it rolling out the red carpet. So making it easy, making it straightforward, opening our doors.
Yeah. So as far as decision on that, we're happy to take that offline with the Chief Executive to work through. Okay, cool. But we agreed to those changes in year 4 and 5 as far as the CapEx. Yeah. Everyone's still happy with that? Yeah. And so just for the minutes, Rosie, what were those numbers?
2 million.
Just the CapEx figures, yeah. Yep.
And I would suggest 2 mil in year 2, and 2.5 mil.
Yeah.
How much?
So it'll be.
Sorry, 1.5 year 1, 2 in year 2, and 2.5 in year 3.
Yeah. So it's going to be 2 in year 4.
Oh, yes,
yeah, and 2.5 in year 5. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. And then that will give time for reconsideration through the next LTP process. Yeah.
I'm going to vote against that. I just feel like I don't have enough information when it comes to our borrowing ratios and the financial impact. So it's not that I'm against, I just personally right now, I don't feel well informed to make that decision.
No, that's all good, Councillor Scott. So what I might do just on that one then, I'll just, it was number 11, thank you. So we'll just move that separately. So can I have a mover? Councillor Booth, Councillor Parker. Any further discussion on that one? No, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, and like your vote noted? Yeah, and Councillor Scott against. Brilliant, thank you. Alrighty, 12. Consider a request to make Stafford Street pedestrian only one way. Just say, all those in favour? Yeah, part of the master plan, so refer master plan. Comfortable with that? Consider a provision for free Wi-Fi. I thought we do. Yeah, it's still there, isn't it?
Yep, our commercial company Veta down the road offers free Wi-Fi in Timaru, Temuka, Pleasant Point and Geraldine.
Yeah.
But possibly we don't advertise that very well, so it might be good to get some more regular comms out that that is actually available.
Yeah. So an action, yeah. Cool, okay, so that's action. 14, consider a request to replace tiles in the Timaru CBD and discontinue the application of non-slip treatment. So that's come from one individual. You're happy that that's part of the city town work, etc.? Everyone comfortable with that? Yeah. 15, consider investment in a street tram network and electrical vehicle fleet available for public use in the Timaru township. No? Don't need discussion? No? Okay. 16, consider prioritising engagement with community partners, investment in development initiatives. What was that one out of? That was community. Oh, yeah, perfect.
Part of what you're talking about.
Oh, we've moved over. Oh, so we're changing teams almost, are we? Yeah, we are. I think that's. Yeah, I think that's Rosie and Andrew all good for now. Thank you very much.
Giving up their seat.
Appreciate that. Welcome, Beth and Claire. Yeah, so do you want to talk briefly to the 16 and, or 16 for a start off? Thank you. So it was the prioritising engagement with community partners and investing in community development initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to that, I would say that Timaru District Council in the 18 months that I've been here has certainly progressed a long way in the community development space, and for the small amount of investment they're placing in the community development team, they have engaged broadly right across the sector with our community partners and support community initiatives from within the budgets they already have. There's no request for any surplus budgets to do anything. We try to do as much as we can with what we have available to us. Sometimes it's thinking outside the box, other times it's forming partnerships or seeking funding from government agencies. So, yeah, I sort of think we're doing quite well in that space already.
Brilliant. Yeah, I agree. I think we're doing a great job. So we can just note that. Everyone comfortable with that? Pacific strategy, we've covered that, so just note that no change there. It's been worked on through other groups in the community. 18 is consider maintaining at least current levels of community and major event funding. Everyone comfortable with that? No change at the moment. 19, consider proposed resource needed to effectively execute the age-friendly strategy. Question, do we need specific resource or does it need to just be in someone's work program?
I can answer that again if you like. The age-friendly strategy, now that it's completed, will fall under the Safer Communities as one of their work programs so that they can oversee the prioritising and completion of some of those suggested actions. So that's a work in progress already, along with the other work. So I think you'll find that'll sit neatly under what we already do.
Yeah, perfect. And I think we've discussed this before, it should be a consideration for a little bit like climate and age-friendly as far as considerations when report writers are putting something before council, that those reports are considered and those strategies are considered while putting a paper up. Everyone comfortable with that? Age friendly? Yeah, all good. 20, consider a funding request for Aoraki Foundation to increase operation funding from 7.5 to 30. Questions, comments? And so that was originally 3 councils a few years ago were just doing 111. It wasn't really helping a lot at all, and so a few years ago whenever we raised that to 7.5, I think as far as our distribution, or as far as our share or shareholding, if you like, if we were 7.5, in theory the other councils should meet the other 2.5 to make a 10. So I don't know whether there's been a request to those other councils in this regard as far as increasing their operating funding model, and I'm not sure if they did move from the 1 or not as well, but we should probably just consider it in the fact that it's a request specifically to our council. But I just wanted you to have that information that the other councils do contribute, but I'm not sure at what level now. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, I'd like to see what synergies maybe we could have if they're doing grants and we're doing grants, and, you know, the sort of background behind it, because maybe we could move across to them and hand them some money along with that. I'm not sure, but yeah, like you, I'd just like to see what it all means.
Yeah.
And I wonder, oh, sorry, Scotty. And I wonder too, you know, like in our reserve funds, bequests, what have we got sitting in there that may be able to be transferred into a fund? Because just like we did at the District Health Board many years ago to establish the Health Endowment Fund, is there opportunities there to offload some of those funds that aren't benefiting our community?
Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, it would be good to look at some of those as an opportunity for these guys, because if you've taken the time to have a meeting with Richard and the team lately, you know, it seems pretty clear to me that what they are doing is something different other than just passing on one fund to another fund. In terms of some of their PPPs in particular, and we're talking about these public-private partnerships and the opportunities there, they are looking hard at generating, you know, massive return in partnership with private entities from a relatively small amount of public resource. And that again is one of those things that I like the look of. Small investment, large return, community on board, and then working hard with other businesses that actually want to be contributors to different, you know, fun and exciting and things around town that aren't just grants and direct funding. I think if we can find a way to meet that, I think that'd be worthwhile.
Yeah, so I'll go to Beth, but I guess this request specifically is for money to support, although we've got these ideas, which I think is fantastic. Don't get away from the request is to support their operating model. Yeah, as well. But Beth, did you have a comment? Sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and just to respond to Councillor Scott's comment as well. So I just would like to let you know that this doesn't actually sit within the community funding program. Yeah. The funding for this actually came out of the governance expenses at the Mayor's request. It also doesn't form part of the mayoral fund, which for year one is only $5,500. For the governance expenses, that was only $23,000 this year, $29,000 year. So if there is going to be consideration about the establishment or the ongoing support of this, I would consider and endorse the development of an alternative funding stream that doesn't necessarily sit within community development, doesn't subtract from that, but you'll need to consider the implications of that, where you might pull that from. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a request for new money effectively. Councillor Pye.
So I'm supportive of this, but obviously we need to find the money from somewhere, and I question, do we still have 7,500 in the budget, or was that just a 1 year?
Yeah, so it sits under a budget.
Yeah, it's not technically within the Mayor's fund, because the Mayor's relief fund is only $5,500. It did come out of governance expenses, actually came out through an advertising stream. So there is no specific funding line for it. But that can easily be amended if we do find the funds for it.
It's traditionally it's been set up for a long time when it was 1,000, but reactionary. It was on invoice, so we've never specifically put it anywhere, and it's just fallen under my stuff.
Can I ask I'd like to ask a question of the Aoraki Foundation themselves. They've got 3 people. Now, I used to be a trustee there, and we had half a person. So, what's the growth and why?
No, they're putting into the operating model to try and grow that baseline funds and bequests and what have you. So that's why they're trying to increase contributors to their OPEX model, basically.
I think.
Yeah. It's one of those aspirational things. It's, you know, if you look at 2030, if they've got 30, 50 million under management, what does that look like for the community? But in the short term, to get to that point, they need support with the operating model. And at a point in time, I think they won't need that support, but it's not today or tomorrow. It's going to be in a few years' time. Yeah, and so that's what the request is focused on. Yeah.
So I was going to say I'm supportive of this if we can find the funding somewhere, because I agree, and I think they have really stepped up in their visibility in the community, which is attracting more funds for them. But I also really want to look over the next year about how we do things differently, and perhaps it's a workshop with Richard and his team in here and have a think about how perhaps they could deliver the services for us so that we're getting value for the money. And perhaps they're getting value as well, because that money could be more.
Cool. So as far, where are we? So as far as actions, any other further comments on supporting this? Councillor Booth?
Yeah, they do a great job. I just wonder, how long have we been supporting them with 7,500?
No, it's only a couple of years, or one or two.
Oh, okay.
The one was for however long when it was set up, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, I guess just an increase in line with perhaps how long, perhaps, you know, another 2,500 or something like that.
Any raise on? No. Councillor Parker.
I'm supportive of the Aoraki Foundation, but I'm unsure whether increasing it to 30,000 at this current time is something that will sit comfortably with myself.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Councillor Pye's point, if we can find some money. So, you know, an option is not agree to a sum. I think they'd be comfortable with any increase. The 7.5 is in a budget currently, so we could look to see what other options there are and take it offline and come back with a figure potentially. Yeah, the key for them is that we bake it in, so moving forward it's there in a budget. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, look, I think they do a great job too, and they're enabling a lot of community groups to have a way forward that perhaps those community groups couldn't see before. Going on my own experience, and then of course with the South Canterbury Mountain Bike Club as well, with the bike pump track, you know, they have actually given them a huge amount of guidance, and you know, could say that maybe that was guidance they were looking for from the council but couldn't find it, but I found it with Aoraki Foundation, so I think that's great.
Cool. So in principle, we support, so let's say we support in principle, but look to find with existing budgets, and we'll have to come back to council on that one. It's all good? Yep. Okay, next one, 21, support future fundraising efforts for the Geraldine Academy of Performing Arts. Comment on this, Councillor Oliver.
So as always, there's been a lot of discussion about this over the years, and I'm not advocating that council should buy this building by all means, but I think we could possibly, to allow them to be enabled to unlock some funding, there is a property fund that used to be the Geraldine Endowment Fund. It's now the Timaru District Fund.
So
is it endowment fund still? I thought it was being
well, it still is. It's meant to be merged, but there's two property funds that sit in the reserves.
So I'm wondering whether it's possible to consider giving a grant to them for $50,000 to enable them to unlock some funding streams. But we ring-fence that with some caveats around council not bequeathing that building if it goes awry, and for them to have a pretty stringent maintenance program on the upkeep of the building going forward. And I'm just wondering if councillors have any appetite for that sort of model.
Look, there's only so much you'll be able to dictate too, but those property funds exist, so there is an option. So Councillor Oliver's put that forward further discussion, debate. Councillor Whittington.
Before we started giving them any money, there were some concerns around the state of the building, the earthquake preparedness or otherwise, and I'd want to know all that before we gave them any money, to make sure we're not investing in a lemon gab, because we could set this in motion, and as you say, there's a shortfall, or the moment they get it up, they want to give it to us because it's too expensive to maintain. I've just got some queries, and I think before we do that, we have to have a good look at the Geraldine Town Hall and Cinema. Its earthquake rating's 15% or whatever it is. We've got to make sure that we are doing this in the right steps.
So just on that note, actually, so an application to a property fund could occur at any time, so it doesn't need to necessarily happen through the LTP, so it doesn't have to hold up our discussions today. If councillors want further information, conscious of time, there's building report and those sorts of things. So with that in mind, we could again take this offline and do more work. I'm just conscious that so that is an option, and we could, that we don't need, I'm just saying we don't need to decide it today, but.
I agree. I don't think it needs to be in the long-term plan if there's a property fund for there, and it's not for today's discussion.
Okay, so thank you for coming prepared, Nicole, but we won't need your expertise on this one. So the action, let's see, do we need a report? What's the best action with reference to property fund? Nicole, jump in if you like.
So there is background information, a PX report that was completed on this building for the community board.
Yep.
So there is some background info, though not the seismic information. And as your Mayor has pointed out, they can make an application to this fund, and there is funds at any time, and it can be assessed in its own merit at that time and brought back to council with further information. So that could be your outcome.
Okay, so as an action, let's do that. Let's assist them in making that application.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, did you counsel? No.
Just, we need to be mindful, we don't even own this building, and so spending ratepayers' money on a building, getting reports, getting all that, we need to be careful. We don't actually own the building.
No, we're not getting
So, yes. So I'm just want to remind everyone it's not our building. We've gone off and we've done building reports on something that we do not own.
Yep.
So I just want to be mindful, we don't spend money on something that's not ours.
No, 100% agree, but I think Councillor Oliver's put through a path that they could take, and it's not LTP specific, so I just think we can refer that. So comfortable with that action? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, can I have a point of clarification?
Yeah, of course.
Not to do with the... How do we go... Why have we funded a report on a building we don't own? I'm a bit of a loss. And what was the cost?
Yeah, no, so good. I'll pass to Nicole.
Yeah. The request actually came through the Geraldine Community Board at the time, and there was significant, and I was requested to have a look at a building report, which sorry, I don't have the exact cost right now, but I can come back to you with that. It wasn't a lot, I have to say, and it was like a better inspect report just to give the condition of the building. And we had one of our local builders who was doing work out there just go and have a look through the building. And at the time, being requested to look at the purchase, I got a very basic desktop evaluation on that building. And that has been shared with the parish church, and the parish church had permission, should they choose to share that with others when we actually stepped out officially of looking at purchasing that building. And that was all via the board at the time, community board.
Look, Councillor Puddington, Councillor Oliver and I, we've had some discussion on this at the time. We can give you some detail later. So 22, consider continuation of work on 17A review. I think everyone's really supportive of that. Just probably for us is a timeline on when we bring that forward.
Yes,
Thanks,
so
Nicole.
The base work in regards to a review of information, testing what's happening up and down the country, having a look at some of the core items that I was asked to go away and look at to come back. So that report is now back with me, and I am now starting to formulate and writing the overall 17A review. So I'm looking to have that in front of you at some point in July at one of the council meetings. So that's as per the timeline. So it's on its way now. So I've got the base info.
Perfect, thank you. So consider request to review rental charges for council housing, both to increase and maintain at current levels. Happy that that's tied up with the review. Yeah. Next one is consider request from Age Concern to have provision for more council housing in rural areas in the future. I think that's tied to the review. Tied to review. It's part of a review of social housing. Yeah.
And I also just think we need to be careful about what facilities and services are available rurally. Ideally, you shouldn't be disadvantaged if you live rurally, but you are. So, you know, there's been a lot of people that have retired in Twizel and Fairlie, and we struggle to get supports to those people. So you've got to look at the whole picture of what else is around there to support the community of ageing adults.
Just to give you a little bit of base information, obviously we don't cater in the Fairlie and the Twizel area, but of our 10 councils outside of Christchurch in the Canterbury region, we have the highest number of social houses available in the aged care. The next council is 50% lower than us, so we actually have one of the biggest portfolios. So part of the information I'm bringing back is options about how you leverage that portfolio to help further development, and what does that look like. So bringing you those different options of provision, also whether you wish to keep it in-house, take it out, you know, into a trust, etc. So it's exploring all of those options, but in particular having a look at how we can leverage the value of that asset to do other things. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So 25, consider request from Age Concern to support the establishment of a working group to explore alternative shared housing arrangements for older people. I think that ties to housing review. I think it's also tied to age-friendly strategy, so if we're happy to delegate those two in that direction. 26, consider continuation of work streams and increased investment in AF8 resiliency planning. I'm comfortable that that's happening. I think we've covered that. That's happening. 27, consider proactive capital investment in the Opua Dam. Yes, yeah, no worries. And we'll get through this and then we'll have a quick break. So Opua Dam investment. I think we've generally talked about this. We need to have further conversations with our partners being Environment Canterbury. I don't think it's necessarily a decision for today, but there's further considerations to wider benefit of what that looks like for our community. So just as far as an action from that, and probably 28, consider support of enhanced flood protection work at Arundel, which is, you know, technically would sit with ECAN as far as stop banks, etc. Maybe if you pick up an action I'm happy to have further discussions with elected members at ECAN. So, yeah, everyone comfortable with it? For both of them, for 27, 28. Yeah, Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, the last time, going back to a submission, did we have an agreement that was 6% or $60,000 off the cost of the stop bank?
No.
Was it?
Yeah, it's big dollars.
No, our investment, our share.
contribution was only 60.
It was 60K, I think,
He
wasn't
said,
it?
yesterday he said it was 60. Our contribution would be 60.
Was 60,000 for the...
6%.
6%.
6%, sorry.
Go back to the note.
Yeah, 6% or 60K.
Yeah,
That's-
it was
that's right.
3.6 million,
Yeah.
and they're asking 6% investment is being asked, seeked from TDC. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just asking for us to make that commitment, wasn't he?
So you're talking, that's the Arundel one, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, our only funding mechanism for that, if you wish to support, probably would sit with, I mean, technically it's ECAM, but it would be resiliency and it would sit with roading for, as far as our consideration.
But 6% of 3.6 million is 216,000.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm...
So I'm not sure
Yeah.
about his numbers.
No, but that's,
6% or 60K.
yeah, 6% or 60K. He was offering us two.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, which we...
big difference.
I think we just... Do you want to make a decision today, or do you want to take that offline?
No, I think that has to go offline.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
agreed.
you've got to see who else is funding and where it sits.
Because it's an expense to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put my name to that, and I'll talk with our internal team and also with...
Sort of a shame they're not better organised because the thing's empty.
Yeah, 27 and 28, yeah. 29, consider a request to include equestrian tourism in the tourism strategy. Our tourism people refer that to Venture Timaru. You could probably champion that one, Councillor Booth. 29, so consider a request to include equestrian tourism. Oh, should I ask Councillor Scott? Do you think that? Wonderful.
She's the country girl.
Alrighty, 30, consider request to install additional toilets in Tamuka CBD. Any comments? Councillor Pinnington.
The next three are all in one, though. Don't we have a toilet strategy that Nicole works on around priorities? And I also thought in regards to Sea Play, we were opening the ones at the end by the ice cream train, mini train, to alleviate part of that problem.
Yeah, I think they're actually open all the time, aren't they, those ones? But yeah, and we do, I mean, there's probably some signage that we can help to sort, but bearing in mind we pulled significant funding out of the toilet upgrades as well. I think the toilet requests in general can be part of a, not urgent, but a toilet review, a loo review, because I think there again, are they in the right place? Are they fit for purpose? All those sorts of things need to be considered.
We could do the same to them as the bins.
Overall, yeah. So everyone comfortable with that, the loo review? Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll get on to the loo review. We have taken quite a few funds out of not just the capital but the OPEX, so we're really down to $100,000, which buys you one ex-loo installed. So next year or the next 3 years, we're on a pretty low scale. We have been receiving a fair bit of vandalism, so we have to be a little bit careful that we keep our OPEX and any of that fund aside. We will look at the extra toilets that have been mothballed down in Caroline Bay, so can't make any promises, but we're going to have a look at that for Sea Play. And yeah, it's a bit of a wait game in the next 3 years. And Strathallan toilets being outside of this funding is pretty much all we're going to be able to do, and then we'll just sit and wait a little bit reactionary with that fund.
Yeah. Looking at yes, Councillor Jackson.
Just maybe, but there's been a lot of talk about toilets at Sea Play, heaps, particularly online, and I totally get it, and I understand the budget constraints as well. Just wondering, is there some maybe sort of short-term solution that we could come up with, maybe over the summer months when it's really busy, maybe some sort of portaloo or something? Is there some sort of budget for that, maybe? I don't know. Just putting it out there.
No, it just increases your OPEX, which is the challenge, isn't it?
Yep.
And possibly adds to your constructive feedback. Yeah.
I'd just like to see increased signage so people are aware of where they are as the first step, because I think Mr Dixon said because of the soil and the everything on at the bay, they, you know, what did you estimate, Andrew? $500,000 to put those toilets at Sea Play? Or am I, that is? So, I mean, that's a fair chunk of capital.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Stu, because there's a lot of people coming from out of town who don't know the lay of the land, if you like, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toilets this way. Great solution. Well done. And that's it. So, as a group, we've already moved the one that Councillor Scott separately on that. So, as a group, can I have a mover for this? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Parker. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So, on that note, we'll just have a toilet break. But we will just do 5 minutes if everyone's okay with that, and then we'll come back because we need to keep moving. Alrighty, welcome back. We are now on 7.9, which is on page 286, and we are talking recreation and leisure. Welcome. So we'll go straight into 2, which is consider deferral of the planned extension at Egantai, or if it goes ahead, consider the proposal to adjust plans to improve accessibility. I thought
it is deferred.
It is deferred, isn't it? Yes. Yep. Okay. And I guess one thing that we should talk about is that accessibility. Cara might be able to talk to that. Is there existing issues, or are they covered?
So it's a little bit separate to the actual extension project. So the accessibility is actually being considered as part of the seismic strengthening moment. So provided that everything comes in as expected, then we will be looking at installing an accessibility lift in the house gallery in particular. But they're kind of 2 separate issues. And the bathroom, yep, to refurbish the accessible disability toilet as well.
Okay, cool.
Can I just ask where the budget for that is? Do we have a budget?
Yes, we do. That will be coming up to the standing committees. I would consider that probably to be the best forum to discuss that. Yep, so that will be coming up in totality on the 11th of June.
Perfect. Thank you. So 3, consider deferral of the Temuka Library upgrade.
Ask a question, sorry, and it's just from the the submissions yesterday was the Friends of the Gallery said that the rumour was that we didn't have in our budgets to complete the interior walls or something. Sorry, I don't have the proper wording, but can we clarify that?
I can't speak to rumour, but I believe we are within budget and everything's running smoothly. We are.
We definitely
Matt's
are.
here, he's the project manager.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not too sure what that was about. We as a project team have no concerns about the walls and the floor coverings and stuff like that, so yeah.
I would like to dispel some of the myths or the rumours that are going around. I'm not sure where that came from. It was not in any way accurate.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Deferral of the Temuka Library. Now, where was that in the LTP now? I cannot.
I think it has been deferred.
It is deferred, isn't it? Can we have does someone have the full CapEx?
Yeah, I've got it here somewhere.
It has been deferred.
Oh, Steph, thank you.
Yep, so you'll notice that some of the recommendations in here are word for word what people have questioned. So I've put them in so that officers and council can confirm whether things are deferred, whether they're in, what year they're in, what the budget is. So we can just clear up a bit of confusion around some projects.
Clear up the innuendo, love it. Cool. So let's just confirm that, or if someone, we can move on if someone just comes back to us when you find it. 4 is consider closing the Geraldine and Temuka Library Service and Information Centres and deploy a mobile library to service these communities. So we'll go to the Team Rural. Councillor Pye.
I'm supportive of I'm supportive of a mobile library, but not closing the other libraries. And I know it was something that was talked about in some of the workshops that we did. And I actually think there's a huge amount of merit to having a mobile library that supports our existing libraries in relation to our age-friendly strategy and some of that community connection. And I would like to see it back on the radar at some point.
So that could be funded out of savings in the vehicle fleet?
I'm sure the CE can save any more on his vehicle.
But aren't most of those mobile libraries now camper buses?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, did you want to speak to the mobile library briefly?
So thank you for your comments. The mobile library is in for 2029 at the moment, so...
Sorry, we've just, that might pop it, oh, no, it's done. Perfect, no. We had voice in it, yeah. No, all good, sorry, start again, apologies.
yeah, sorry. Yes, the mobile library is in for 2029 at this point. And that was to support the current existing libraries plus outreach services for the public.
Cool. Look, I think, I agree, it's a pretty cool initiative. Woman from LGNZ, when she came through talking about libraries, we had a good conversation around some other areas where she'd worked in and been really, really positive and really well received. So, yeah, I think there's some, yeah.
I also think it could be a thing that we do with the community, with schools and that, because there's a lot of smaller rural schools are using their libraries as classrooms.
Yeah. Yeah.
And vouch for that. My children's Sacred Heart Primary, now the library is a classroom due to, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real concern. So, year 29.
Called a laptop.
Comfortable for it to sit there? Yeah. Okay, cool. And we can, we know that that is sitting in there, and if we can find...
So Tamuka is not here, so it's been deferred.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So, cool. Okay, so Tamuka is deferred. We keep the libraries open? Yep. Mobile libraries in year 29. Consider deferral of the Timaru library upgrade. That again is not a thing, is it?
No.
No. No.
There is some cost for carpet, replacing carpet way out in 2030. So the carpet and the roof replacement in 2030, according to this.
It might have been a submission that should have come about 2018. So we just park that, no action there. 6, consider implementing a paid membership program for those that can afford it to help subsidise the running costs of libraries. Questions, comments? Happy to hear from the team.
On the 1st of July 2023, we actually removed membership fees at that point, and it was approved by council then.
I think
recommend not reinstating it, but go by your guidance.
I mean, the question's obviously coming from someone that says, hey, I can afford to pay for and contribute more, should I? And what is the opportunity if I want to? So if someone's willing to pay, I'm not sure it's going to get a mass uptake, but Councillor Shannon, have you got?
Yeah, I was in the same place as you, and Gav just said exactly what I was thinking as well. If somebody would like to make a donation, rather than put in another layer of technology or whatever, make a donation. We'd love it.
Yeah, so we just somehow offer that opportunity.
I would consider that, through you, Mr Mayor, I would consider that to be probably a better opportunity, an alternative, rather than having to institute software that would probably cost us more than the administration of the Ministry of membership fees themselves.
Yep, okay, perfect. And consider reinstating late fees. I think we've covered that, so on loaned items, we worked through that. No one wants to reinstate them, no. 8, consider improve accessibility to or within halls and community services. Yes, I think that's easy. That's libraries done, thank you. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not exactly sure where this request came from, or whether it was a general through Accessibility Trust locally, or maybe we had a request for somebody to be able to access the Soundshell stage some time ago, and we actually don't have a ramp or any other facilities for that particular stage to be accessed. During some other works that we were doing for the Eggentie Centre, Matt did actually look up what we could do with a mobile lift that we actually could move around different facilities as and when required, and I think approximately $30,000. Yeah, approximately 30,000. So we are looking at our budgets to see whether that is something we could procure. Our older halls do have ramps, etc., but when we're dealing, say, the Geraldine Pavilion, we did have an accessibility lift in there, which is non-repairable. So at the moment, you don't have access other than a very long ramp up until the first floor. So it is something to look at across our various buildings, but there is a cost involved, but still it would be good to make them all accessible, but how do we actually plan to do that one building at a time and re-look at the accessibility issues? Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Booth.
Look, we've had consider, I mean, this is, if we considered every single thing like this, it would cost us millions. So, look, no, I'm sorry, but I'm not really that keen.
Yeah.
This work too, Nicole, will come with the asset, understanding our assets, you know, because I presume there will be a column of the quality of the asset, things that need to be improved. So I think we're doing this work, and so, you know, I do support.
Yeah. So as I said, it's happening already with the Egg and Tie. That's the whole point of a lift, and forming that in part of the budgets that we've got, and the accessible toilets. And on the whole, our buildings do have accessibility. It's just it may not be at the level that you now would anticipate with a new building, and I think that's really where this is going. Yeah,
yeah, I think we do. This does need to be at the forefront of the mind. It's tied to age-friendly strategy. You know, if you look at the sports awards, I was a little bit embarrassed that, you know, it was a challenge for someone to get on stage in a wheelchair.
yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
you know, we've got to be pretty conscious that we need to be thinking about everyone in our community. So, yeah. Where are we?
Nigel.
9, thank you. Investment and upgrades of Caroline Bay Hall to attract more shows and facilitate higher usage. Happy to just, Councillor Booth, yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, that probably should have been part of a bigger plan when we were thinking about a multi-purpose facility, which would have included a theatre. So, anyway, I'll just put that out there.
Perfect. So, look, and there has been some upgrades of late. I just think the accessibility one is probably potentially, just as far as that item that I said. So just happy to note that. Yeah, cool. 10, consider investment into upgrades at the Pleasant Point Domain Campground, including a dump station and additional powered sites and cabins. This was something that had support from the community board. That's correct, isn't it? Did you guys want to make any further comment on this? It was part of is that part of the strategic plan or just off to the side?
I actually just wonder why that one's operated differently to the rest. Why do we operate that one ourselves and not just...
That's a good question.
There's only about 4 cabins. It's tiny. This is the one at the Domain.
Okay.
It wouldn't be commercially viable.
Sorry, I think the key to having it open all year round is first having the dump station for camper van use, which is being investigated by the community board. So I think this one needs to be parked up.
Yeah, sorry, Stu.
I applaud what the community boards do, but we've got to have an overall strategy. How many campgrounds do we need within 10k of each other? Farlap Raceways uses a motor home association. You've got one at Tamuki, you've got one at Geraldine, you've got one at Winchester. I'm not saying no to Point, but I'd need some rigorous figures for us to invest in the likes of cabins and even the cost of, you know, the dump station, because it's got to be emptied. I want to see all the figures before we even consider anything like this.
Let's go back to your, there's only a few cabins there, it's not worth it.
No, I didn't say it wasn't worth
Oh,
it.
sorry.
It says commercially not. You couldn't put it out to commercial operator. It's tiny.
Yeah, but I just can't help but look at the growth in the Winchester one, like, over time, and there's obviously a demand, whether it because it's social housing or whatever it is, and it might be more attractive to a commercial operator than what you think.
So you've got the Domain, the number one rugby field.
Oh, so the
It's just
area
on
is tiny.
It's just on the rounds of
Okay,
that.
sorry. Yep,
So it's
okay.
actually not,
Yep.
calling it a campground is sort of
Yeah.
pushing the barrow out of it, I think. If you're going to have a proper campground there, you're going to have more land. Yeah, and facilities.
Yeah. and sorry, to add to the Chief Executive's comment, that's exactly right. So it wasn't operated during the winter because obviously the rugby season kicked in and some of were hired by visiting teams, and then it supported the summer activities, especially around the growth of the cricket in that Pleasant Point area. So it actually facilitated that, and it's looked after by a local shop owner. Yeah. And you would have to rethink what you would do out there to make it a more permanent ground. That's the background to it.
Righty. So action on that. Wider strategy as far as campgrounds?
Yeah, I think it needs a
wider look.
If they want one at Pleasant Point, you have to really think about how big can that one go, because the ground needs to be thought about.
Look, and maybe we ask the community board to do
But I
some.
say it's the action to go back to the community board.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Investment into provision for recreational horse riding on existing or future tracks. Welcome, Bill. So 2 questions here. I know there's an opportunity into the future which would be supportive. But part of this is, I think, some comms around what people can and can't access.
Yeah, yes, I think that would be helpful. We do have limited availability at the moment, and it's interesting if we contrast with like the cycling fraternity. They've been very proactive and done a lot of things themselves, and there's an opportunity there within the equestrian fraternity to do something as well. There are some areas like some riverbeds and things which are readily available, and there are, if land becomes available in the future, then there are opportunities, but some of it's limited at the moment.
Cool. And what about, just generally speaking, the likes of the Scenic Reserve? Can a horse go through there currently?
Yeah, it can on the road.
Yeah, it's on the road, eh?
Yeah, and Centennial Park can go through there. There might be one cattle stop. I think we've taken most of them out.
Most of them out, yeah.
You can get round some of those, but they've always been allowed through there.
Yeah.
The difficulty is getting there sometimes.
Yeah.
That has got more difficult over time.
Where to park float?
Just one of the issues we have to consider is any bridges there, because there's quite a high loading on those bridges from a horse. You think of the 400 kg horse on a small area of hoof, yeah. So we can take that into account, and we are assessing some of these tracks and the bridges on them.
So I'm not
Bridle
sure.
transport has also been considered in our active transport strategy. So.
Okay, cool. And then there's talk about road reserve, Susie, those sorts of things. Where can and can't equestrian use now? Because there is,
Yeah, so there's a little bit that comes up in the roading and footpaths as well. But yeah, to support what Andrew has said is that in our draft active transport strategy, which incorporates kind of more that tourism factor as well as our existing tracks and trails and on-street and off-street footpaths and cycleways, there is inclusion in the draft active transport strategy for future provision for horses on some existing, as Andrew said, there's some bridge assessments we need to do, and also on new tracks in the rural environment. And then as far as on roads go, they are still a form of transport, so they are able to go on any road in New Zealand that is not a motorway. So whether or not that is safe, because obviously we have got rural roads that have got high speeds and narrow shoulders, but we are, through the Road Safety Promotion team, doing a bit more work around that, advising drivers what they need to do when they see a horse out on the roads.
Okay, cool. So everyone comfortable with that? I think we can continue to work with this user group. There is opportunities for them to drive some stuff as well, but as long as we can really be proactive around where they can and can't, I think that's important. Did we talk about we've talked about the bay access already, have we? Or we did, didn't we? So it's all merging into one at this point? No, did we talk about the? 'cause
No,
there was a-
the horses are sitting in the, if access to Caroline Bay are sort of sitting in the road, streets and landscapes in regards to the other section on the active
Yeah, okay,
transport
so it
strategy.
is there, it's
So it'll be
yeah.
the next section we cover.
Yeah, no, perfect, we'll go back to a question shortly then. Okay, no worries. So, where are we? 13, consider a request from Spokes Canterbury to install secure bicycle parking in parks and sports grounds. Any questions, comments? No, yep, Councillor Councillor Pike, Councillor Jackson.
I think there are already some, aren't there? Aren't there some secure biking parks down at Sea Play? I'm sure there's some there.
Yeah, I think what they're looking for is lock-up.
Yeah.
Things like commuters have in some of the bigger cities.
Yeah.
My question, what does that even mean? Like, we have bike racks and your kid has to take their own lock, but are they actually talking about a full-on building or something?
Yeah, no, so I did look in, it's mainly focused at e-bikes because of the value, but there was a link through, it was Locky Hub or something or other. It would be interesting to know the cost of those to, for CBD development, those sorts of things. So it was a secure bike thing, you pike it up and it just closes and you've got a code or something. So along those sorts of lines. So it'd be interesting to know what the costs are, whether it's something that's considered with CBD and other elements into the future. Cool. 14, glyphosate for council, current view. Bill?
Yeah, a couple of times council has addressed this in the past. At the moment, it is the most cost-effective method of treating weeds with perennial roots. It can be sort of once or twice a year. Other things like steam and hot water only scorch the surface and you have to go back more regularly. Also, some of those are quite heavy vehicles and getting off road in some places is difficult. There is, if you put liquid humus with the applications, it does neutralise it on soil microbes to some extent. And yeah, if there was something safer and more effective, we'd use it.
So we're using, what did you say, add what to neutralise it? To
The humus or humic acid.
Oh, yeah.
That can offset it a bit.
Okay. But is that an approach we're using? Question?
No, we're trialling some stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
We haven't used it, but when we get our own team up and running, I think that's something
we can trial.
Trial.
Yep, perfect. Everyone comfortable in glyphosate?
I don't actually see what the problem is. If it's used correctly according to the label, it's perfectly safe and you've got more dangerous chemicals under your kitchen sink.
Perfect, thank you. 15. Should have come in earlier. 15, consider reinstatement of removed rubbish bins in parks. Everyone happy? Okay. Moving on. I think we do need to do a review in some of the spots. There's no point in having someone to go in and pick up rubbish, which I am seeing in spots. So can we maybe just have that as an action bill without needing to go into too much detail?
Yeah, we have put some back.
Yeah.
And we've put some doggy-do bins in, but the vast majority of our feedback, and including Tameka, we've got a staff member that walks every day, there's no more litter on the ground than there was before. I've got photos of litter on the ground 1 metre away from a rubbish bin, which, there's always the people that won't. But I can report that overall litter has gone down.
Right.
Took them out. We're not getting the household rubbish dumped. And it's also what Doc is found 20 years ago and still doing. So, but if there's any specific things, and dogs is one of those things, we do have 2 dog bins in Caroline Bay and Waimatairo Beach. So, yeah, if there's any particular issues, we will.
Perhaps we need one on a post in the middle of the, being in the middle of the bay with a do the right thing on it, so you can't go past it.
And there's one at Marine Parade end as well.
Yeah, there is on the ends, yeah. Okay.
There is a significant cost to these bins, and that's another driver too. You know, the cost is going up and up constantly. We're looking how much, about 40. It's quite a substantial. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in servicing these bins now. So
just say no. It's the theme of today. Just say no.
Say no.
And we'll review and we'll have a look at an in-house model. Alrighty. But important that those opportunities with contracts don't go past us, as we discussed the other week, which is great. Consider investment in pest plant management on council land. Pest plant.
So if we've got gorse and broom on land, then we shouldn't have the land.
If we look at what the rules are, it is within 5 metres of the boundary. You have to keep it clear so it doesn't spread. There is probably some in our forestry plantations that you shut up. Eventually the trees overtop them, and it doesn't. So around the edges are all maintained. It doesn't spread. It does come and go for a while. We did close Centennial Park a while ago to deal with it. So it's an ongoing thing that we do.
Yeah, and we own a lot. We own a lot of rural land as well, and rural parks, and you really, you know, it's the cost of eradicating all of it up there is just not efficient.
Yeah, not too bad though.
Divest. Okay. Consider development of a community garden at Caroline Bay. So I think just note if I haven't forwarded anything. Community garden, probably not the right place, I wouldn't have thought, for a community garden.
Thinking that's not the right place either, and I think the CEO has alluded to lots of different other opportunities, spaces, and I would rather a strategy around more safer areas. I think you'd attract vandalism and yucky things happening in it or something.
Yeah, no more yucky things. Councillor Jackson.
You're also reliant on volunteers running those community gardens, and if a volunteer runs out of steam, someone else has got to carry the can, and there's not always a succession plan in place for those community gardens, unfortunately.
Yeah, but if an interested group comes to us, that's fine.
I haven't had an application in Timaru for over 3 years. The last one, I showed them 3 sites and they didn't like either of them, and they went to private land. So it just depends who's around at the time. But there's a new one going in Temuka.
Temuka, yeah. There used to be one down at the dog park, didn't there? Is there one down there where the tree?
Oh, there's an orchard.
It was an orchard, okay, yeah. Already, 18, next page. Consider reserve gazettal. Oh, this is from the community board out at Geraldine. Process for that, pros and cons.
Yeah, so if we deal with Kennedy Park, we can't do it there. Some of it is Lynn's land, Crown property on the riverbed. The rest of it is a legal road. Riddell's Reserve, we could, that's fee simple, but I would recommend waiting until after we harvest the timber crop. Some of it will go this year, but some will be a little bit longer. Todd Park is gazetted as a local purpose reserve for gravel extraction already. And Peka Peka Gully could be dealt with, and again, after the timber comes out of that, that's an opportunity.
Okay, so longer burn. Yep.
On this one, I don't understand what the motive is here. And I wonder if it's just to exclude a dog park from any of these places. But what are the benefits of doing the gazettal, other than they will always be maintained as a reserve? But if they're a reserve on the district plan, it's hard to be anything but a reserve. I'm failing to see what the point is.
Rosie, do you know what the driver was on that? Ah. Okay, that's cool. So we can, yeah. Yeah, no, I think we'll just note that for now. Brilliant, thanks, Rosie, appreciate that. Alrighty, 19, consider formal recognition of plant collections in Todd Park and the Rhododendron Dell in Geraldine through the NZ Gardens Trust assessment.
So there are some special plants in Todd Park and the Rhododendron Dell. What I would recommend is keeping the records perhaps as a satellite of the Timaru Botanic Garden, so they're included in that. If there's going to be a New Zealand Gardens Trust assessment, you sign up, you pay the fee, and it's assessed every 3 years. I think it's about $2,000 off the top of my head. So if that funding was available, it's not at the moment, but could be done. Or you could do the first step and just acknowledge them as a significant collection of plants and progress from there.
Okay, so we can just leave that to you to work with Rosie and the team on that. Comfortable with that, Rosie? Yep. 20, consider initiation of the Geraldine Domain playground renewal. We just need to get Troy out there, don't we? We've had conversations, Bill, or you've had conversations on this?
Yes, we have, and a preliminary concept which needs a bit of tweaking. The community was, at the time, probably about a year ago, looking at funding of about $1 million, starting from scratch in the Domain playground. Perhaps it's one of those things like others that it should be put out further and work its way through when there is a time. At the moment, there's not the funding available here unless it's made available. But
yeah, so has this been through the community board yet, Gav?
Yeah, it has been through the community board as such, hasn't it? As a time.
Yeah, that's right.
And I did send it through to Mayor Nigel when requested it just prior to Christmas. Right. But I think it hasn't actually, that report hasn't come to GCB, but I'm sure there is actually no funding at the moment, and I think the timing may be just slightly off because talking about pools and cinemas, and as much as the playground is desperately in need, we would need to probably look at the community to see whether there was any action there and being able to fundraise.
So not long ago we did initiate a domain last year or the year before, wasn't it? There was a domain development plan done and it was brought into there that a playground was getting tired, obviously, and with some of Bill's stuff, that there was some stuff there that needed to be removed, and we thought that it was a good time to have a say in what we want put back there, because we don't probably all agree that what's there we want back there, because we want it to integrate into our sculpture trail. Yeah. I think there's some opportunities now with the funding through the strategic plan to hold some of that money and start a fundraising program. And if we have a lead in that could put to the community board that we hold some of those funds, start a renewal fundraising now for the next 3 years, and hopefully have that money secured along with the 200k or 210. So there's some options there that
Okay, cool.
Could be
So,
cost negative to the
yeah.
long-term plan.
Okay, so the action is just refer back to community board to lead. Yep, perfect. And where are we? 21, consider a request from South Canterbury Cricket for investment in resetting the grounds and irrigation. Was there actually a number given to this? Or was it just a hypothetical?
No, there wasn't. We didn't have an approach prior to the LTP, so we haven't sort of costed the whole thing.
Okay, no worries. So obviously no money in the current budget. Happy for you to understand what the costs are that we, yeah.
I wonder if there's opportunities too in the Arangi Park redevelopment. So, you know, it's better to sit in that review than sitting outside that.
Yeah, it needs to be a consideration within that. Yep, cool. Stu, you happy with that as well, as far as that? Cool. 22, consider a request from Association of Pleasant Point Sports and Pleasant Point Domain Irrigation Group to bring into year 1 of the long-term plan. What year do we have it in, and what is the cost that we've got associated with that?
So we don't have it in at all at this stage.
Ah.
It could be to do the whole lot. There's about 3 or 4 stages. Could be about 600,000. We haven't had a firm costing. It was one of those things where there was one discussion about if there was some seeding funding available, they could either do it in stages or do some extra fundraising. But that's where it's got to so far.
Councillor Shannon and then Councillor Pike.
Do you want to see the mic? You go. I think this, what's special about this as a project is APS, which is the Association of the Pleasant Point Sports, of course, is that it's pretty much all of the sports, isn't it? And they've already managed to fundraise an awful lot of money and achieve an awful lot, and the growth in their sports is phenomenal, other than the fact that their rugby team is still not as good as Tamaka. And it will never will be. You guys all got that, didn't you? And this, of course, is part of a larger development in a town where they are sport for their community. You know, they've got railway, which is a touristy thing, if you like, and for the whole district, and they've got the cycle trail. But this is the only thing, if you like, that is theirs, and it's nearly their whole community. And what this does is it sets them up as a sports group to be able to go to the next stage and improve on that. And they want, and this helps them to get their national and interregional and provincial sporting events, which it actually does bring extra money to town, and perhaps helps them to do that seed funding, if you like, for some of the stuff in the, like in the campground, for example. They actually want to do as much as they possibly can themselves, but some stuff they need a hand with, and that's this irrigation. They managed to secure, obviously, the Downlands water. No, they've got irrigation all lined up that they never had before, and they have a credible plan that all makes sense, which serves all of their sports clubs and their growth. And I think that's what this is all about. This is stage 1 in that plan for the development of the entire domain development, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Michelle? I think it is.
Yeah, Councillor Pye, then Councillor Piddington.
I was just going to say this is one of those examples where we can spend $1 and get $6 returned for our community, which is why I'm supportive of this, but understanding also the challenges of the budget.
Yeah, for the same reason I'm supportive, but I also question from outside, we're giving community boards $70,000 a year. If this is a priority for the community, surely a good chunk of that can go in and say we top them up 30 grand, that would give them 100 grand going forward. And I know there's competing things, but if this is top of Pleasant Point's community's hit list, I think that's where the majority of the seeding money should come from.
No, I agree. And I think yesterday in our conversations with Michael and Ben was around that private-public partnership, and I think there's a real opportunity there. So it's just investigating how we best do that to support the Pleasant Point domain, because I do think it's a priority too. Oh, no, I don't know if it's a priority, sorry, but I think it's a really important thing that we consider.
Alrighty.
They do it now.
What's that?
How do they do it now?
Moving K-line around.
I think just noting that part of that investigation would be to make sure there is actually sufficient water available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a whole pool full for you, Andrew.
Oh, yes. Steph's been working with these ones, haven't you? So go for it, Steph.
Yeah, so we have actually done a step test on the bore, and we know that we have sufficient water, and we will be meeting the consent requirements with the design that has been created. This has gone out for pricing to 4 companies who have all sent back prices. They're all within 10% of the estimate that the people who came up with the design scheme gave us as an indication. That may have increased slightly in the last 12 months, but, you know, roughly we're looking at 600,000 over 2 stages if it needs to be staged.
When you say wear, which hat are you wearing? So, questions for a funding solution? Anyone going to suggest something?
I'm going to suggest we look at giving them 30K, and if they wanted to use their 70K next year from their community board funding, that'll give them 100K kicking towards it. Because I note, while it's Pleasant Point and there are a number of sports using it, there's a number of grounds around South Canterbury that a number of sports use. And I'm just cautious if we tip in a really big amount, we're going to have a queue as big as we had for the gym coming forward, you know.
So loan fund, rate fund, 30 grand. That's why I passed to the councillors to come up with a solution, because I'm sitting next to you. It could be loan funded because it's capital. In a perfect world, though, I'd prefer that these sorts of things are funded through rates.
Are they prepared to tip in something out of their community board rate? Because at the end of the day, that's another, you know, you don't have to come and ask council what you want to do with it. You could do what.
Bearing in mind, Pleasant Point gets a very small community board rate because of their very small population, but I have just been noted down that there's a few funding pools that we may be able to pull some money out of that we need to go back and talk to the community board about.
Okay, so currently was 30,000 loan rates.
I think that's neither here nor there.
Neither here nor there, just rate fund, 30K, okay, on the money. Everyone comfortable with 30 grand? We've been pretty good so far, but that doesn't mean we're going to let it get away towards the end. Alrighty, consider, okay. 23, consider requests from Association of Pleasant Point Sports to support, including financial provision, the design and development project for the Pleasant Point domain in years 2 to 5 of the long-term plan. What was the details around that one? Thanks, Steph.
Yeah, so this was more around what you were talking about earlier to do with the entire domain strategy. So looking at the campground, looking at walkways and cycleways and linking the CBD with the existing Washdyke Point Trail, looking at how they can improve biodiversity around the domain as well. Obviously, improved irrigation will support that. Yeah, looking at moving cricket boundaries as well to facilitate national and regional tournaments. Yeah, so they're really looking for some support from council to create a bit of a strategy around the domain as a whole, not just around the sports fields.
So, question on that, does that need to have direct costs associated with it, or is it something that we could support them with? with,
It would be at the implementation phase if you were to do any development upgrades in that area that costs would apply.
Okay. Comments, questions? Pleasant Point team. Team Pleasant Point. Get your jerseys back on.
I'm not so sure on this one. I think we need to get the plan and then maybe in the annual plan next year or something, look at what the funding's required.
Yeah, refer community board. Refer back to community board. Yep.
Already spent their money.
It can be for them to take up as a work stream, so...
Happy you are.
Yeah. No, I know you are. 24, consider investment in remedial works at Petite Point. We've got that report coming in a few months. 25, receive feedback, supported for draft play, active rec and sports strategy. That's received. No further discussion. No. 26, consider improving accessibility of the South Canterbury Museum site and facility for people with a disability. Obviously, we've talked about disability. We're going to hear from Philip. And then this ties obviously to the overall discussion around Heritage Hub, etc., long-term use of site. Thanks, Philip. Comments on the current accessibility issues?
Certainly the site has the issue of being on a hill. We have over the years carried out some mitigation with a ability access car park off Church Street with a level access pathway to the front door. Once you're in the museum, of course, we have a lift and you can get up and down the stairs. The the main accessibility issue we note now is the actual front door, which is quite heavy and difficult for some people to be able to open successfully, and that is something which some mitigation could be looked at in the future, which could consist of a sliding door type approach.
Okay. So you're happy for us to leave that with you and manage? Obviously you'll have... Oops. No, that's all right, Councillor Booth. So you're happy to manage that?
Yes,
internally?
thank you.
No, perfect, thank you. 27, receive feedback from the community on the proposed project and retention of gym facilities on site at Arangi Park and Stadium. Any further comments?
I think we heard loud and clear from our awesome group that were here. I can't even remember what day that was now, Monday. So definitely, as I said, reassuring that that will be considered in our planning going forward. I'm sure Nicole will support that. But yes, I hope that they felt reassured that we are listening and it will always be in our consideration, for sure.
Yep, perfect. No further comment. 28, receive feedback relating to, did I miss one? No, fees and charges associated with swimming pools, including those in favour of maintaining and increasing current rates. Are we just happy to receive that? I don't think we probably need anything in too much detail from that. Obviously, they're pretty the same as that one charge we talked about with fees and charges this morning around kids with parents. So we'll just note that. 29, consider a request to increase Geraldine Pool's operating period to 5 months each year. Pass over to you, to the team to comment.
I'll just jump in first.
And the key one is what does the cost look like?
Yeah,
Is that achievable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I note that there were a number of submissions that were received on this particular topic, all of which, well, I won't say contradicted each other, but they certainly weren't consistent. There was the request for the feasibility study, there was a request to cover it entirely and have it operational for 12 months of the year, and then there was also the request to keep it open for 5 months of the year. What I can say is that, as we've spoken about previously, there is a request from officers that we conduct a feasibility study in year 1 of the LTP that will take into account the operational and CapEx requirements for all facilities, looking at user and patronage, user fees, charges, and what's required to keep those pools operational as well. I would consider that any of these requests be factored into that feasibility study. As an officer, I do not endorse a separate feasibility study specific to the Geraldine Pool.
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, sorry, what was the last part, Beth, the last sentence?
I do not endorse a separate feasibility study specific to the Geraldine Pool.
Councillor Pike?
I tend to agree with that, so long as our feasibility study that we're doing is going to consider covering the Geraldine Pool like they wanted, because I actually, even though I'm from Temuka, thought that idea has some really good merit for the Geraldine community.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Pye. I can confirm that I've had ongoing discussions, both Mike, the Acting Recreational Facilities Manager, and myself have had ongoing conversations with Jan and Anna, who submitted on behalf of the Geraldine Pool community. We will be making sure that we're taking into account their requests as well. So we'll be costing up all of that.
Councillor Piddington?
Just one question, Beth. When's that study being undertaken, or the fees, whatever you're doing?
It's been proposed for year 1 of the LTP, and budget has been assigned for that.
Perfect.
Did you want it?
No, you go for it. All good? Cool. So we covered the feasibility as well. Then we go to 31, receive feedback on Theatre Royal Heritage Facility project. So I just think we need a resolution to my earlier point at the start of the day on potentially Plan B, just have an option so the project as a whole continues forward, no matter what the decision in July. Nicole.
Thank you, through the Chair. So at this stage, the project is progressing well, the one that's on the table for you at the moment. And we've just sort of got through the last hurdle of the resource consent, so I'm expecting that through any time. We have received some numbers that the team are actually doing their due diligence on at the moment, and I won't make any further comment, but they are looking good. And a building consent is currently in with council in regards to the tranche of works. So everything is tracking through for me to be here in that first week in July to report back to you on the project that is on the table at the moment. Going forward, obviously, as always, I take direction from you all in regards to where you may like to go next if you want to contemplate other options. You have looked at lots of other options, but we hadn't contemplated and weren't asked to look at a complete greenfield site. I think that from my perspective, I don't know where that greenfield site is, and so maybe that's what we could establish and then have at what the cost would be involved, because a site is not always as clean and green as you expect, and you can have works associated with what's underground. But I take direction from you all as to what you like to do. I think the caution is MB watching this. We've had an extension of time with the current funding that we've got, and they will be expecting us to move forward as per our timelines at the moment and the current contract we have in place. So I think I leave that on the table for you. I'm not here to, persuade you, dissuade you in either direction. That I've got the facts on the table, and I really do take direction for where you would like to go.
Yeah, look, I think the key thing for me, drive, it's similar to the, it's the close it in 2019, we're in 2024. It's the same with the, stadium. When we set a timeline, we need to try and keep to it as much as possible. If we come to July and the decision is no, I just think we need something in our back pocket to keep the momentum going. So that's why I just think that there needs to be a resolution to support that moving forward. So look, I'm comfortable that we just delegate to the chief executive to work with officers for an alternative option if the current option doesn't go ahead. Something along those, as simple as that. Councillor Pike.
I think we owe it to our community to seriously look at another option, and I actually thought this had happened many years ago and was a little bit surprised to find out that we hadn't actually looked at this greenfield rebuild option and priced it up. I would be reluctant to wait until July and we make a decision there. I think we should start that process now and sprint and try and so that if not in July, but very close to it, we have a credible alternative to...
Intention.
Yes, yep. And as for a greenfield site, I honestly don't care, but we cannot spend a year arguing about where that is.
No. So you come to, Councillor Scott.
Can I just add too, I was quite disappointed with 31. We were receiving feedback, and, the whole point of this is, we've asked people to submit, we've asked people to engage in a process, and here we are just going to receive some feedback. And I think at some point we needed to consider it, because when I did the figures, 78% of people said no to this theatre or they would like something else, and 22% of people said yes, carry on. And I think we need to acknowledge that as a group, that yes, OJ may say that's only 1% of our community, but it's been received. And so I would like to acknowledge that, because people have taken the time to submit for and against our major project that we're all on, and so I personally am just putting my hand up and saying I acknowledge the feedback.
I think that's the point, and that's 31 is just an officer recommendation, and so that's why we're having this discussion. So that's why there's a resolution in the chief executive to work through for a plan B. Councillor Booth, bearing in mind that this wasn't a consultation directly on that, and the prior consultation in 2022 had 82% support on what was asked. Councillor Booth.
I guess at the point initially when the consultation was done, the numbers, the bulk numbers went out there for consideration, and obviously they're not where we are now and where we were at right at the initial start are two completely different places. And like back in 2017 when this thing actually initially kicked off, council had a report that recommended a multi-purpose facility, which would have included an auditorium for the theatre group, as well as it would have replaced our Bay Hall. It would have actually it would have given us a conference facility, and plus it would have been in the most appropriate place on Caroline Bay with all the accommodation around it, making use of our piazza and being in town. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that here we are, we could have probably the same, for the same amount of money, we could have a whole lot more that we could build a very good business case around and include after the idea of a conference facility down there is not the first. It's happened 2 or 3 times. It's been identified as of a major significant benefit for Timaru, being in its central location, and it would have taken care of the theatre set at the same time, plus given us a banquet facility. So, and for bang for buck, where we are now, and I read the report and it said it's in a tsunami, possibly in a tsunami area. Well, that's rubbish. The tsunami area doesn't start until the fountain area back towards the sea. That area that I'm talking about is actually in the same area as our industries in. So let's just put that to bed right now. So I'm very keen for this broader conversation if we're going to have it. Thank you.
So you'd be in support? Mr. Trader.
So I'm just wondering where Councillor Scott got her numbers, because when you look at paragraph 49, 143 made submissions on the Theatre Royal. 60% of those 143 are in favour of something, and they're split. Continue as planned, continue without the heritage facility, continue with a lower cost, demolish the existing building and build new. That adds up to 60% of the 143. If you add the defer the project to them, is 77. So I think there's a mandate to do something. So I agree with you guys that we need to have this plan B done at pace So is it sitting there ready when you're considering the current plan?
Just so, you know, my calculations and my calculator is correct, and Steph, sorry, or whoever wrote the report, yes, 143 submissions, but her things only add up to 132.
Oh, well, that's good.
So that's where my, thank you
didn't
very
add them all
much.
up.
So don't you check my calculator, thank you very much.
You need to go and get an accounting degree, you'll be good.
We'll go over here, and then I think there's probably a resolution that you'll all agree with, so we can probably move forward. Councillor Piddington, then we'll go Councillor
Yeah,
Shannon.
look, there's a couple of things at play here. Yes, we need to finish what we're doing, Nicole, I agree with that, but finding somewhere is important, but it won't stop an actual design being made, because most designs could go on a greenfield site. I mean, some time ago, 3 years ago, I went to Ashburton with Chris Thomas. He said, this is perfect for what we need. So there's your example, possibly, of what we have to draw it against. Even he said 600 to 700's the maximum we need. So, you know, it can be squeezed down and more appropriate with Councillor Booth. If it can be used for more than a theatre, that would be great too, because it'll reduce the cost. But I think we do need to advance Plan B, whether it's something like Clutha or Ashburton. There's plenty of examples around. Let's just get on with it.
Councillor Shannon.
Cool, thank you. Just a couple of questions actually with regard to what the Chamber team talked about yesterday. And I don't know if this is a question for your team or to the previous councillors. Now, they talked about the potential of public-private partnerships and talked of prominent businesses who would potentially be interested in creating one of those. Now, they were spoken about as if that was actually a thing. So did at any stage any of those discussions happen, or when it was put out to tender, any of those businesses come forward and say, hey, I reckon I can do this cheaper and help you out with this? And my next part of that question is, if we go to a Plan B and create this different opportunity where we would have to see the combined cost to be less than $46 million, because that is the net cost after the grant that we get. It would have to come up at less than that cost, or through a public-private partnership, one of these other businesses would need to support it to come in less than that. Two separate questions. What are your thoughts?
Thoughts? First of all, no is the answer to the first question. We were not approached and we didn't ask in that early stage. What I can confirm is that the opportunity was given to all parties when we first went out to market on this. Everybody, local and wider, had an opportunity to submit for work, and some indicated that they didn't want to at that time. So it was an even playing field. South Base did come forward, as you're all aware, and that's out in the public, and came through and have worked with us to get to where we are now. That's not to say going forward that there isn't that opportunity in your Plan B. I think the question before resolution, if I may, and for your Plan B, your MB funding hangs on your museum being with your theatre. That was, and it's contractually obliged, so you do need to think about that.
I was going to pick that up.
As you come into your Plan B.
I think that's really important. It's important that this group all buys into that, and I appreciate that you do, that the resolution is both.
Sorry, did I answer your second question though, Councillor Scott? You did.
Yes, you did. I just thought that needed to be addressed, because it was very firmly planted in the minds of those watching that there are people out there that could potentially deliver this for a lot less. So that is my expectation if that happens.
Third of the price. So you're comfortable with that resolution over here? Was there a Councillor Jackson?
I just want to mention one other figure that hasn't been mentioned, and that is the fact we've already spent $7 million.
No.
I said it's being $7 million. I've just checked the paperwork, and that was the last one that came in back in May, valued and invoiced. $7 million has been spent on this project so far.
No, I agree. But you're still supportive?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the resolution, includes both moving forward. We'll package that up with everything We'll go back to the resolutions as a whole. Could I have a mover and a seconder for those? Councillor Piddington. I'm going to go Councillor Oliver in the pink, competing with Mr Cooper. I will put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
Do you want that one there, that special plan B one, as a separate one, or is it just included in, so like the 32?
Don't worry.
Because you didn't actually put in that second.
Don't worry. Oh, no, so it's all just one.
Yeah, and this add that plan B.
Yeah, so you can go, go to 32 if you like.
Yeah.
Won't matter either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Alrighty, roading and footpaths. Finally getting into the exciting stuff. 306 is the page.
Road.
Welcome, Susie. Welcome, Andrew.
We are presenting the feedback on roading and footpaths. This also includes active transport, council fleet management, local roads, footpaths. It also has feedback about state highways and public transport, noting that they aren't directly in control of TDC and that they are with Waka Kotahi and ECAN, respectively. There are 14 recommendations for your consideration. Do you have any questions?
Perfect, thank you. So we'll work through them. Second one is continue to support completion of the draft Timaru District Active Transport Strategy. No brainer, everyone comfortable with that. 3, consider beach access for recreational horse riding at Caroline Bay. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, no, I'm opposed to that. Child-friendly, family-friendly, what horses leave behind. What we need to do is show them what other beaches and walkways and tracks are available, but not on Caroline Bay.
Yeah. Everyone in broad support, Councillor Jackson.
Totally endorse Councillor Piddington's comments.
Hey? You guys getting together, predetermination. Alrighty, everyone's comfortable with that. And communicate with around other beach access, that's great. 4, consider maintaining accessibility for horse riders on unformed legal roads. Susie, could you just make a quick comment on that one?
Yes, sir, so we do support that, and from time to time we have to work with associated landowners to remind them of their responsibilities. Access available, so no locked gates, etc. So yes, from time to time we do have to communicate to the adjacent landowners that they need to ensure that those unformed legal roads remain accessible to the public.
Thank you. Next one is consider increasing investment in cycleways from 500 to 1 million. So we pulled some money out of this, but could you just talk generally to, what are we missing out if it stays at 500 versus the million potentially?
So for background, this is actually more expenditure than council has spent in the past in active transport, so it is an increase in that area. Obviously over the last few years, while we've had access to Streets for People funding and the Transport Choices funding, that's been a bit skewed, but historically there hasn't been that much investment in improving cycleways and walkways and tracks in that area. Keeping in mind that in year 1 of the long-term plan we do have further investment from the Better Off funding into tracks and trails, which will help us kickstart the work that we're going to be doing following the adoption of the updated active transport strategy. So I suppose the drop from 1 million to 500,000, it will mean it will take longer to implement the strategy.
But it's okay.
But it's still more than has historically been funded.
I think another consideration is, can we deliver $1 million of cycleways per annum? And I would question that. I think the 500,000 is actually more realistic at this stage.
So to keep this moving, everyone comfortable with the 500 mark? Councillor Pye?
I just think considering how much we've spent in cycling in the last few years, and I'm supportive of cycling and we need to continue, but I just wonder, given our budgetary constraints, if this is just a time to pause for just 1 year, and maybe then look at where we're placed at the end of the year and consider it next year.
And this...
No, it won't be popular.
No, that's fine. And this is operational funding? It's not loan funded that funds this, or is it?
No, this is capital expenditure.
It's CapEx through...
Yeah, of course, yeah, with that could be an option because there is the around 1.5 million that'll be carried forward from the Better Off funding, which is, grant funded for year one. So it's a possibility for year one.
So we have a saving, potentially. Or is it, Councillor Booth?
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree. I think we need to take a break. I regularly drive up to Twizel, and there's a whole lot of stuff being done, but there's no one on it. And I'd like to see, I think the opportunities will come to do it again when the right environment is in place, and the government are probably giving us money for that. So I think we should pull a pin on it for probably 2 or 3 years, quite frankly, considering our budget situation.
But they're still funding it through the streets, through the Better Off funding sitting in there currently.
Yes, there is still approximately $1.5 million sitting in there through Better Off funding, which would resolve, an investment to do the tracks and trails, which is what the Better Off funding was for, in the rural townships, as opposed to building anything maybe like connecting Timaru or Caroline Bay, which is another one of your considerations, to Washdyke. So it is more targeted in those rural environments, which is what we got approval through for the Better Off funding. And just noting that it does currently sit in our submitted NZTA funding bid. So depending on the outcome of that, there is funding sitting in there in that cycleway improvement space.
So if we get that money through the bid, though, does that mean we have to contribute 50%, though?
Yes, 49%, yeah.
49%.
Of the 500,000, because the 1.5 million is fully funded.
My question is, if we don't have anything budgeted, then do we not get that money?
That's correct. We wouldn't have any ability to do the other work, correct.
To do the other work. So if you do get that, so you're betting on whether you, good on your NZTA as far as giving us your plan and so on.
In other words, if we spend 500,000, we get 250,000 from the government for that. Is that right?
No, it depends what they come back with. So they could give us 500,000. They might give us 250,000. But it is subsidised. But we wouldn't be able to access that if we don't have any money in the kitty. So yeah. So happy to have some further comment, Councillor Piddington.
I'm with Councillor Pye and Booth, but my question is, if we wait a year, is there a danger the government pull that whole plan because that wasn't theirs? I presume it was their predecessor's plan? Or is that ongoing?
Yeah, so those plans have been pulled. So the Transport Choices and Streets funding at the stage there hasn't been further provision for that. But the category that we've applied for is under the walking and cycling improvements, which is a standard category that sits in there. So not unlikely to be pulled, but unsure which council or road controlling authority will get the funding that they have requested, if at all.
So you options are pull it totally, pull part of it, or caveat to receiving other funding. Councillor Pye.
I was just going to say on that basis, I'm happy to leave it in there, but reaffirm once again, it is a budget, not a target.
Okay. Any further comment? So
just the around the work we did around the port. We put a strip around there, and we did this, that, and the next thing. It's all gone now. That's only was like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was removed for the construction of the utilities that need to occur through there. So our lovely drainage and water team have gone through and renewed the water main through there. And now we're waiting for Alpine Energy to get more power down to the port as part of the decarbonisation project that they're working in. And then we'll go in and do the road rehabilitation, which includes so we'll be making that surface nice and smooth again, and we'll just be moving the curb and channel out a bit further and creating a shared path. So we'll still have the one direction, or two one-way sections of traffic, the median, and the truck parking that is required to enable resting place and police enforcement.
Yeah, that sounds like a good solution to widen that path. That's good. So where we got to was comfortable to keep it in the end. So we went full circle, but good discussion. At least we've learnt something, so that's good. 6, consider decreasing planned investment into cycleways. I think it sort of ties in. Yeah, happy with that. Just note. 7, consider allocation of funds to connect Washdyke, Pleasant Point Cycleway. Really all ties in again. Comfortable that that's taken care of. 8, consider a request to increase community engagement, education on safe driving behaviours around horses. Yep, I think we can have a conversation with the, as part of that wider. I think there's a lot of things that obviously need to be picked up, but that sort of makes sense. Consider, and actually as far as I'm not sure if Lucy connects from a road safety point of view with equestrian as such, would she? She probably possibly does she?
At this stage it has been very light touch, but there was a post during Road Safety Week around safe driving behaviour around horses. But yes, there'll be continued work in that space. Again, we're still waiting to hear back from the Transport Agency on the level of funding we've got available in the road safety promotion and what they will invest in for their education program. So,
right.
But yes, it would be on the list with all our road users.
Yeah, perfect. 9, consider investing in further cycleway safety improvements within the road reserve. I think that's sort of taken care of as well. 10, consider a request to alter the giveaway intersection at Guscott and Beaconsfield River Roads to give the through traffic to Beaconsfield Road priority. You comment on that, Susie?
Yeah, it seems like it would be the really obvious thing to do because it's sealed road to sealed road versus the current right-of-way has got unsealed through to seal. But when you actually look on the site, and we will have a further look into it as technical team, but when you look on the site, you've actually got a effectively single lane bridge right by that intersection on the straight through routes. And we've also, as part of the approved interim speed management plan, that section of Guscott Road going up the hill actually turns into a 60-kilometre permanent zone because of the school. So it probably makes sense to leave it how it sits at the moment, but we will, as a technical team, review that intersection, and if there's changes needing made, then we will. But yeah, at this stage, I'd say the priority is probably about right where it is.
Okay, great. To 11, consider request from the Geraldine Community Board that rural roading should be sufficiently resourced to allow development and maintenance response to change in land use, and acknowledge the request to investigate. I mean, that's a longer burn. It ties into development contribution, lots of other things. It ties into the next consideration around Rolling Ridges Road as well. We can probably talk about those two as one if you like, but happy to be led by Councillor Oliver.
Yes, I've spoken about this before regarding logging trucks, but also this has come about obviously through around the Kākahu area where with dairying being more west of the Kākahu area with the line trucks taking the shortest route, obviously through the Shingle Road area, the Shingle Road network, through to the main state highway 79. There are some issues here regarding how well those roads are being maintained with that amount of traffic being on them. And I guess that's just where this has come from, to be fair. And obviously around that Te Moana Gorge Road being used for logging and stuff like that. That's where this has come from. Yeah,
and I think revenue review will be able to tie it up. What's the differential if we use differentials moving forward on that land associated with logging, which other districts are doing, user pays, and so those are considerations that we can make through that process as well to help support that. Rolling Ridges Road, 2.2 kilometres of unsealed road. I think probably one of the things that I think we probably should do, and I understand the reason not for, but it would be still interesting to fill out that matrix and see where they all lie. Obviously it's not a priority for us around funding. It doesn't appear to be anyway. Tell me if I'm wrong. If Waka Kotahi came in and funded it, it would be, I believe it would be a different conversation, wouldn't it? But the funding isn't there, and so it makes it pretty hard to fully fund new seals of roads.
Yeah, no, certainly we can. Just noting that to populate the matrix, there's quite a bit of back-end work that's needed doing, and it would need to be prioritised in amongst with all of the asset improvement plans that we need to do for audit. So it wouldn't be a high priority at this stage, unfortunately, particularly because there's no budget to follow through. Understand the desire to do it, but there is a lot of BAU that we have to get through and our improvement program that we need to get through under the asset management plan to make sure we keep our auditors happy.
No. Anyone want to comment on that? Thank you, Councillor Parker, then Councillor Scott.
With the increased traffic volume along that road, does that help support the need for the dust, was it a dust spray or suppression?
Unfortunately, that's not a level of service that that we do provide at the moment within the existing budget. So if it's something that council wanted to consider on higher traffic roads that have residents on them, then it's certainly something we could cost up for an annual plan review, but it would be a significant cost ongoing because it only lasts a certain amount of time. And so the lowest whole of life cycle cost, effectively, if that's the level of service you're going to provide by providing dust suppression, is to do a seal extension.
It is the most cost-effective option long term.
And also following up, with the increased traffic volume, is the speed limit appropriate for that road?
So that community actually submitted to the interim speed management plan and it has all been accepted. So they recommended an 80-kilometre speed limit through there and then council also adopted that, and then the director from NZTA has approved that. So it will be an 80-kilometre speed limit area through there.
Sorry, Councillor Scott.
I think also Nadine has also challenged us to look at other funding opportunities, and she highlighted some examples to us in her submission. And so I wonder whether I feel we need to take up that challenge and look at whether or not there are other opportunities within our current budgets to support this request.
Yes, so we do that, and where that would sit would be in low cost, low risk. So over the last 10 years, we did 13 kilometres of seal extension. Most of that was done under the seal extension or private party. The low cost, low risk funding bucket really only allows, it does only allow for very short traction seals or safety seals like we've done up on Rangitata Gorge recently, under 200 metre in length, and we can't just kind of keep stacking them along every year, unfortunately. So it's, yeah, we do definitely look at those other funding opportunities, but we have to meet the criteria that NZTA set out for us and do their approved projects. So it makes it a bit of a challenge when there is a 2.2 kilometre section that needs surfacing. It doesn't unfortunately meet the criteria under a low cost, low risk activity. And I know that the examples that were given were up in the far north. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, I'll just finish this one. We're up in the far north where they actually did get other TIF funding for unsealed road work up there, where we haven't had that allocated to the South Island.
No, yes, Councillor Jackson, yes.
Been a long day. Sorry, just with that 200 metre seal extension, could that not be maybe just where that real trouble zone is with the school bus, maybe? Just in that small area even? Would that work?
We'd need to review the seal extension policy again. Current seal extension policy requires that it connects to an existing seal length. So we don't have hanging bits for maintenance because it makes it quite tricky when you've got hanging sealed sections in amongst your unsealeds. But it could certainly, if that's something that we'd like to relook at as a seal extension policy again, then we could.
It certainly increases your maintenance costs when you get those little sections of seal, because you get a lot of rutting with people braking and accelerating after they leave the seal, and also it's really difficult for the graders. Yeah, it is quite challenging. You know, at the end of the day, you know, private funding is a way of getting seal extensions.
Yeah, look, I think if there was private funding, would be a fair consideration, wouldn't it? So, comfortable with where that sits at the moment? Comfortable but not comfortable? It'd be great to be able to do some more seal extensions. I think we need that NZTA, funding.
How much is that dust suppression application?
Products change regularly, but you've got to get like an ICB, the 1,000 litre units at a time, and you know, kind of 10,000 plus for that, and then they need reapplied basically as soon as you've got potholes or corrugations coming through and the road needs regraded, then that needs to be reapplied. I haven't got the application rates, but it's definitely an increase in level of service. Historically, that area has pulled together and had got some oil placed on the road, and ECAN had accepted that that was okay in that location. So yeah, we have offered that was something that they could invest in as well. But at this stage, yeah, it's not a level of service that is included in our current funding bid or budgets to council.
Already happy with that, everyone? Where are we? 13, consider increasing operational expenditure on local bridges. Operational expenditure, this is an interesting one. Oh, I can't remember what that submission was on.
Yeah, so we have increased it from the previous 3 years. It has been increased in operational expenditure and in capital expenditure. We've talked about previously, there's a significant amount of work that needs doing. So it has been increased over and above what we have previously invested.
Okay, cool. And then 14, consider continued advocacy for Timaru District network at a regional and national level as the feedback received on state highways and associated infrastructures outside capability. Continue to do that Regional Transport Committee tomorrow, which we'll continue to talk about. So can I have a move for those as a whole? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Booth. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Susie. We are gathering speed, not. Water. 7.11. So actually first, we had an interesting conversation at the break, Andrew Lester, and could you just make comment around the rainwater tank from a potable water point of view? I thought that was interesting relative to the conversation that we had earlier. Thanks.
Having spent quite a bit of time dealing with rainwater tanks in Auckland and going through, there's a lot more information and data required to actually make an informed decision around rainwater tanks. They don't add up in Auckland with the rainfall in Auckland, so for South Canterbury, it's a lot harder sell for them to come through. A very good example and figure to put through, when we were looking up there for the next water source, rainwater tanks would have been 4 times the cost of desal, and you would have got about 15% of the yield. So it's a very, there's a lot more to dig into when it comes to rainwater tanks. For stormwater as a tool for, they've got a lot of potential on that, but when you're using it for stormwater detention, they're not there for water supply.
And I guess if people are using it for AF8, resilience, civil defence, we don't want them. It's not ideal that they're having to fill them up with a tap from the tap, is it?
You've got to look a lot around the separation between potable and non-potable use when you're going through. If you're looking at during an event, if they're full and you've been completely on, and for a rural system, they're there. In an urban area, it's quite hard to start going around filling up. You're better off having a bunch of 20-litre containers that they can go and fill up from a potable supply, from a tanker, and going.
Unless you've got your own ability to retreat, I guess, as well. That's the other element, isn't it? So there's pros and cons, and I think it's just I thought it was worth noting after the earlier conversation.
If anyone wants to read the paper I wrote on it, the impact on level of service.
Can I ask a really dumb question?
Yep.
Why is it you can live in the country and have rainwater tanks and drink it, and you can't in the town?
It's this size of the tank. So if you were going through and you're completely off the grid and going through, then you're not interfering. There's not the risk of the backflow of that coming back into the system.
I'm not saying connecting it to the...
So then it's not being connected to the potable side. So yeah, when it starts to try and do a connection, that's where you run into the issue. And getting a tank big enough in an urban environment to actually support a family to go through, you're looking, and I've heard around 30 to 45,000 litres per person will get you through a 5-year drought in Auckland. So a 5-year drought down here, or a 20-year drought, you're going to be ringing up Temuka Transport to get it filled up.
This was, I guess, one of the reasons why the Downlands water scheme was initiated right at the beginning, was the fact the rainfall was so low and we needed to supply good water to the rural areas. But yeah, there is that risk of contamination. You know, I had a scheme up in the Waikato, which wasn't that great. It was basically raw water, and the residents were fine, but as soon as someone came to visit, they guaranteed got sick.
I actually think we're missing the point. I think the benefit of collecting rainwater to use for gardens and plants and things like that reduces the take on our water supply. That is the point. It's not about supplying a house with drinking water and things like that.
So the issue is around peak. The peak demand period is what we're building for. That's what we're consented for abstraction. That's where all the stress comes in for a reticulated water supply. They're dry. They've run out of water when you've actually got that point. So because our water schemes aren't stored water, so it's not like we're leaving water back up in the bank because we've taken it from the rainwater tank. It's come from the river, it's come from the shallow groundwater. If you didn't take it on the day, it's gone.
But if we're taking it off the roof to support the garden, then that's help support peak demand. You're saying often the case is your water will, your tank will be dry because it's a dry time.
By February, March, they've dried up for those ones through. And if it's a stormwater detention, you want them empty within 18 hours so that they're ready for the next storm. And it's rain, so you're not going to be using that water on your garden.
I'm interested to read your paper. Councillor Parker.
Just a question. Would water metering make people more interested in rainwater collection in your experience?
It's no, because relative, and it comes back to the cost, rainwater tanks are expensive. They are actually really expensive. They don't have that longer life compared to public infrastructure. So when you start doing the numbers, and water's relatively cheap to going through. So when you start looking and having the first one, water meters will reduce people's consumption straight away to go through, but the interest in getting alternate water supplies is minimal. If you look at, say, the uptake in the areas where there is metering.
I just find it interesting because water is our most precious resource, and to help people to be able to respect the water and collect rainwater for gardening, for washing their cars, that's something we're not advocating.
It comes into, and it's an interesting, and yeah, I'm not sure if quite the right forum to get all into it, but one of the real, and the costs going through is the environmental impact, if you look at embedded carbon in that, is really high in rainwater tanks compared to the economies of scale you get in the larger systems going through. And you're still building a whole heap of that infrastructure anyway for that peak, so it's sitting there, and then you're doubling up on it to go through. Whereas if you did the water metering, that's more informing that behaviour.
Yeah, well, one of the issues you have with rainwater tanks is they have very little pressure with the water coming out. There's just basically the head is very minimal compared to a reticulated system. So you can't really wash your car because you don't get the pressure. It's just trickles out. So
there was a paper.
You need a pump.
Yeah, there was a paper in Melbourne where they reviewed all the rainwater tanks that went in there during the millennial drought. The energy consumption on those was higher than the desal plant.
Wow.
I'm thirsty.
I think this is the sort of this is the sort of expertise I think we were talking about early on. Who needs independent expertise when we've got you? Any more questions on that topic that has nothing to do with point number 1? No. We'll move on to number 2. Consider a request for investment in upgrading the Temuka wastewater pond. I think we could perhaps just take an update on where we're at with that, Andrew.
We've got budget in LTP for year 2 and 3 to actually go through and add and upgrade the primary treatment on site, so that's already in there.
Cool. Alrighty. Number 3, consider a request to bring forward the Caroline Bay Pump Station upgrade project that's in year 29, 30 or something, isn't it? And you didn't, you're thinking, Andrew, it wasn't required until later?
Well, it's driven by sea level rise, so we're predicted that out at 2028, I think it is, that we may need it. There's an option actually to say no, take it out of the budget. You got another 2 LTPs before then. I think it's $3 million is in there. So I don't see any need to fast track it at this stage.
Yeah. So we can react relatively quickly if there is a significant change in that. Cool. So was there thinking to take that out altogether or just leave it in the back end as it is?
That's an option you've got.
So I'm not sure.
I'd leave it in at this stage. It might give us some room later on.
We'll notice if the sea's rising, and it's not going very fast at the moment, so.
Alrighty, and that's from our Climate and Heritage Lead, Councillor Booth. Okay, back on track. Focus. 4, consider a request to prioritise investment in strategic infrastructure in the Washdyke industrial area.
So we've got the Washdyke stormwater pump is up for, and we've got it in our budgets to go through and do a renewal upgrade of that. We've also then, for over the next 5 years, we've got targeted infrastructure upgrades in the Washdyke area as part of our stormwater management plans for the next 5 years.
Brilliant. Consider a request not to implement water fluoridation. So that's not in the 3 years. It still sits in the back end. It's relative to response from Ministry of Health. Approach is unchanged. The planning's been done to some extent if we need to push go at some point, but it's...
Basically we won't do it until we're told to, but I feel it's responsible that we do put funding in the budget for it, and I think it is out year 3, I think.
Okay, cool. So this one I think we need to just consider...
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Can I just backtrack there a little? Did you say it's in year 3, but wasn't it in this current financial year already? So I thought that was the issue. It's in the budget already for this current financial year.
Out.
Oh, and you've pushed it.
It was originally, but it has been through that CapEx time we went through the...
A tenders and procurement committee meeting.
Yeah, I know that, but I thought since it had already been in the budget, it would just roll forward and then we didn't need to actually have it in the budget again.
No, because it's closed that year. Otherwise, we'd have all sorts of things coming up.
I think it's in the back end just so it can be considered if we need it. And then consider a request to install water meters. It was taken out of the budget, but it was a decision in 2018 long-term plan to include. We pushed it back last long-term plan based around microfiltration, general upgrades at Claremont. Let the team speak to that. Look, I'm supportive that we keep it in at some shape or form because I just think it's a great tool and we need to start.
We fully support water metering, of course. It's a fantastic demand management tool. I think moving forward too with the way water is going, you're going to have some sort of volumetric charging system in place. That was one of the other reasons it was deferred last long-term plan, was with the water reform going on, it was considered that the new water entities would take water metering as a top priority, so it would happen, as opposed to the treatment plant upgrade, which potentially could get pushed onto the back burner. So there was a readjustment of priorities.
Yeah. Whereas the treatment was our priority and that would have been their priority. Yeah. Go for it, Andrew.
Going to say the other important one is not just on the demand management side, but it's also our asset side. So it gets us a lot better information around the water balance, so we can better target where leaks, etc. are.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great tool to put over our older suburbs as far as driving efficiency, so I think we should consider in some shape or form. You used up your card earlier, which you don't have any now, Andrew, do you? So where do we find...
Let's go for the second one.
Yeah, where do we find some room?
No, you didn't take all of it.
You didn't. So we've still got room there. How much room have we got to bring that in? Oh, I've got finance shaking her head. I love it.
We've deferred 4 million. Yeah.
That's why she's in the numbers.
I think there's another one. Is the Rangatata Huts water treatment plant too? 1.6 million. Do you really, that may have to be reconsidered.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point around the investment longer term. Is that required?
No. I'm not going to have any.
I would be reluctant to make that decision here and now without doing a review of the asset, the reserve management, and in consideration with what we've done with the cycleways and things like that. I think it's better to be left in there and not taken out and need to be spent.
What sort of funds are you looking at for metering?
16 million we'd need.
Oh.
But I always look at this and go, what does a start look like? What does $1 million, get you?
It can be phased in over a number of years.
To be honest, I'd be happier to phase it in over a few years, partly because I don't want to get all the exact same water meters coming in off one batch and find out they were dodgy, because it has happened to other utilities.
Oh, dodgy water meter.
Yep.
Yeah, I certainly support this. I'll go to Councillor Booth. Had a comment.
Yes, any new installations like new houses, are they installing water meters as they go or not?
No, but the Tobys that we have are set up in manifold, so a meter can go straight in. Yeah.
I guess the other thing, you talked about your leakage, have you got sites where you can actually know what's passing through, so you're able to work out where, and if you've got an area that's using excess water?
To an extent, but not as detailed as what we'd potentially like to go through, and that's part of our ongoing improvements around the network as we're doing renewals and better zoning around. So part of the one would be more what we call district metering that would come in.
And I guess the final comment is our water usage that used to be around 34 megalitres a day. We're down to something like 25, 27. Would that be right? So actually, what I guess I'm getting here at with this number is that actually our water usage is decreasing through people's efficiencies, especially our industrial users. They actually have, they're actually, if we like McCain's, for instance, they changed their process as well as probably DB. Whereas they're using a lot less water. And so I guess why would we limit our people to the water? Because water's free, other than you've got your infrastructure, it's the treatment of it. And when you do that, the people, especially the oldies, they won't turn their sprinklers on and water their lawn and their garden. And that, because they're looking at that meter all the time. That's just one thing.
I don't think it's even about charging. It's just around understanding where the leaks are. A lot of areas just don't even use it as a charging tool. They use it as far as managing demand. Andrew,
I was going to say there's a lot of industrial customers' use has increased because we do meter those large industry, and they are using more water. So we've seen that in the meters that we've got on them to come through, and we're also seeing it with the trade waste at the other end. There's more coming through. So on that side, there is more water going out. This year, before we put restrictions on, we were doing 32, 33 million litres going through, so it was back up. So weather has a massive impact on that consumption and around that peak period, and restrictions did, have a big impact on bringing it back down.
Need a bigger
Capacity, what's our headroom in water supply? It's something like 50, isn't it?
With the current plant on ozone, depending on the water quality, is somewhere around, sorry, and I don't have the figures off my head, but it's around that 40 to 50.
Yeah, our risk has always been where in the winter, actually, when you get dirty water and we can't put it through the ozone plant, and that's the purpose of the microfiltration. Yeah. But having said that, what happens when there is a substantial demand is that we have to use the Opahi River source, and that is pumped, so it comes at a cost.
Need a bigger rainwater tank. Councillor Piddington.
I'd be interested, Andrew, in seeing what a phased approach to water meters, how many you think would be optimum, whether it's over 5, 7, 10 years, because that takes 16 million down to 1.6. So that would be good to know in the future. I'm not suggesting it right now, but rather than be guessing, if you could give us those sort of numbers, be good.
Well, is there a will to maybe, because is there a will to put anything in the back end? FX, just try to, Andrew, could you just look towards the wall? To get this started in a year 4, that's about peak, isn't it? I just think I really struggle with leaving this out altogether.
I probably agree. I think we've probably kicked the can down the road long enough on this one, and if we can put something back into those, year 4, 5, 6, without getting too close to our debt cap, which, we're going to sell some assets, so we'll be all right.
Or we get the local builders to do the theatre for a third.
Reece had a comment. Do you want to come forward, Reece? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From the climate change response perspective, reducing water demand and consumption is part of our adaptation to changing climate, and reducing the power demand in pumping all that water and treating that water is also reducing our carbon footprint. So alongside the issues you're taking from water engineering perspective, it's one of those tangible activities where you can influence behaviour. And the evidence from other parts of the country, Kapiti, Tauranga, elsewhere, illustrates very strongly that introducing water meters can have a very substantial impact on the demand, particularly in droughts.
Also, as a competition with our neighbours, we are lagging. Waimate is beating us as far as water meter installation, so don't want to be dragging the chain too much. So, as far as including this somewhere, look, I'd be happy if we maybe adopt a year. I do struggle at even having it out in year 4, 5 and 6, to be fair. I just think that we should actually be starting this approach. Susie?
Yeah, sorry, just another interruption from another team member,
No,
so
you're
apologies.
right.
Just also supporting from a land transport point of view, because water metering will actually help us track our leaks a bit better, which has a great effect on our roading network, and the fact that we don't have leaking water going through our road pavements, causing more damage and costing us more on operational and capital costs. So another support from another unit.
Yes. I love this. Well done, team.
It's all of Andrew's team. Hunting is a
That's great. So, what's your thinking? Because it needs to be, we can't throw 100k at it, we need to throw something at it, which is tangible, which is a couple of mil or something, isn't it?
To be honest, the back end is going to chew up a lot of it at the start.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big one to actually get that system in place to come through, and it depends on what delivery method we go for, because I know our neighbours have gone with a provider that's supplying, now they're locked in with contract for 10 to 20 years.
Yeah.
Whereas what can we actually do in-house where we're not stuck with and then get quite a big increase in OPEX.
So to get us started properly in a year, wherever year one is, what's the requirement?
To get going through, I think you're looking at least at 2 million.
2 mil.
Yeah.
So what a 2, 2 and 2 and keep the twos rolling. Don't know if we'll be able to keep them rolling, but at least we get to consideration to another LTP. So maybe a year, because you need to plan this anyway. So is it a year 3, 4 and 5? Yep. Comfortable with that, everyone? 3, 4 and 5, 2, 2, 2. My first comment of the day has just gone out the window on the last comment on the day, isn't it?
Again, just going back to that debt cap, I think some serious consideration and review will be needed, because you've just added that into my concern before about City Town. You've just bulked in another 2 million on what is already close to the debt cap level, so.
Yeah, on the assumption of delivery of 100%, yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's it as far as...
There is the other thing we've got to look at then is, can we get the OPEX to break even quicker, which frees up some cash? So that has to go hand in hand with this.
Yeah, the problem is if it's not in there at all, then it's harder. So I'll now put those recommendations, everyone out. And so just before we finish, well, I'll move this. Can I have a move for this group? Thank you, Councillor Jackson over here, Councillor Oliver. Put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Through all your notes, team, because that's the end of it, is there anything that you're missing? Do a quick scan, if you like, because there is not the opportunity for any changes, substantial really or otherwise, on the first, and the team need to work now to get it through to audit on Tuesday.
Where are we sitting with the TDHL dividend in the budget? Is that getting reviewed, or is that?
Go reviewed.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll have that, obviously, before we need that before the first.
So it's in there 1.1 million. I'm not sure the Alpine component, that will have to come down by that amount.
The other thing is, I don't think we've looked closely enough at using our reserves. So my example to me and Nigel the other night was we have a new cemetery reserve of about 87,000, and guess what, we're planning a new cemetery, but we're not proposing to use that reserve. And so I think we need to have a bit of a closer look at utilising some of the reserves that we've got sitting there, and there were some issues with the spreadsheet in the back of the financial information.
Yes, it was found.
Yeah, so I picked up a note for reserves. I think, because I thought we'd tidied this up a few years ago, but I don't think it ever got actioned. But I think that can be consideration post-LTP adoption. If there's any revision you want to do and recommend before that, we'll be happy to accept that, Andrea, but otherwise we can tidy that up, perhaps under the realm of the budget review committee sort of scenario or something along that, but I've got that noted as a work stream as well. So is there anything else that we haven't covered today? No, everyone's pretty comfortable. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
I'm probably way off beam here, but I just wanted to know what the go was with the petition for the speed limit at the north end of Tamilka. Does that need to be discussed at all?
So we adopted that on day
We adopted
one.
that? It was all good? Cool.
Yeah, all
Sweet.
good, and I'll follow that up tomorrow, first opportunity for action.
I suppose the only other one is whether we need to signal something about asset sales in the number. But I don't know how we'd do that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, do you want to push the button?
Can I just confirm what we're going to change from today?
Yes, you may. You got the list, Nige?
I've got a list.
Yeah.
So we were going to increase the SNA biodiversity fund by an additional $50,000 per year to bring it back up to the 100K.
Snap.
And there was going to be a scope around what a biodiversity officer may or may look like. So therefore, it would come into annual plan adjustment. Reinstate climate change budget back up to the 360. We have about 200 there now. So that would be another 150 per year. The city-town operational adjustment was to come back as an annual plan adjustment because we didn't know what that looked like.
No, we said we weren't going to do an operational adjustment. It was only CapEx, and we're going to look at internally. I actually think the 360, the 150 effectively, because I think it was 208 climate change budget roughly, so 152. I think that we were looking for that. Was that internally or was that an adjustment?
So I'm confused what you're talking about.
The climate change restored to 360, so the difference is about 152.
150, correct.
Yeah. So was that, what's your notes on that? Is that?
So I had the biodiversity 50, sustainability need a second role, and we were looking at that in context of this 150 going in.
What do you, internally versus annual plan adjustment is my question. I think we talked internally.
My understanding was it was a challenge to find that internally.
Yeah.
So the 150 is a
Find the difference. I've got to
challenge.
find it.
So we're not adjusting, rightio.
Adjusting.
Delete.
Yep.
Aoraki Foundation, if we were going to do some more, it would be found within current
internal
budget.
options, yeah.
Pleasant Point Sports in regards to their, that we may look to give them 30, but that would once again come out of what we've already got.
Pleasant Point.
I think there was
Pleasant
probably
Point
our only,
Sports.
that was the plus, yeah.
That was a plus.
Yeah, and then you've got your...
And potentially to use the 70 if that was what was decided.
Yeah, the 10s on the community board rates and the redistribution over the...
So essentially, we've only added $50,000 for
much?
OPEX.
No, 80.
Water metering.
But
the capital. Yeah. Yeah.
80, because you get the 30 for Pleasant Point and the 50.
30 for Pleasant Point.
And the 50 to biodiversity.
So 80.
80. And then just your wee changes on the... But that's capital as well, wasn't it?
Capital.
Right, capital.
Well, you want to talk about that as well?
Of course, because that's about $10 million you've added for that. So community board funding, instead of lump sums of 200 each every 3 years, we're going to split 70K each year. City Town, we've decided to add 2 million in year 4 and 2.5 million in year 5. Urban water, we had a double up in the Geraldine Reservoir, so we've reduced 2025 by $1 million and 2026 by 3 million.
Correct.
Subsidised roading, cycleways, I missed it, but did we agree to go up to 1 million from 500?
We
So
maintained.
that's
Maintained.
maintain 500.
Whenever you leave, we don't make any changes.
Rightio. And then water meters, $2 million a year from year 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah.
So we've increased CapEx by 6.5 in total.
Correct.
Yep.
And OPEX by 530 over the life.
Yeah.
Just a question on that water main, meter.
Yeah.
So we're going to do some, then we're going to stop. I thought we'd just keep...
I think the key thing, I just was conscious of the debt ceiling overall, conscious that we've got another LTP in 3 years. But it gets you into it enough to be considering after year 1. And then you'll probably have some better indication around cost and plan. Yeah.
So we're agreed, we'll put those through.
Yep.
Cool.
And we've got to drop the dividend.
Are we going to halve the dividend?
Well, we need
Or
guidance from TDHL on
zero?
what the dividend is.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully they've considered that by now, maybe. Okay. Audit, is it before Tuesday?
8 a.m.
Could you just follow that up?
We'll just ring Fraser tomorrow what the Alpine component is.
Ring Mark.
We can offer the rest.
Yeah, we'll follow that up. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so brilliant, thank you. Good long 3 days. Thank you to everyone involved. You know, starts in asset management plans and early planning a long way back. Thank you to Vinci hiding in the corner. Thanks for being with us today. Thank you to the wider team, all those ones that have worked really closely with us, such as the team in front of us now, and Brennan, who is missing, but also you know, all the respective managers and team members. It's been a good, challenging, but a good process to get us to where we are now. Been great engagement for the community, so I appreciate all the work from everyone. So we are now signing off. Thank you to everyone online.
Yes.
And we'll be back with you in a few weeks.